Chapter 1. Taking a step off the curb, Thaden caught movement out of the corner of his eye. Jerking himself back, he slipped on the ice in the street's gutter, feeling his ankle pop as it twisted in a direction it shouldn't. As his rear end slammed down on the cold pavement of the sidewalk, he watched as the truck that nearly hit him passed him by, its momentum carrying it through the intersection as it slid on the black ice beneath the fine coating of snow covering it. He didn't get to see more than the truck coming to a stop a few feet from the cars waiting at the light on the opposite side of the intersection, because the pain from his ankle shot up his leg to the point where it felt like it was going to fall off. "Ah!" he screamed, looking down at his boot, which was currently facing backwards. Even though he didn't necessarily want to see it, he pushed through the excruciating pain and grabbed the pant leg of his thick jeans, pulling it up to expose what had happened to his ankle. He nearly passed out at the sight of a bone sticking out of his lower calf. Blood was already pooling on the snow and ice beneath him, as the wound opened even further when he accidentally shifted his leg. Involuntarily, he screamed again. "Hold on, I'm calling 911. An unfamiliar female voice yelled frantically behind him. But he couldn't do anything but stare at his broken leg. I thought shock was supposed to last longer, but that was almost instantaneous. It wasn't like he hadn't hurt himself before, but the worst injury Thaden had suffered over his nearly 3 decades of life was a broken toe when he accidentally kicked the corner of a wall when he was a kid. Scratches, burns, and even a twisted ankle in the same foot that was currently facing the wrong direction were common. But this certainly topped all of those combined. "Yes, there's a man here who was nearly hit by a truck and broke. Oh, it's so bad. There's blood everywhere, and the bone is sticking out of his... Yes, it's at the corner of Grove and H..." Thaden was vaguely aware of the woman talking to 911 behind him as he tried to keep himself from passing out. But his focus on the conversation sharpened when she abruptly cut off. Careful not to jostle his leg any further, he turned his head to see a young woman with curly brown hair underneath a furry hat and wearing a pink, puffy jacket staring at his leg with her phone held up to her ear. For some reason, she had frozen in the middle of speaking, her gaze unflinching as she looked at all the blood. He stared back at her, urging her to complete the call for help so that the ambulance could arrive as soon as possible. Wait. She's not blinking. Or breathing. And that's not all. The pain and the blood loss must have blinded him from his surroundings, because as soon as he noticed that the woman wasn't moving in the slightest, he realized that the softly falling snow around them had stopped, frozen mid-fall, as if suspended in an invisible liquid. Looking further out as panic started to set in, everything seemed to be frozen. From the exhaust coming from the cars at the intersection, to the older trucker who had opened up the door to his cab and was in the middle of jumping down. As in, he was somehow suspended in the air 6 inches from the ground. It was as if someone had hit the pause button on the world around him. "What is going on?" he said, or at least he tried to. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Am I dying? Or am I actually dead? Did the truck actually hit me and I'm hallucinating this in my last moments? He didn't receive any answer for this, as he felt a tremendous heat start in his chest before suffusing the rest of his body, numbing it from all sensations. He would have sighed in relief as the intense pain in his leg disappeared, but he found himself completely frozen, just like the world around him. In his peripheral vision, he suddenly witnessed one of the passengers in a nearby car disappear in a flash of light and a hollow-sounding zap, followed by the driver less than a second later. He heard another zap behind him, accompanied by a flash he could only vaguely see, and then the truck driver also vanished from his midair position. He saw a few more flashes in and out of his field of view, before he felt a spike of heat flowing through his own body. The next thing Thaden knew, He was swallowed up by a blindingly bright flash, followed by his every sense going black. The feeling of flying was intense, though it was muted somewhat when he realized he didn't have any physical sensations through which to experience it. Instead, it was as if Thaden's consciousness was floating through a darkness that was like a bottomless void, with nothing to see wherever he looked. Even as he was pondering if this was indeed the afterlife, and everything he had seen was just a bunch of random neurons in his brain firing off as he died on that sidewalk, something disrupted the endless void ahead of him. It quickly ballooned in size, and he realized that he was moving exceptionally fast, as a floating structure suddenly revealed itself to be massive in size and almost incomprehensibly vast. How did he know? Because what appeared to be a clear, glass-walled building with metal beam supports along the walls showed what was inside quite easily. Millions of completely naked people in a diverse crowd of genders and races stood a few feet apart from each other, staring ahead of themselves with a strange intensity. None of them were moving, which was eerily similar to what he thought he saw right before people started flashing and disappearing. Thaden thought he should be freaking out right about then, but for some reason, a calmness fell over his consciousness as he slowed down, floating toward the already tightly packed rear of the building. He could only conclude that he was there to join these people in whatever they were doing, and that was perfectly fine with him. A sense of peacefulness descended over his mind, like a warm blanket had been draped over his consciousness, and he mentally smiled as he started to look forward to what was happening. That warm blanket was ripped away as he finally landed inside the massive building. A series of bright lights suspended in the air lit up the space as if by magic. One moment he was carefree and looking forward to the next stage of his life, and the next he found himself in his body, completely healed from his leg injury, fortunately. The only problem was that his body ended up materializing half inside the building and half outside, with the glass-like wall bisecting him completely. He didn't even feel any pain as his body began to fall apart, knowing that this was indeed the end. His consciousness began to break apart just as quickly as his body had been split in half. Yet he was still somehow aware enough when something seemed to appear inside his mind. Welcome to your contender training, number 325-99999-E. To begin, please select your error_training_containment_facility_capacity_reached. Contender number 325-99999-E_damaged. Contender #325-99999-E_rejected. Initiating _disposal_protocol. Huh? What is happening? Wait, disposal? The glass-sided building suddenly disappeared as he found himself transported somewhere else with no discernible transition. Unfortunately, that somewhere else turned out to be plummeting through the air toward the open mouth of an active volcano. As his two halves fell toward the bubbling lava spewing out of the erupting mountain, his disjointed vision was somehow still communicating with his brain for the final few seconds of his life. He attempted to close his eyes as the incredible heat flowed over his ice-cold skin, but the wind rushing past his bisected face was so great that they were forced open. When he added in the fact that he had absolutely no control over the rest of his body, he was forced to watch as he neared the molten earth beneath him. Just before impact, an enormous explosion of superheated gas shot out of the top of the volcano, slamming into his descending body halves with such force that what little he could feel told him that his skin had been completely torn from his frame, and every bone in his body was pulverized. Blind, deaf, and thankfully numb to the pain, His consciousness drifted from his destroyed flesh, allowing him to somehow observe his body from the outside. Is this my soul? Or something like it? Théden was never really into all that religious or spiritual stuff. He was more of a believer in what he could see and experience than anything metaphysical. As a result, he had no idea if this was a reflection of his spirit departing his body at the time of his death, or if he was simply hallucinating everything. Regardless, he didn't really like what he saw, which was his destroyed body being propelled through the air at incredible speed, away from the volcano. The explosion had been powerful, resulting in him rocketing away from the erupting mountain like a bullet from a gun. The heat and the force had also done something else to his body, which was to smash the two halves together in an amalgamation of burnt and broken limbs and destroyed flesh. Morosely watching his body flying through the air, he could only hope that he didn't have to witness wherever it landed, because what he saw was already bad enough. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn his gaze away from the body, as if his focus was locked on it, so he couldn't help but see where it might land. Not that it ultimately mattered, since he was dead. Except that he wasn't. Forced to look at his flailing corpse, he noticed that its bones began to straighten and reflesh the remaining bits, before rapidly reforming the skin that previously covered it. In amazement, which would have had his mouth catching flies in astonishment, if he had a mouth to open at the moment, he watched as his body was fully reformed before his viewpoint, rebuilding itself as if everything that had been done to it was reversed. Before long, his pale but muscular legs were intact, followed by his torso, with no signs of it having been cut in half, though he had to admit that he wouldn't have minded if the small paunch that had been growing over the last year had been cut off. His arms and hands were next to be completely restored, all the way down to the pinky finger on his left hand that was just a little too short to be normal, something that he'd had to live with for all his life, unfortunately. Finally, his neck and head were fixed, the skin regrowing back and revealing the pale-looking face that he remembered seeing in the mirror every day. He didn't really get out much, which meant that the sun and his skin weren't exactly friends, though it was worse at this time of year considering that the normal weather was snowy and he didn't see the sun for weeks at a time. Working from home and at night didn't really do well for keeping the light tan from the summer that he occasionally developed. Even his short, dark brown hair grew back in the same hairstyle he normally wore, parted along the side and brushed over. It was the same cut he'd had since high school and was essentially no maintenance, as it only took a few seconds in the morning to get ready. Lastly, the stubble from his 5 o'clock shadow stood out darkly along his jawline, exactly as it had been when he left his house for groceries late in the day. Once his body was fully repaired, Théden suddenly experienced his viewpoint being sucked back into himself. He opened his eyes with a gasp of surprise. "I'm alive. How did that— oh, shh." Now that his eyes were open, the recently repaired corpse could finally see whence it had been propelled, from the volcano explosion. He caught a glimpse of white, dotted with streaks of gray before he slammed into the side of a snow-capped mountaintop, and he heard and felt his bones being crushed again, even as his skull shattered. Not 2 seconds later, his consciousness again floated out from his body, seeing that he, once again, had died. Or at least he should be dead, as his head had nearly been ripped away from his shoulders, and his entire torso was nearly as flat as a pancake. As his body tumbled and flopped uncontrollably down the mountainside, it appeared the impact had triggered an avalanche, and it was quickly enveloped by a cascading wave of snow and ice. As it was crushed and torn apart even further than it already was by the pounding wall of white that raced down the mountain, Théden could only sigh at his horrible luck after the miracle that had just occurred. His body was pushed along for at least 15 minutes before the avalanche spit him out as it tumbled over and into a ravine along the side of the mountain.
Thaden's flailing corpse fell at least 1,000 feet out and down, passing the snow line and landing amongst tall, pine-looking trees that struggled against the steep slopes. Impacting the first tree, his body was impaled by thick branches in numerous places as it spun through the increasingly thick forest, somehow continuing its descent after ricocheting off tree trunks with bone-snapping force. It took another 5 minutes of his corpse bouncing off trees and rocks like a pinball before it finally hit something that sent it flying outward again. Another minute later, it landed on relatively flat ground with a thump that flattened what remained of his body.
At that point, he realized that both his feet and one arm had been ripped off. Somewhere. Though the body had bled so much that it wasn't even bleeding anymore. Before he could hope that another miraculous resurrection would happen again, Thaden's spirit, or consciousness, or whatever it was, watched as a dozen small things suddenly appeared around his corpse. They were a little bit bigger than a toddler, and had 2 arms and legs, but that was about the extent of the comparison. With spindly, wasted-looking legs and arms, their round bodies were covered in thick fur, making them look somewhat like 4-legged spiders. It was only what was sitting on top of their bodies that disabused that notion, because their round heads had wide mouths that were full of sharp, rotten, yellow teeth that looked capable of rending and tearing flesh with ease. Which was exactly what they did, as they used crude-looking knives to hack away at Thaden's corpse and immediately stuff their mouths with his flesh. He wished he could look away, or close his eyes, but his viewpoint forced him to watch as he was eaten by these nightmarish monsters. Despite being consumed in almost his entirety, he still didn't fade away like he expected. With everything but his head essentially gone, he thought that would be it, and he would move on, or whatever. But that didn't happen. Instead, his viewpoint fixated on his smashed head, which was completely unrecognizable from all the damage it had taken. What now? Am I destined to stay here forever, roaming this crazy place as a spirit? He probably would have preferred that, to be honest, because as soon as the nightmarish figures finished their meal, they picked up his head and carried it with them as they disappeared into a large hole in the side of the mountain. And Thaden's consciousness went with it. He couldn't see where they were going, not only because it was relatively dark inside the apparent cave the things had entered, but because he couldn't look around even if he wanted to. Regardless, he saw enough to know that the one carrying Thaden's head brought it deep within what appeared to be a large cave system, before opening a large wooden door bound with iron straps. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the spindly figure brought it inside what appeared to be a well-lit room filled with burning torches, before chucking the head onto what appeared to be a pile of others, most of which were humanoid in appearance, though some appeared slightly off for some reason. As much as he was able, he looked around the immediate area near his head and saw what he thought was some sort of wooden chest on one side, and a wooden rack containing metal weapons of some sort on the other. The weapons were displayed in such a way that it appeared to be for a specific purpose, as if it was meant to be shown off or admired. It was at that point that it hit him. This was a trophy room, or a treasure room. He wasn't exactly sure, but all that mattered to him at that moment was that his head had just joined the others inside of it. He began to wonder if he would be stuck there forever, watching his head rot away along with the others nearby, when it suddenly began to shift around. No way. Could it really? He would just have to wait to find out, he supposed. Chapter 2. The process of regrowing his body was neither pleasant to see, nor was it quick. As opposed to how fast the repairing of his body went while he had been shot through the air after the volcano, the wait here was excruciating and difficult to watch. Unfortunately for Thaden's consciousness, being forced to watch it all happen without turning away, He saw it all happen from start to finish. If he'd had a stomach, he would have been constantly heaving up his guts during the horrendous procedure. This time, it started with his head, as it was largely repaired, at least to the point where it wasn't a mangled mess. From there, glistening strands of what he assumed were nerve clusters slithered out of the bottom of his ragged neck, eventually forming the basis of his form as it laid on the dirty stone floor of the well-lit and secure room where his head had been thrown. Once they were in place, veins and arteries seemed to emerge from the nerve strands, growing from seemingly nothing, followed by internal organs, then bones, muscles, ligaments, tendons, and numerous other body parts he wasn't really knowledgeable about, before covering his entire form with skin that seemed to emerge from inside the flesh. After that, the other features he'd noticed regrowing during his earlier resurrection, such as his hair and facial stubble, occurred, until his body was fully repaired to the point where he felt his consciousness pulled back inside. In all, Thaden estimated that it took a total of 12 hours to complete the disturbing process. He figured it only took that long because whatever it was that brought him back to life had to essentially rebuild everything from scratch. While he had been forced to watch his body being reformed, he wondered what would have happened if his head had been entirely destroyed, or even eaten by those same monsters that ate the rest of his body. Would this miraculous resurrection still work if I had actually reached the lava in that volcano? Whatever it was that was bringing him back to life, he wasn't exactly sure how it worked, or whether he actually wanted to be resurrected in the first place. While he hadn't felt all of the pain his body went through as it was repeatedly destroyed, he had felt plenty of it before he died, and then had to watch as his corpse was subjected to even worse destruction. He would have thought it a blessing to not have to feel all that pain, but somehow the fact that he was powerless and forced to watch the pure desecration of his body afterwards was much worse. As his consciousness was pulled back into his body, he sat up with another gasp as his brand-new lungs pulled in their first breath of fresh. A coughing fit overcame him as he realized that the air inside the room was far from fresh. The smells of rotting flesh assaulted his nose, and he felt himself gagging as if he was going to throw up. But he knew for a fact that he didn't have anything inside of his stomach. He'd seen it created from scratch, after all, and it was indeed empty. Scrambling to his feet, he nearly fell as he slipped on some unknown liquid underneath him, which was coming from the pile of heads he had landed on earlier. Moving across the room to get away from direct contact with the rotting flesh, he was finally able to take a breath without wanting to immediately gag. It was still horribly strong, even across the room, but he managed to get a hold of himself long enough to look around for the first time. The room wasn't nearly as large as he expected. In fact, it was simply a round-shaped natural cave, approximately 20 feet in diameter, with a single flat side across from the pile of heads, the wall of which held an iron-banded wooden door. The ceiling extended another 3 or 4 feet above his head for the most part, which put it at about 9 or 10 feet high. In 4 different places along the rough-hewn walls were iron sconces holding blazing torches made of what appeared to be wood. When he looked closer at the one nearest him, he was surprised that he didn't feel any heat from the fire, and the fire seemed to surround the top of the wooden torch without actually burning it. Huh? How does that work? Is it a hologram? He wasn't even sure why he was questioning such a thing, considering that he had just watched his entire body rebuild itself from nothing. But that was old news by this point. The magically burning torches were something altogether different. Magically burning? Can that be it? Magic? That would certainly explain how my body fixed itself, because modern medicine certainly couldn't have done that. Perhaps advanced technology from aliens? I was abducted, after all. Thaden really had no idea what happened. Numerous possibilities flashed through his mind at the thought, but he pushed it aside as he shivered slightly and looked around the room some more.
He was still naked in a cold cave, and the torches gave off absolutely no heat. He didn't think he'd freeze to death, if he even could die from hypothermia at this point, but it certainly wasn't the most comfortable. Apart from the heavy wooden door and the strange torches, there was the wooden rack that held the metal weapons he'd seen earlier. One of them appeared to be a heavy spear, complete with a sharpened and tapered point. Another was a longsword made from the same material, which he assumed was iron from its dark appearance, though he could be wrong. He wasn't the metal expert, after all. Though he was fairly sure they weren't stainless steel. He obviously knew the material his forks and spoons back home looked like. Lastly, a small knife was displayed between the two larger weapons, though it didn't seem to be made from metal. Instead, it was faded yellow, like it was made from old ivory or bone.
He shivered even harder when he noticed the hilt looked exactly like the end of one of his leg bones, and it was nearly the same size. He ignored the pile of heads, since he'd seen enough of that for a lifetime, as his attention was focused on the closed iron chest on the opposite side. He was curious as to what was inside of it, but investigating meant getting closer to the rotting flesh, which he was reluctant to return to after putting some distance between it and him. It wasn't just these things in the room, however. To the left of the doorway, in what could be considered a corner in the otherwise round room, there was a pile of multicolored rags. Cautiously stepping closer to them, he kicked them a few times as he was worried there might be something living inside of them like a nest, but luckily nothing seemed to be alive inside. It was at this point that he realized that they weren't just rags, but clothing. Almost all of the clothing articles he saw at first glance had cuts and slashes torn through them, and more than one showed signs of being punctured. The bloodstains that covered every single one were more than enough evidence that whoever these clothes belonged to, they were wearing them at the time they suffered damage. Originally highly disturbed to be seeing what was likely the clothing of the people whose heads were currently rotting in a pile in the center of the room, he hesitated to touch them. However, knowing that they wouldn't be needing them, especially as he considered that their bodies had likely been consumed similarly to his own, he shook off his disgust as he knelt down on the cold stone and began sorting through the soiled and damaged clothes. Even as he touched the first pair of ripped pants, made of what appeared to be homemade cloth, his hands shook uncontrollably, as the events over the last day unconsciously replayed over and over in his mind. Where even am I? Is this all real? Am I in a coma and this is just a dream? What were those monstrous creatures that ate my body? Who were all those naked people in that massive glass-walled room? Thaden took a few deep breaths, which he immediately regretted after he inhaled more of the rotten stench permeating the room, but it also helped to center his focus on what he was doing now. As a work-from-home data analyst for a Fortune 500 company, he was completely out of his depth here, but he could at least apply his skills to the situation. Normally, he compiled and analyzed data from customers in order to develop strategies to overcome a variety of business obstacles, as well as recommending new opportunities for targeted sales. Of course, that didn't really apply here. But the processes used in the analysis of data and strategies for accommodating for unknown variables could still be applied. He just had to break it down into smaller chunks so that it was easier to deal with. First, he needed to solve his immediate problem, which was the chill inside the cave. With his focus on solving that issue, he dug through the bloody clothes, ignoring the fact that some of them looked entirely too small for an adult, and eventually found 2 pairs of dark brown pants that appeared like they might fit him. He pulled them both onto his bare legs, as they had holes in them that would let in the chill if he didn't double up his protection. They were made from a rough, linen-like fabric and had a drawstring on them fed through some crudely sewn loops, and he was reminded of his sweatpants back home that he typically wore while working at his computer. Definitely not as warm or as soft as those sweatpants, but it was better than nothing. He followed the pants up with 2 long-sleeve shirts, both originally a light tan color that was more dark red than anything else now due to the bloodstains, though they were thankfully made of a slightly softer material than the pants, so they didn't itch him too badly once he slipped them on. Amazingly, he found a pair of wool socks buried inside the pile of clothes that were only slightly bloodstained and contained just 2 small holes, and he slipped them onto his feet with relief as the cold stone floor of the cave had been greatly sapping his warmth from the contact. He even found some crude leather boots with what appeared to be cork acting as the sole, and while they were probably a size or 2 larger than was comfortable, they had leather strings in them that allowed him to tighten them as much as he could. Feeling better about his warmth situation now that he was no longer fully naked, Théoden compiled the rest of the information he'd gathered, both consciously and unconsciously, and analyzed what he should do next. Obviously, he was in a cave, but he was also deep inside of it, according to his memories of his head's transportation. There were numerous monsters with spindly limbs and a large furry torso that likely inhabited the cave system he was thrown inside, so they would have to be considered when he tried to leave. As for leaving, it didn't appear as if the doors were necessarily locked, so he figured that he could simply push them open and walk out. Given the monster's small stature, he extrapolated that they were relatively weak in terms of strength, though they were so foreign that he knew that the assumption could be incorrect. There were too many unknown variables right now to accurately predict how they would react if he were to try and make his way past them, or if he attempted to kill them. He barely even shuddered, thinking about killing them, even though he'd never heard anything more than creepy bugs in his life, because he'd already seen that they were vicious creatures that killed people and stored their heads in a room like trophies. Apart from their appearance, which was disturbing in their own right, he saw them as serial killers that didn't deserve a trial for the crimes they'd committed, and the fact that they had eaten his entire body didn't lend them any sympathy from Théoden. After he was able to escape from the cave system, he would then investigate the immediate area around him, gaining more information about where he was in order to answer some of the questions he had. To get to that point, he just needed to follow the steps to get there. The first step, his clothing, was already done. So now he needed to investigate the rest of the cave he was in to discover if there were any other variables that could help him out. He was already eyeing the weapons rack and knew that he'd grab at least one of the weapons on it to help defend himself from the monstrous creatures that brought him there. But he still had the chest to look inside. For all he knew, there might be a powerful assault rifle inside, just waiting for him to grab it and go all John Wick on the freaks outside the door. Walking over to the chest while covering his nose and mouth with his left hand to block out at least some of the rotten smell, he bent down and saw that there was a simple iron latch on the lid holding it closed. With a flick of the latch to the side, Théoden lifted the lid of the chest and looked inside. To his disappointment, there wasn't a fully loaded AK-47 waiting for him to pick up, nor were there any other weapons. Instead, there were a total of 2 things inside the wooden box. The first was a blood-stained leather pouch with a drawstring, very similar to the one on his pilfered pants, though much thinner in width. Lifting it out, he heard what sounded like the jingle of coins, and he spread the pouch opening wide to confirm what his ears told him. Pouring a few of them out into his hand, he saw what looked very similar to pennies made from tarnished copper, though all of them were so dirty and worn that he couldn't tell what kind of design was on them. He figured it was some sort of head, like Lincoln was on the U.S. penny, but the blob stamped on the copper coins could have been just about anything as far as he could tell. All of the coins were also slightly misshapen and minutely different in size compared to each other, as if they hadn't been machine-made to exact measurements. This led him to believe that he was in some sort of world where minting machines weren't exactly common. The primitiveness of this was only confirmed further when he considered the weapons on the nearby weapon rack and the quality of the clothing he had acquired. I'm guessing that there's no large, big-box superstore nearby that I can visit and pick up cheap clothing, a flat-screen TV, and groceries all at the same time. Putting the coins back in the pouch, he looked at the other item inside the chest. While not a weapon, he thought that it might at least be usable for protection. Lifting out the small, round shield, composed of a scratched-up dark wood and banded around the edges with an iron plate, he was immediately surprised at how heavy it was. He thought that it had to weigh at least 20 pounds, which wasn't exactly heavy, but if he were to hold it by the handle on the back with his left hand, he probably couldn't hold it aloft for long before he got tired. Still, it was better than nothing. He stood up straight and slipped his hand through the handle of the shield, which was approximately 18 inches in diameter, and let his right hand drop from where it was holding the defensive wood and iron piece of equipment. Almost instantly, the shield dropped down, despite his efforts of keeping it aloft, as if it had suddenly gained 100 pounds in a second. He was forced to drop it as his hand couldn't keep a hold of it, and it slammed into his foot painfully before coming to a rest. Hopping around on one foot while he grabbed the other with his hands, he remembered at the last moment not to scream out in pain and shout obscenities, despite wanting to do just that. There were those monsters somewhere outside, after all, and he didn't want to call their attention to his existence quite yet. Fortunately, slamming into his foot helped to mitigate the sound of the shield hitting the floor, so, other than a dull thud, it didn't make much noise. When he was finally able to put his foot back down, Thaden gingerly walked to the nearby wall so that he could lean on it to take the weight off his injury. As soon as he did that, he was surprised when an insistent pressure behind his left eye caused him to stop and investigate what it was. Suddenly, words appeared in front of him like a hologram, and he remembered the last time he had seen such, back when he had arrived at the glass-walled room. Dark wood buckler, common, not compatible with current class. Class? What does that mean? However, before he could wonder about that, he discovered that those words weren't the only ones that had been trying to get his attention. Chapter 3. Apparently, something had been trying to inform him of things for a while, but he hadn't known to check for it. It was like having a bunch of text messages ready for him to read, but he'd turned off all notifications on his phone. In this case, however, his phone seemed to be in his eyes, or directly in his mind, which was even creepier. Thankfully, this sudden messaging service was fairly user-friendly, as it responded to his thoughts to scroll up from his latest message about the Darkwood Buckler, common, not being compatible with his current class, all the way up to where it had left off as soon as he was dropped into a volcano. Contender _hash 3259999-E _ rejected. Initiating _disposal _ protocol. Contender _disposal _ initiated. Contender _disposal _ complete. Error _ contender _disposal _ failed. Error _ contender outside operating parameters. Transfer unsuccessful. Reestablishing training program. Welcome to your contender training number 3259999-E. To begin, please select your class. Fatal damage accrued. Training reconstitution protocol activated. Warning. Select your class within the next 30 minutes or one will be randomly assigned. Fatal damage accrued. Training reconstitution protocol activated. You have entered the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon. Minimal difficulty. Warning. You have 60 seconds in which to select your class. Random class assigned. Category: Support. Class: Assistant Healer. To mentally access your character report during training and after you enter the world of Tarth as a contender, simply think Character Report. Further explanations of the contender system will occur during your training. Entering training simulation now. Error_training_simulation_not_found. Error_error_error_error. Darkwood Buckler, common, not compatible with current class. What? He blurted out loud involuntarily before covering his mouth as he froze in place. Straining his ears to the max, he didn't move, or even think about anything for at least a minute or so, before he concluded that nothing had hurt him, or they were so quiet that he would never know. Once his heart stopped beating a mile a minute, he reviewed what the messages said. Assistant healer? Support? What does that even mean? Am I a doctor now? All this talk of classes and systems made him think that this was some sort of video game or role-playing game, which wasn't exactly the best news. While he'd played some games while he was younger, he was never into them as much as others his age had been. Fortunately, his experience with them made him at least somewhat familiar with the basic ideas behind RPGs. From what he knew of them, being a healer without a party to heal was essentially suicide. The little experience he'd had playing an MMORPG years ago, for about 3 weeks before he got bored of it and decided it wasn't his thing, he actually found he preferred being in a support-like role. The problem? He didn't like playing with anyone else, as he preferred to be solo and do his own thing. But that was extremely difficult for something like a straight healer. That same thing translated to real life, as he was a bit of a loner and didn't really care to be around people, which was why he preferred to work from home and not have to deal with anything but data and reports. It sucked for his love life, but he was much happier when there was no one around. But if he was an assistant healer, then if he wanted to survive wherever he had ended up, he might have to team up with people out of necessity. That was if he was even able to escape these caves, of course. Reviewing the messages again, he deduced that he had likely been originally slated to join this training thingy, which he assumed was what the naked people in the massive glass room were undergoing with their vacant stares, like they were participating in some sort of bizarre VR simulation. Something had obviously gone wrong, forcing the simulation to try and kill Thaden by dropping him into a volcano. When it didn't work, his body was still technically connected to the training and acted accordingly. If it acted anything like the video game tutorials he'd experienced in the past, he assumed that participating in one meant that the player, or in this case whatever a contender was, couldn't die as they learned how to navigate their way through the virtual world. Being reconstituted seemed like a natural function of this training or tutorial, which was why he had been resurrected multiple times. Then there were the errors that occurred when he was supposed to enter the training simulation, which he could only assume was because he wasn't in that massive glass-walled room anymore. As much as he'd like to know how or why this happened, and considering that he wasn't just imagining all of this in a fever dream, he had more immediate concerns. And they all focused on one of the lines in the messages that he almost glossed over at first glance. You have entered the Vogmite Tunnel's dungeon. Minimal difficulty. I'm in a dungeon? Almost as soon as he focused on the message, a different window popped up in his vision, as if he had suddenly opened up another tab on a web browser. Vogmite Tunnel's dungeon. Current difficulty, minimal, medial, maximal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 5 to 10. This is a game. Or at least it looks that way. He suddenly wished that he had spent more time playing RPGs when he was younger, but his regret was short-lived as he realized that there was nothing he could do about it now. He would have to use what little knowledge he had of them to survive what was apparently a dungeon that was meant for groups of people numbering around 5, and we're level 5 to 10. And what level am I? Finding the message referring to his character report, he thought those words, and another tab popped up in his vision. Number 3259999-E. Assistant Healer. Level 1. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK, 0/100. Health, 9/10. Mana, 20/20. Physicality, 1. Celerity, 1. Mentality, 2. Personality, 1. Fortuity, 1. Spells. Weak Healing, channeled. Weak Regeneration, single cast. Weak Repulsion Field, channeled. Competencies. Support Spellcasting Competency, Level 1, 0%. Defensive Spellcasting Competency, Level 1, 0%. Mana Management Competency, N/A. Thaden tried to make sense of what he saw in his character report. But other than the fact that he was level 1 and had 9 out of 10 health and 20 mana, however that was calculated, the rest of it was only moderately useful to him without more details. He expected that the reduction in his health was because he dropped that buckler on his foot, but it was already feeling much better. In fact, as he kept looking at his health in the report, it ticked back up to 10, and most of the pain in his foot faded away. Trying to understand what he was seeing a little better, he was thankfully able to open up more tabs when he looked at each portion of the character report for slightly more information. Physicality. Measures the physical strength and constitution of the body. Affects physical attack damage, physical damage resistance, maximum health, and health regeneration rates. Celerity. Measures the movement speed of the body. Affects ranged attack damage, ranged damage resistance, and stealth bonuses. Mentality. Measures the power of the mind. Affects magical attack damage, magical damage resistance, maximum mana, and mana regeneration. Personality. Measures the charisma of the individual. Affects social relationships with non-contenders as well as charisma-based spells and abilities. Fortuity. Measures the luck of the individual. Affects every interaction with the world by a slight amount. The higher the fortuity, the greater the chance for a positive outcome. He supposed that made a little more sense, but it wasn't looking good that he had a 1 in each category, except for mentality, which was a 2. Hoping that it would make a difference with the supposed spells he was assigned as an assistant healer, he looked a little closer at them. Weak Healing, channeled. Creates a connection between the caster and a target that continuously channels healing energy. Healing rate, 1 health per second. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 1 per second while channeled. Weak Regeneration, single cast. Grants a target continuous healing energy that replenishes health for a limited time. Healing rate, 1 health every 5 seconds. Duration, 45 seconds. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 10. Weak Repulsion Field, channeled. Creates a full-body repulsion field on self that blocks all physical damage up to level 20 sources and slightly repels attackers. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 20 per second. Nope. With only 20 mana to his name, he could heal himself or cast the Weak Repulsion Field spell for a total of a second before he was empty. He could only assume that the expensive spell was meant for those situations where the caster had no other choice but to block an attack that they couldn't avoid. But it would wipe out their mana pool. Even at higher levels, which he assumed would mean a larger mana pool, it appeared as though it would still only be an emergency spell when the caster was desperate, because most of their mana would likely be used for healing others. Then there was the fact that the description said physical damage from up to level 20 sources. After that, either it did nothing or was reduced in effectiveness. There might also be a stronger version, since this had weak in its name, but that would likely cost even more per second to cast. Overall, things weren't looking very promising. On a hunch, Théden walked over to the weapon rack and picked up the sword, only to find that it seemed to weigh 100 pounds or more when he attempted to hold it like he was going to actually use it to fight with. Iron broadsword, common, not compatible with current class. Thankfully, he was prepared for it and didn't allow it to hit the ground as he used his other hand to lift it and place it back on the rack. The same happened with the spear, unfortunately, which was a shame because he really hoped he would have been able to keep his distance from the monsters. Or are they Vogmites, according to the name of this dungeon? With hope in his heart that the same didn't happen with the bone knife, he picked it up and immediately fumbled with it as he gripped it as if he was going to stab something. It wasn't heavy like the other weapons, but it felt as if it was greased up and wouldn't stay in his hand. Only when he grabbed it with both hands without one of them on the handle did it feel normal, and he placed it back on the rack with a defeated sigh. He didn't have to look at the message that popped up saying that it wasn't compatible with his current class to know that he wouldn't be able to use it. Can I even use any weapons? Digging into the last section of his character report, the competencies, he didn't hold up much hope. However, there was one strange peculiarity that he was unsure what it meant. Support spellcasting competency pertains to the competency of casting support-based spells. Level minorly affects casting speed and spell cost. Increases in level through frequent usage. Defensive spellcasting competency pertains to the competency of casting defensive-based spells. Level minorly affects casting speed and spell cost. Increases in level through frequent usage. Mana management pertains to mana regeneration rates. Level increase. Error. I wonder what's wrong with that last one. I suppose that there's only one way to find out. Chapter 4. Closing his character report, Théden took a deep breath as everything it imparted finally hit him. On the one hand, it was important information that imparted the knowledge that he was currently in some sort of world that utilized a system that reminded him a bit of video games, all of which somewhat made sense to his analytic mind. Granted, what that information told him was that he was quite weak and practically helpless without access to any of the weapons he had found. But he tried not to let that get him down. Because, on the other hand, he was in a magical world completely alien from Earth. How he arrived and why he was there in the first place were separate issues in and of themselves, of course, but the fact remained that he was in a different place than he had been less than 24 hours before. And if he was understanding the report correctly, he could cast spells. Sadly, they were only healing and defensive spells, without a fireball or something equally as flashy at his fingertips, but the fact that he could create something out of seemingly nothing was very little short of amazing. As long as he somehow figured out how to cast spells without the training simulation that it appeared that he was supposed to have received. At least, that was the impression he got from the strange messages that appeared in his vision. The fact that something went wrong somewhere along the line was obvious by this point. All he needed to worry about now was surviving long enough to find a way back to Earth and out of the nightmarish place that he'd ended up. And to do that, he was hoping that his newly granted powers of spellcasting would help in that regard. Thankfully, casting spells was easier than he thought it would be. He was worried that the training he'd missed out on required days, weeks, or even months of memorization of some sort of magic words and gestures, like in the old fantasy novels he'd read as a teenager. But that was far from the case. Instead, all it took was an inadvertent thought about his spells, and another window appeared in front of him. Available spells. You currently have 5/5 access slots available. Weak Healing, channeled, 1 access slot. Weak Regeneration, single cast, 1 access slot. Weak Repulsion, channeled, 1 access slot. The window was also accompanied by the appearance of a faint outline of 5 circles toward the bottom of his vision, all of them transparent and empty. It only took him a few seconds of consideration before his memories of the MMORPG he'd played in the past hinted at what these circles were for, and looking at his available spells, he assumed that they were the access slots they were talking about. It took him a little bit of experimentation to figure out that he needed to mentally select a spell from the list and assign it to one of the access slots. Once he was able to figure out the first spell, Weak Healing, the first access slot on the left side was filled with a dim white light. Expecting a symbol of some kind, at least from what he remembered from the games he'd played in the past, he realized that it wasn't necessary, as he immediately knew what spell was in the first access slot, including its effects, casting time, and mana cost, without having to think about it. That's quite handy. The other 2 spells, Weak Regeneration and Weak Repulsion Field, were quickly transferred to the next 2 access slots, and they too imparted their spell information to him with nothing more than a mental inquiry. It wasn't as if he needed to read it either, as the knowledge of what they did and, more importantly, how they were cast were immediately available in his mind. As an experiment, he mentally selected the first access slot with Weak Healing in it, and he was surprised to find that a seemingly natural prompt appeared in his mind asking for a target. There wasn't a voice or a message that accompanied the prompt. Instead, it was almost like there was an invisible checklist that he instinctively knew he needed to mark off before the spell could be completed. Obviously choosing himself, he found his arms automatically rose up slightly from his sides until they bent at the elbows, with his forearms parallel with the floor. As his palms turned so that they were facing upwards, a white glow surrounded his hands, and a strange warmth flowed through his arms from some internal reservoir that he thought originated in his chest. A couple of seconds later, he felt a refreshing wave of pleasant healing energy flow through his entire body, removing any sense of discomfort that he hadn't even noticed was there, including some lingering pain in his foot. He let the comforting energy continue to flow through him for at least a dozen seconds before he mentally canceled the spell, and the energy cut off abruptly, along with the glow surrounding his hands. Cocking his head to his side in confusion, he looked at his character report again to see how much mana he had spent. But it hadn't changed from the 2020 that it showed before. It was too soon to tell whether that was normal or not, but he reasoned that he might not have spent any mana on the spell because he hadn't actually been hurt according to his health. It was entirely possible that without any actual recovery of health, there was no expenditure of mana. Naturally, he tried out the second spell, Weak Regeneration. This time, his arms came up in front of him as soon as he cast the spell and designated himself as the target at the mental prompt, and a green-tinted white light flashed through his hands in the blink of an eye. With an instant casting time, the spell was over before he could even figure out what was going on. The effects, however, were apparent, as a similar healing energy as before flowed through his body every 5 seconds or so, and he could see a faint, green-tinted white aura surrounding his arms and the other parts of his body that he could see. Approximately 45 seconds later, the aura faded, leaving him looking normal. Or as normal as could be, wearing blood-stained, borrowed clothing of dead people. While all of that was happening, Théoden had opened his character report while he had cast the Weak Regeneration spell, wanting to see if it was going to consume his mana this time. Surprisingly, there was no change to his mana, not even a tiny blip indicating that it was being consumed. This matched with what he felt in his chest as the source of the energy that powered the 2 spells that he had cast, as there didn't seem to be any reduction in its strength. Again, though,
There was still the potential that the lack of mana consumption could have been because he hadn't actually been injured. With that in mind, he began to activate his last spell, which he thought shouldn't matter if he was hurt or not, when he heard something that petrified him with fear. The sound of what he could only describe as high-pitched bickering in a foreign language reached his ears, coming from beyond the door. Before he could react and attempt to hide, despite there not being anywhere for him to actually conceal himself, the door swung wide, revealing Théoden standing near the open chest with an expression on his face that likely indicated that he was just about to crap his bloody pants. Thankfully for everyone involved, he didn't have anything in his bowels, so he was saved from the indignity. Looking at the two figures that had just opened the door, staring with almost equally surprised expressions on their grotesque faces, Théoden saw something floating above their heads that shocked him. Vogmite Worker, Minimal Level 5. Vogmite Worker, Minimal Level 6. Not only could he see a red-colored text floating above their heads naming what they were, but he could also see that they were higher leveled than he was, by quite a bit in fact. He halfway expected there to be a red bar to go along with the text indicating their current health, but this wasn't exactly a video game, no matter what it looked like. Case in point, as Théoden stood there frozen in shock and fear at the appearance of the Vogmite workers, he was caught off guard when both monstrous figures pulled small knives out from somewhere inside their furry bodies and lunged at him. They were almost on him before he reacted in a panic, throwing himself backwards, which didn't work out too well in the end as he immediately tripped over the chest and tumbled over the back of it, landing awkwardly on his wrist. With a hollow pop, he felt the joint break as it was bent in the wrong direction. But his adrenaline was pumping hard enough that he ignored the coming pain as he scrambled to his feet. By the time the panicked assistant healer got his balance, the first creepy Vogmite was already upon him, stabbing his side through his already damaged shirts with a quick jab before pulling it back out with a spray of blood. As he staggered backwards, Théoden's back hit the wall, and he knew he was trapped as he held his good wrist to his injured side, hoping to stop the bleeding even as he was barred from fleeing by the quick actions of the Vogmites assembling themselves to cut off any route of escape. As the two of them moved in with vicious grins on their faces, the bloodlust and potentially even hunger written all over their expressions, Théoden was conscious of his health continuing to decline as his wound continued to bleed profusely. He didn't get a chance to check what he was already at, but he suspected that half of it had already been taken away from that initial attack, so he didn't have much longer to live. It was at that point, when the two Vogmites were looking to finish the job of slaying him, that Théoden remembered who he was now, and that he had a class that could heal. With a quick thought to activate the second access slot, his hands went up ahead of him and instantly cast Weak Regeneration on himself. While it wasn't instant relief from the pain, he knew that it would eventually heal all the damage that had been done to him, if he lived that long. With that thought in mind, he activated the third access slot, forgetting for a moment in his panic that it cost him all his mana to use Weak Repulsion Field for a single second. Only when his fingers on both hands snapped in unison, emitting blue sparks and forming a transparent, glowing blue barrier that extended a few inches away from his entire body, that he realized that the 10 mana that should have been spent on his Weak Regeneration spell apparently hadn't consumed any mana, because the field went off without a hitch. It was just in time, too, as the pair of knives looking to end his life rebounded off the blue barrier and caused the Vogmites holding them to be pushed back with enough force that one of them tumbled head over heels, while the other tripped over its own feet and landed on its back. Saved from death, at least temporarily, Théoden watched as they got up, looking slightly annoyed at being repulsed as they came for him again. Unfortunately, neither of them looked the slightest bit hurt by being flung away,
So all using his weak repulsion field had done was buy him an extra few seconds. Since at his level, the spell should only last for a second, he should have been completely helpless. Strangely, though, the field persisted, even after a second, and continued after another, and then a third. A brief flash of his character report before he mentally closed the window showed that his mana still wasn't depleting for some reason. So, it wasn't just the healing spells? None of these spells cost mana to cast? Even as he got ready to run away from the deadly knives of his assailants, he felt the first burst of healing energy enter his body, dramatically slowing the bleeding in his wound. It wasn't healed completely yet, but he could feel that it was on its way. He took one step before the Vogmite on his right, which had simply been knocked on its back instead of sent tumbling away, lunged at him from about 5 feet away, passing through the distance between them in a flash. With the field still active around him, his attacker was knocked back once again, though less dramatically, as the Vogmite seemed to be ready for it, with no additional injuries to Théden. The sudden stab toward his stomach startled him so much, however, that the assistant healer jumped to the side in shock, right into the path of the other knife-wielding attacker. His momentum sent the Vogmite flying to the side when he impacted it with his weak repulsion field, and he watched as it slammed into the wall with significant force. As it fell to the floor after the collision with the wall, looking slightly dazed, Théden's continued momentum, panic, and shock at the circumstances caused him to trip and fall directly onto the downed Vogmite. Or he would have fallen directly onto the spindly-limbed monster if it hadn't been for his protective spell, which kept him a few inches away from actually touching it. Direct contact with the field on top of it, with nowhere to be repulsed, meant that the Vogmite received a constant barrage of pushbacks with no way to stop it as it struggled to free itself. Underneath his sprawled body, the monster was essentially beaten to a pulp as its chest and head were smashed and crushed from the pressure of the assistant healer's spell. You have slain a Vogmite worker, minimal, level 5. You have received... A series of windows suddenly popped up in his vision, and he read the first line before mentally closing all of them in a panic. Just as he did, he saw out of the corner of his eye the other Vogmite launch itself at him with the intent to land on top of him, and he instinctively braced for a knife in his back. But the creature was repelled away from him and hit the ceiling before coming back down. Shocked at the turn of events, Théden rolled out of the way as the remaining Vogmite landed on top of its crushed companion, which it didn't seem to care about in the least. Thinking to crush that one as well, the assistant healer attempted to get to his hands and knees and throw himself on top of his assailant, but the monster was too quick for that. Launching itself up from where it landed upon its dead companion, the Vogmite worker moved out of the way of Théden's clumsy attack and jumped off the nearby wall like it was a parkour master, flinging itself toward the door. As it fled from the cave room and suddenly began to screech in the same high-pitched language that he'd heard before they arrived, Théden winced at the slowly healing pain in his side as he got to his feet. Looking at the floor and the crushed remains of the Vogmite, he gagged a little at the gruesome sight. Physically steeling himself as he closed his eyes and reminding himself that the little monster deserved it, he attempted to cast his weak healing spell to heal him the rest of the way, instead of having to wait for his weak regeneration to finish the job. But it failed. Only one channeled spells can be active at the same time. The message joined the others that he had ignored earlier. But he didn't have time to look at them all quite yet. Instead, he mentally stopped channeling his weak repulsion field and immediately felt vulnerable again. Quickly casting weak healing on himself, he felt the wound in his side and the injury to his wrist miraculously heal themselves entirely, his limp wrist snapping back into place with a numb pop, and the knife wound sealing itself up completely while fixing all the internal damage. The only physical evidence left after a few seconds to show that he was even injured was the still wet blood further staining his shirts.
Of course, his mental trauma of being stabbed was still present, but he refused to dwell on it at the moment. Instead, he had to move before the Vogmite that ran away brought back a bunch of its friends. While it seemed as though he was suddenly invulnerable thanks to the fact that his mana didn't seem to deplete, he didn't want to risk something being able to get around his protective spell. Feeling much better after the heals, he cast another weak regeneration on himself and then started channeling his weak repulsion field, protecting him as he ventured out of the treasure cave, leaving behind a bunch of weapons and armor he couldn't use, a pile of rotting heads, and the squashed corpse of a Vogmite who encountered the wrong end of a panicked assistant healer.
Chapter 5. Slinking through the cavern tunnels as quickly as he could, Théoden passed through a long stretch of empty corridor without seeing or hearing anything at all. He was tempted to stick to the shadows in between the magical torches that dotted the stone walls every once in a while, but quickly decided that it was pointless. The bluish barrier surrounding his body didn't necessarily light up the area around him, but it was still quite visible in the darkness. Finally, after what he thought was at least 200 feet from the room he had just left behind, he came to a Y junction that split off in two different directions. He stood there silently for a few seconds while he tried to decide where to go. What finally got him moving was the sound of many high-pitched voices and the slap of feet against stone coming from the left-hand tunnel. Obviously, he wanted to avoid running into the reinforcements that had likely been gathered, so he went right at a run this time. Approximately 50 feet down the tunnel, he stumbled on the stone floor as his foot seemed to sink down slightly with one of his steps. As he fell forward, a portion of the stone wall to his left suddenly expanded toward him with frightening speed, with the intention of squishing him against the opposite wall like a soda can in a trash compactor. Fortunately, his weak repulsion field intercepted the wall and stopped it in its tracks. Unlike when it prevented the attacks from the Vogmites, the wall wasn't repelled, or at least not to the point where it was visible. Even as he landed on his knees, he quickly threw himself forward in case the wall somehow broke through his barrier, and as soon as he was clear, it slammed into the opposite wall with stone pulverizing force. As it made impact, the sound was so loud that it felt like a bomb had just gone off, and he was momentarily deafened and dizzy as his equilibrium was messed up from inner ear damage. That deafness was gone, and his equilibrium was back a few seconds later, as the weak regeneration, which he had been renewing every time it ended, healed his ruptured eardrums. Picking himself up, he looked back to see the wall retracting swiftly and silently to where it had been before, and it slid back in place with an audible click. At the same time, a small square of the stone floor seemed to pop back up, revealing the place where he had stepped and obviously triggered the wall trap. Great. Now I have to worry about traps? Hearing the sounds of pursuit behind him, Théoden figured that if they didn't know where he went before, they sure did now. The sound of two stone walls impacting each other wasn't exactly silent. He took off again at a run, now even more desperate to escape from the Vogmite reinforcements heading his way, which was why, after passing through a winding tunnel, his foot hit a tripwire hidden in the darkness between torches. As he tripped forward, landing flat on his face, the click he heard was just barely enough warning before a dozen sharp-tipped iron spears emerged from holes in the floor, with the intent to impale him. Again, his weak repulsion field saved his life, as it prevented the spears from impaling him, stopping them in place. But it did nothing to prevent his own face from smashing against the floor. A pain in his nose, followed by liquid gushing out, indicated that he had likely just broken his own nose. But he ignored it as he scrambled ahead and moved away from the trap he had triggered. His nose had just healed when, further down the tunnel, he was forced to choose between three new directions. The choice was again easy, as he heard sounds coming down two of the tunnels. He was faced to choose between, and he took off down the only option. After running for nearly a minute, his heaving breaths showing that he was quickly running out of energy, which he thought was probably because his resurrected body hadn't ever eaten anything, he began to think that he was finally starting to gain some ground because he hadn't triggered any traps lately. That thought was barely finished before another click preceded the corridor becoming awash with green flames. Unbelievable pain accompanied the verdant firestorm surrounding him, and it was all he could do to blindly run forward and hope that he exited the trap before it killed him. And he was sure that it would, because his weak repulsion field did jack squat to block it. As he stumbled out of the flames, falling to his knees as he uncontrollably screamed out in pain, he wondered why it hadn't actually felt hot while within the fire, even though his flesh felt like it was starting to melt off his body. Not caring at the moment if there was something else dangerous around, he canceled his field spell and scrounged up enough focus to activate weak healing from his access slots. His arms could barely move from the damage done to them, but through great force of will, he managed to get them into position to cast the spell. At the same time it started to be channeled, and the cool, healing energy flowed through his body, his weak regeneration also ticked over and healed an additional point of his health, bringing with it a relief that finally allowed him to stop screaming. Théoden attempted to look around to see where he currently was, but it seemed as though whatever the green fire had done to him had melted his eyes, and it took a few seconds for his magical spell to heal them fully. Once he was able to blink normally, his restored vision came back, and he was able to finally look around, only to see the same tunnel he had been running down before he was hit by the flames. Glancing down at his clothes, he was surprised to see that they were perfectly intact, not even slightly harmed by the fire he had run through, as if it was designed to bypass clothing and burn whatever was underneath. Magical fire? I guess it makes sense with the torches and everything, but this is totally unfair. Knowing that he had likely almost died once again, his mind shoved away his near-death experience as he got to his feet, before cautiously making his way forward once again. His screams had likely alerted his pursuers, but that couldn't be helped. He was going to have to take his time a little bit more as he navigated his way down the tunnels, because it had just been revealed that he was certainly not invulnerable like he had thought. The reason for that was included in the description of his weak repulsion field, which stated that it only blocked all physical damage done to him up to level 20. As the flames were magical in nature, he had been affected by them as if he'd had absolutely no protection. If he were to accidentally stumble into a lava pit, or even a vat of acid, he didn't think his protective barrier would help him. So he hurried down the tunnel, but he didn't run anymore, despite having the urge to do just that. Fortunately, his pursuers seemed to still be at the same distance behind him, so they weren't catching up to him. If he felt that they were closing in on his position, he would inevitably accelerate his own pace up, which could be dangerous, especially as he accidentally triggered another pair of traps shortly thereafter, one of which seems to spit out glowing globs of acidic goo from the ceiling, which hissed and smoked as it plopped onto the stone floor. He had to delicately maneuver his way around the piles of goo as he made his way further down the tunnel, and a lone drop on his arm from the holes in the ceiling as he passed by proved that his field was useless against the magical acid goo, which burned a hole through his flesh before he scraped it off against the wall. Thankfully, the other trap was only a barrage of stone-tipped arrows that emerged from the wall, which were all repelled by his field with ease. After those two, he ran into no more traps, or at least he didn't trigger anymore. A T-junction caused him to take another right tunnel, as he couldn't hear anything down it, and it was only at this point that he began to question why he hadn't run into any other Vogmites thus far. Sure, it wasn't as if he wanted to run into any, but he couldn't help thinking that if this was a dungeon like the message had said, then he would have imagined that the place would be crawling with the monsters. It was entirely possible that they were all in pursuit of him, but that was also strange that all of them just happened to be in the same place when the call for reinforcements went out. And judging by how much he had traversed already, the entire cave system was large enough that it seemed unlikely. However, he didn't know what he could do about it other than keep moving, hoping that this was the way out, because he really didn't want to turn around and stumble upon his pursuers en masse. 4 more turns over the next minute made him completely lost, and he was beginning to tire from the constant rush through the tunnels and the persistent paranoia over activating another trap. Coupled with the fact that he was literally starving, his energy was starting to flag, and his throat was beginning to dry out as a lack of water was starting to get to him from all the exertion. He wasn't in the best shape before all this happened to him, and that didn't seem to have changed now that he was in a new world and had his body rebuilt by some sort of magical force. The change in the tunnels was subtle at first, but he eventually noticed that his pathway through the dungeon was beginning to noticeably widen, and that the magical torches had increased in frequency, leaving very little in the way of shadows in between them. As he looked ahead, the tunnel, which was at least 30 feet wide and half that tall, curved gradually to the right. As he continued down it, his breathing ragged at this point from his panic-induced flight, the tunnel finally ended. Unfortunately, it didn't end because it led out into the open world of the outside, but because there was a gigantic set of double doors made out of what appeared to be a red stone, contrasting starkly with the grayish stone of the rest of the dungeon. The doors were split down the middle in a barely perceptible line, and carved into the middle of the stone doors was a giant, humanoid-looking skull that had green, flickering flames contained in its eye sockets. Remembering the flame trap from earlier, Théden shook slightly at the sight. But it wasn't that alone that made him stop and debate about whether he wanted to go any further. A sense of danger seemed to emanate from the other side of the doors, as if he were prey, and he could feel a predator through the creepy stone doors, just waiting for him to walk into its trap. It was an eerie feeling, and he was inclined to heed the danger that the doors represented and turn around. He wasn't completely ignorant of what might be waiting for him, as even with his limited experience in such things in games, a giant door found in a dungeon could only mean that there was some sort of elite monster or boss behind it, where groups of players would challenge and kill it for some sort of epic loot drops. But this wasn't a game. At least, he didn't think it was. This was real life, and he wasn't in a group, nor did he have any real way to inflict damage other than what he'd already been able to do. Going into the dangerous situation he could sense behind the doors was tantamount to suicide, even with his protections, which had already been proven to be less than perfect in his defense. While it was possible that even if he died, whatever force that recreated his body might be able to do that again, there was no guarantee that his head would still be fully intact to do so. A fate worse than death also presented itself to his imagination, as he had run away from his pursuers. What if they discovered that my body would regrow itself if left alone for a few hours, and used it as a way to have a constantly regenerating buffet of flesh that they could harvest whenever it grew enough? I can't even imagine how insane I would become after watching my body being eaten day after day for years on end. He really wanted to live, but such a horrifying prospect made him wish that he had actually died by being dropped into an active volcano. At least it would have been quick and relatively painless after the first few seconds of agony. Théden turned around to go back, but before he ran more than a few dozen feet, the sounds of his pursuers reached him a few seconds before they actually appeared, and it was worse than he thought. Dozens of the spindly-legged Vogmites surged into the tunnel and spread out into its wider width, and he was immediately bombarded with the red-colored text that floated over each of them. There were at least another 30 or 40 visible Vogmite workers similar to the ones that had discovered him in the treasure room, and he was almost positive that there were more behind the initial group farther into the tunnel. all around level 5 to 6. But they were the least of his worries, as he saw other kinds that were larger in appearance and higher in level. Vogmite Guard, minimal level 7. Vogmite Guard, minimal level 8. Vogmite Guard, minimal level 9. The Vogmite guards carried longer knives, or what were probably short swords, in their hands, and a few of the higher-leveled ones also had a small shield, similar in shape and size as the buckler he had seen in the treasure room. They were also approximately 30% larger than the workers, putting them at about 4.5 feet tall. Thaden still had a height advantage at 6 feet, but that didn't really mean much when facing literally dozens of them simultaneously. Leading the massive group of bloodthirsty monsters was a Vogmite that was half again as tall as the guards, putting it at nearly 7 feet tall, and thereby taller than the assistant healer. Vogmite Foreman, minimal level 10. It carried nothing but a white-colored leather whip in its hands, but its intimidating gaze was almost a weapon in and of itself. The foreman also seemed to be in charge of the other Vogmites, a fact that became evident as it barked out what sounded like an order in a slightly deeper voice than the others, and the veritable army of Vogmites suddenly ground to a halt, staring at Thaden with murder in its eyes. The gross yellow teeth in its mouth were longer and sharper than those of any of the other Vogmites he'd seen, as if they had been filed to create longer points, and a reddish substance seemed to have dripped down from its mouth and dried, giving it an even more nightmarish appearance than he thought was possible.
What was even worse was when it spoke to him, as being able to understand it shocked him so much that he didn't know how to react.
"You have violated the sanctity of our horde before facing our might, contender. And our constraints have been lifted," it shouted, the voice guttural but also higher-pitched than one would expect from such a monster. "Now you will die." As far as villainous speeches went, it left a lot to be desired, but the content of the speech was enough to snap him out of his stupor. "Wait, what do you mean?" He never got a chance to finish his question, as the foreman snapped his whip forward with a crack, which was apparently the signal for the others to charge at him. In a panic, he turned around yet again and sprinted with everything he had toward the dangerous double doors, hoping that whatever he faced inside was easier than what was already headed his way. Thaden arrived at the doors a mere second before the charging Vogmites, and he pushed them open. Or at least he tried to. But they didn't budge even a little bit. Chastising himself for mixing up a push for a pull door, he gripped one of the teeth of the carved skull and pulled it as hard as he could, only for it to not shift in the slightest. Oh, crap. Turning so that his back was to the door, he saw the massive horde of Vogmites closing in. I'm so dead. Chapter 6. Petrified with fear, Thaden stood with his back to the immovable double doors, waiting for the horde to attack him. Despite his weak repulsion field still being active, and knowing that it would, hopefully, protect him, it couldn't alleviate the sheer horror of being attacked by monstrous nightmares wielding sharp implements in their hundreds. And it was definitely at least a couple hundred, given that they didn't seem to stop streaming into the tunnel from around the corner. Thankfully, most of them seemed to be workers at a lower level than the guards or the foreman, though that didn't really make much of a difference when they had numbers on their side. As a result of being frozen in terror, the assistant healer didn't move when the first ranks of the workers jumped at him with their knives held out menacingly, intending to stab and carve him up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Even though he halfway expected it to happen, Thaden still flinched when the monsters rebounded off the bluish field around his body, where they were sent flying backwards. He watched in shock as they slammed into the workers still running behind them, bowling them over from the impact. For the most part, all it resulted in was the attackers falling over each other, with possibly a few superficial injuries. In one case, however, the rebounding worker hit the one following it in such a way that its knife ended up stabbing it in the face, or more accurately, its eyes, killing it as the knife accidentally ended up in its brain. As the second wave of attackers bounced off his field, and as he saw that a few more workers were hurt from accidental stabbings, none of which were immediately fatal like the first, unfortunately, Théden began to think he might actually have a chance against the Vogmites if he took advantage of his semi-invulnerability. Granted, his only real way to deal damage was through the use of the repulsion effect of the field, which only seemed to work because the nightmarish monsters were actually quite lightweight, but it was better than nothing. Therefore, he figured he might as well leverage the spell to the fullest extent, exploiting it for his own gain. Plus, he would rather proactively fight back against these things rather than let them come to him, because he figured that it was only a matter of time before something made it through that he wasn't expecting. With that thought in mind, he went on the attack, or some semblance of attacking, at least. In reality, all he did was start running toward the Vogmites closing in on him, forcing them to attack his field while he had momentum behind him. From his experience back in the treasure room, he was aware that his movements incrementally helped in amplifying the repulsion for some reason, and he used this to the best of his abilities. When he was stabbed while he was running full speed, the monsters shot away like a rocket, tearing through the others behind them like a cannonball. The damage he did to them was relatively minor, though occasionally one would stab or get stabbed by another Vogmite upon them colliding with each other. At least until he approached the side of the tunnel in one of his runs and was attacked by one of the larger guards. As it swung its sword at him, the sword was repelled back toward the Vogmite, where it lodged in its upper body. Essentially, he had made the unwary monster stab itself with its rebounding sword. There was a split-second victory celebration in his head at this occurrence, just before he bodily slammed into the guard, his field failing him for the first time. The impact shoved the sword deeper into its gut, while also knocking the wind out of Théden when the weapon's hilt slammed into his stomach. His momentum pushed them both backwards, however, and even as the assistant healer stumbled a few steps from the unexpected injury, the impaled Vogmite took the time to try and slam its small shield against Théden's face. This time, the weak repulsion field worked perfectly fine, as it repulsed the attack and sent the guard flying backwards, right into the wall a few feet behind it. It hit with bone-crunching force that had it collapsing on the floor immediately afterwards without any sign of movement, and he was fairly certain that he had killed it. He barely noticed, however, as he nearly fell to his knees as he was finally able to drag in a breath of air. What happened, he thought. But he was fairly certain he knew what went wrong. Just like when he had slammed his face into the floor, the field didn't seem to negate the damage from self-inflicted injuries. As he had run into the guard at that point, he had essentially inflicted that damage to himself. Another vulnerability I have to worry about now. Would it protect me if I were to jump off a cliff? Or if I was pushed off instead? Can it somehow tell the difference? He didn't know, but now wasn't the time to experiment. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about running into too many other things with self-inflicted injuries, because the Vogmites were still out to kill him. It also appeared that they had seen his injury and suspected he had a weakness, but they weren't smart enough to figure it out. Instead, they simply threw themselves at him more and more, and it was all Théden could do to keep moving and allow them to attack him repeatedly. He lost track of time as he continued to run around like a chicken with its head cut off, making all the Vogmites attacking him bounce off his field and injure themselves in the process. He concentrated on trying to corral them toward the walls, where they did a lot more damage to themselves when they hit the immovable stone, and the dead quickly piled up to the point where he tripped over a number of them in his assault. Once or twice he accidentally landed on one of the still-living monsters, and the same result happened to them as the one back in the treasure room, as in they had their bodies crushed by the field. He discovered that it didn't count as self-inflicted because they were constantly trying to push him off, either through the use of their knives, swords, or shields, or simply with their hands. Even squirming under him could be considered an attack,
which ended up with their demise as each time they were repelled against the ground, they rebounded back up to him with enough force to be considered another attack, which would then repeat the repulsion effect. It was completely unfair for the Vogmites, he realized, but he didn't care. The fact that they didn't seem to learn meant that they kept coming at him despite hundreds of their companions lying dead on the floor from accidental stabbings, blunt damage originating from hitting the stone walls with force, or simply repeated injuries as they were flung away from him. He was practically dead on his feet by the time he cornered the last guard he could still see on its feet, and a stab toward his face was met with a repulsion that sent it flying into the wall behind it, where it cracked its head on the stone. Stumbling to its feet and obviously disoriented, it attempted to attack him once again, but completely missed as Théoden was standing too far away from it to make contact. As it fell forward from being unbalanced by the swing, the assistant healer stepped forward and allowed the Vogmite to fall into him, which counted as a physical attack, sending it flying back into the wall, where he heard a crack as something seemed to break in its back.
As it flopped to the floor, incapacitated, if not dead, Théoden was about to collapse from exhaustion, starvation, and dehydration. But he heard something behind him. Slowly turning his head around, he met the eyes of the Vogmite foreman he had forgotten about in his rush to send the workers and guards flying so that they killed themselves. The angry-looking foreman was standing approximately 10 feet away, but that was still close enough for its whip to snake out and try slicing at him. But just as everything else had been, the weapon was repelled a number of feet backwards. As for the Vogmite holding it, it didn't seem to be affected by the field in the least. Instead of attacking with the whip immediately again, the foreman stared at Théoden for a few seconds as the assistant healer shuffled his feet until he was facing the Vogmite, intending to rush it to perform the same stunt he'd done against all of the others. However, before he could take a single step, the whip held by the foreman ignited with green flames covering its entire length. Uh-oh. Recognizing them, he started to back away in fear, but it was already too late. With a flick of the Vogmite's wrist, the whip cracked toward him. He was only relieved for a split second as he saw that the physical whip was stopped and repelled by his field. But the green flames around the tip of the whip that impacted the barrier around him seemed to detach and continue toward his chest. Horrible pain flowed through his upper body as the flames passed through his shirts and began to burn his flesh. He screamed in pain, even as he panicked and forced his tired legs to move in order to run away from the source of the flames. He made it all of 3 steps before another crack of the whip inflicted more burning fire along his side. Crying out from the absolute agony that engulfed his flesh, he stumbled over a Vogmite corpse and just barely avoided being hit again by the whip and its green flames. Scrambling to his feet, he ran with every bit of energy he could scrounge up, putting distance between him and the horrendous foreman. It felt like his entire torso was a mass of burnt and melting flesh at that point, which also had the unfortunate side effect of making it harder to breathe. Fighting through the pain, he noticed that the flames had subsided, leaving behind damage, which was alleviated somewhat by the weak regeneration that he had been subconsciously maintaining throughout the entire fight against the Vogmites. It was actually easy to do, as he simply renewed it every time he felt the healing energy rush through him. He wished that it stacked, so that he could have hundreds of copies of the spell running simultaneously. But unfortunately, all additional instances of the spell simply reset the duration. But it was going to take entirely too much time for it to heal normally, which meant that he had to cancel his weak repulsion field and use weak healing to fix himself back up. Fortunately, a glimpse of the Vogmite foreman showed itself to be more than a bit cocky, as it slowly walked toward where he had retreated, as if confident that it was only a matter of time before its fleeing victim succumbed to the damage it had already inflicted. Before he could think about it, he canceled his field and activated his first access slot. And it was at this point that he discovered that he couldn't move while it was being cast. A few seconds later, as healing energy began to flow through his body, which quickly repaired the melted flesh on his torso. He could move again while it continued to heal. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to heal everything as the foreman saw what he was doing and sped up its walk while he was restricted during the casting process. But he managed to cancel his channeled healing spell and activate his protective field just as he threw himself to the side. Landing on top of a corpse, he rolled a few times as the initial whipping attack and a follow-up were just barely avoided, and he began to look for a solution to his problem. Still slightly hurt but not debilitated anymore, with his regeneration helping to finish off the last of the healing a second later, he attempted to run away, but his legs were already so tired that the foreman only had to walk fast to keep up with him. That only lasted a few seconds before another strike by the whip at his back caused his right shoulder to erupt in agonizing pain from the green flames that passed through his field, and he tripped over another corpse from the sudden attack. Lacking the strength to immediately get to his feet, he could only scramble to his knees, only for yet another whip and its subsequent flames to smack him in the back of his head, pitching him forward from the flare of the sudden attack. With just the barest coherent thoughts in his pain-riddled mind, Thaden managed to fall on his side so that he was looking back at the foreman approaching him. He had a final thought to rush to his feet and do something. But another whip crack caused green flames to begin consuming his lower torso, which ended that idea right there as he began to lose consciousness. Out of desperation, and nearly out of his mind, Thaden canceled his protective spell yet again and started casting weak healing. His arms could barely move into the position as he laid on his back, and another flare of agony consumed his legs as he finally cast his spell. Even though healing energy flowed through him, it wasn't enough to keep up with the flames burning his flesh. Soon enough, he could feel himself slipping away, especially after he was whipped in the face and his skin was torn from the physical contact. But then a miracle happened. No, it wasn't his body being suddenly healed like it was being resurrected, though that surely would have been nice. Instead, even as his sight was fading from the flames that had flowed over his head, he noticed that the foreman's whip suddenly stopped burning with the greenish hell it contained, and the Vogmite itself had dropped to its hands and knees in apparent exhaustion. It stayed that way for the next few seconds as the flames sputtered out over his skin, and the healing energy he was channeling finally pushed back against the damage his body had sustained. With a scream of pain burning his dry, raw throat, Thaden sat up and cautiously got to his feet while maintaining his channeled healing spell. And by the time he was standing steadily on 2 feet again, his regeneration once again finished off his recovery. The incredible trauma of almost being burned to death was worse than the trap before, and his mind temporarily snapped at the same time his fingers did the same, canceling his current spell while activating his protective one. With an incomprehensible roar, he stumbled toward the visibly recovering Vogmite foreman with his hands out in front of him, as if he was getting ready to tear the vicious monster limb from limb. Instead, he unintentionally threw himself toward his adversary when he tripped over his own feet, tackling it as it began to stand up, its lower leg inadvertently coming up as if trying to knee him in the stomach. That, of course, was all his weak repulsion field needed as it kicked in, pushing the Vogmite away from him toward the floor, and Thaden landed on it. Its bounce against the floor as it hit kicked the field into action again, but he wasn't satisfied with simply crushing it to death with his spell. Without any skill or plan, his fists lashed out and pounded against the face of the foreman, cutting his fingers on its sharp teeth in the process, but he ignored the pain as he used what little strength he had left to do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, his strength was measured by his physicality stat, which, at 1, didn't really inflict much damage. He eventually cracked a few teeth and caved in a small portion of its skull, but what really did the foreman in was its attempts at fighting back, which resulted in it being smashed against the floor repeatedly, and eventually it succumbed to death after nearly a full minute of abuse. When it stopped moving, and he was convinced it was dead, Thaden rolled off the top of the corpse of the foreman, his breathing heavy and his anger still blazing through his mind. The fact that he had survived hadn't really hit him yet, though he was aware of it on a subconscious level. Instead, all he could think about was wishing that he could bring the foreman back to life so he could smash its face in again. In the silence of the corpse-filled tunnel, a sudden click made him turn his head toward the sound, as he feared another trap at this point, though that fear burned up in his anger from his pain-fueled memories. Instead, as he watched the green flames inside the skull carved into the double doors extinguish themselves, followed by the red stone slabs parting and swinging open, all he could think about was whether there was something else inside upon which he could conduct his revenge.
Chapter 7.
Rushing through the now open stone doorway, Thaden barely slowed down as he found himself in a cave unlike any other he'd seen thus far. First off, it was much larger, at approximately 150 feet wide and twice that deep, and the ceilings reached 50 feet above his head. In addition, it was brightly lit by magical torches that numbered in the hundreds all around the smoothly carved walls, as well as a dozen pendant-like chandeliers dangling from the ceiling on chains made of what appeared to be iron. Also, along the walls were wide green fabric banners that draped from approximately 10 feet from the ceiling to just above the floor, spaced out, that reminded him of stripes on a circus tent. The floor was flat and shiny, like polished marble, though it had enough grit to it that it wasn't slippery. Standing upright on the floor were iron lamps with green flames, spaced approximately 10 feet away from each other, flanking a pathway 20 feet wide that led toward the end of the cave. Though calling it a cave at this point was a bit of a misnomer, because it was more of a throne room. That was because a throne made of polished stone sat at the end of the pathway, and on it was a Vogmite that was also different than any other Thaden had seen thus far, as this one was wearing what looked like a crude steel band on its head, with a few uncut green gemstones seemingly hammered into it, as if it were some sort of royal crown. When it stood up at his entrance, he also discovered that it was also at least 12 feet tall, which was certainly different from even the foreman he'd just killed. Vogmite Queen. Boss. Minimal level 12? Queen? Is that supposed to be a female? It looked exactly the same as all the others he'd killed, though he supposed that the delicate-looking, silver-colored scepter in its hand looked feminine. The long object had a green flame on top that flickered threateningly, and seemed to expand as the queen stood up.
Not that he cared at the moment, because his mind, while tangentially taking in the details of the room and his target, was only on one thing: revenge. He heard a snarl leave his mouth as he used every iota of energy he still had left to race across the room toward the royal Vogmite, who stepped down from the dais where the throne sat. Before he was even halfway to his future victim, a wave of the scepter and a flare of the green flame above it caused a wall of green flames to spring up in front of him, even as he noticed a roiling ball of flames appear approximately 20 feet above and in front of him, growing from the size of a baseball to the size of a basketball within seconds. The analytical part of his mind cataloged this new information, while the rest pushed his murderous urges, and he knew that the weak repulsion field wasn't going to be much good against his enemy. As such, he deactivated his protective barrier and stopped abruptly, about 5 feet from the wall of flames. Even as he started casting weak healing, the basketball-sized ball of flames shot straight at his chest, hitting with an explosive impact that sent him stumbling and falling on his back. Despite the hit, and the fact that his chest and lower neck were burning and melting from the green flames, his single-minded focus on killing all the Vogmites he saw allowed him to maintain his spellcasting without interruption.
He had barely hit the ground before the healing began to soothe some of the burns, though he was still technically on fire. He didn't care at this point, however, as it was just pain. He and the agony of flesh burning from magical flames were old friends by that point. It wasn't that he didn't feel it, or even that he ignored it. Instead, it was as if it was an inconvenience that he needed to do whatever he could to push through in order to accomplish his goal.
As such, he needed to heal his damaged body so that he could move, which was why he switched to his channeled healing spell. It was a means to an end, and that end would be the complete annihilation of every Vogmite he saw. Even as the spell began to provide him with healing energy, another ball of green flames appeared above him, growing in size. Seeing its intention, he rolled to the side just as it shot downward, missing him by a few feet, though the explosion upon impact sent even more flames to splash against his left arm, burning him through his sleeves. Gritting his teeth as he struggled to his feet, he was nearly hit by another projectile as he stood up, but he managed to duck down so that it passed over his head. Without any other thought, Théoden ran toward the wall of green flames blocking his way forward. He didn't stop or hesitate as he pushed through the thick barrier, screaming as his entire body caught on fire, reminiscent of when he had activated the trap earlier. Instead of stopping as he did before, as his weak healing spell and weak regeneration were still actively healing his melting flesh, he continued running even as he felt some of his muscles and ligaments falter as they were practically liquefied. Although he didn't think it could happen, his rage only expanded as the pain was so incredible he had started to lose any coherent thought by that point. All that was left at that moment was the agony and his target, though he couldn't see it currently. That was because the assistant healer was also temporarily blinded as the flames filled his face. But he kept running despite the pain. He just hoped that the continued flames meant that he was moving in the right direction. A few seconds later, as the flames guttered out and the healing energy could gain some ground, he was able to see through his restored eyes that he was only about 10 feet away from the queen, snarling as he brought his hands up as if he was going to snap its neck. That wasn't likely, given that its neck was a few feet out of reach, but he wasn't really thinking clearly by that point. Another fireball smashed into him from the back, sending him stumbling forward from the impact, and he landed only a few feet away from the royal Vogmite. As he struggled to his feet, the queen angled its scepter, and a green beam shot toward his head that he was barely able to move aside before it hit him dead on. As it was, the left side of his face and his ear were on fire, including his left eye, which gave him only one to see through. But that was all he needed. With an incomprehensible snarl, he leapt forward, only to be smacked away with the surprisingly sturdy implement in the queen's hand. He realized that it was a lot larger than he thought it was, given his perspective from before, because it was at least the size and weight of a solid steel pipe approximately 5 feet long. As it smashed against his upper left arm, knocking him to the side, he felt something give under his flesh as the bone broke. But it was just another torturous pain that he acknowledged and did his best to work through, especially as he managed to get back to his feet after a double healing from healing and regeneration. Expecting another green fireball to slam into him, he braced for the impact, but was momentarily surprised out of his raging state when nothing hit him. Instead, the queen was approaching him with her scepter held like some sort of weapon, and a point on its lower end indicated that it wasn't just for show. The scepter was also meant for smashing and stabbing. Even though he wasn't anywhere near healed yet, as a part of his back was still on fire and his left arm was still useless from the half-healed break, he canceled his weak healing spell and snapped his fingers, a grim smile on his face as he charged back at the queen. The royal Vogmite obviously hadn't gotten the memo about his protective barrier because it tried to hit him again with a large piece of metal in its hand, which was a very poor idea. As soon as it impacted against his field,
The scepter was suddenly repelled with a small amount of force. However, even that small amount was enough to knock it out of the queen's hand, not necessarily due to the strength of repulsion, but from sheer surprise. As it flew a few feet and then skittered along the ground, no longer in the royal Vogmite's possession, Théoden hadn't stopped his charge. Given that his target's height was twice his own, the assistant healer aimed low and did his best impersonation of a football tackle as he slammed into her left knee with his shoulder. While he'd never played sports when he was younger, he'd watched plenty of it on TV, so he thought he knew what he was doing. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten that football players usually wore pads to protect themselves, and they also typically didn't run straight into a bony appendage twice the size it should be. As a result, he felt something in his right shoulder crack as soon as he made contact with the Vogmite's knee. Fortunately for him, his momentum and weight were enough to actually do some damage as the queen's leg bent backwards. As he bounced off the leg and fell flat on his face, his exhaustion, ongoing pain, and lack of energy making it hard to pick himself up, he turned his head when a shadow fell over him, just in time to see the giant Vogmite falling on him.
He couldn't move even if he had the energy, as his arm and shoulder were incapacitated, and he could barely get to his knees, let alone roll out of the way. It turned out that he needn't have worried about moving, because his weak repulsion field was more than enough to protect him. As the queen fell on top of him, his field repelled her heavy body with enough force that it lifted up a foot or so before crashing back down on him. When it was hit again, it was repulsed again, though with slightly greater force than before, sending it up a foot and a half. This repeated again and again as the repulsion force increased, acting like some sort of magical trampoline as the bounces became more and more violent. Finally, getting some much-needed relief from his weak regeneration, Théoden was finally able to stand up, and his efforts just so happened to occur when the queen was landing on him again. The impact with the field was much greater than before, because he was moving upwards, and it sent the Vogmite flying off at an angle behind him. When he went to go see what happened to his target, he was confused at what had happened, though it quickly became obvious when he saw the dying queen. She had been flung up and away at just the right angle that she landed on top of one of the lamps that lined the pathway up to her throne, and it seemed as though the iron lamp was firmly attached to the stone floor. This was obvious because it didn't move in the slightest when the large Vogmite's chest was impaled by it, and the still-lit lamp had pierced the entire way through, trapping her in place. But she wasn't dead yet. That was both good and bad, as far as Théoden was concerned. It was good because he wanted to be the one to finish her off, but it was also bad because the Vogmite just so happened to impale itself on a lamp close to the scepter that had been knocked out of her hands. Seeing another wall of green flames appear, surrounding him this time. Once the queen got her hands on the large steel weapon, Théoden once again canceled his field and cast his weak healing spell. Thankfully, no balls of flame appeared from above to slam into him, so he let the healing energy flow through him for a few seconds. And after his shoulder popped back into place and the last of his burns were soothed away, he rushed through the encircling flames with his arm over his eyes, hoping that it would protect them from being completely annihilated like last time. When he made it through the ring of green fire, his entire body was on fire again, but his eyes were thankfully undamaged as he pulled his arm free. He growled at the unbelievable pain he was experiencing, but also from the sight of the queen attempting to use her scepter to push herself up and off of the impaling lamp. Not wanting to give her a chance to escape, Théoden scrambled forward with his melting flesh and muscles, arriving through sheer force of will at her head, where he attempted to punch the royal Vogmite with all his might. His exhaustion and still injured physique did him in, however, as all he ended up doing was falling on his face as he unbalanced himself, and he let out an oomph as the air blasted out of his lungs from the impact against its hard surface. He landed with his arm halfway inside the mouth of the royal Vogmite, who foolishly chose to bite down on it. As her jaws were repulsed and opened wider, the action ended up hitting Théoden's chest, or at least it tried to, because his field kicked in once again, sending the queen's entire head snapping back and down. The movement caused the entire body of the Vogmite to shift downwards on the lamp it was impaled upon, and as the skull of the royal monster bounced off the floor and hit him again, this whole series of events repeated itself over and over with rapidity. Within a few seconds, the queen had essentially hammered herself down the lamp to the floor, and her head was being pounded by his field before he could begin to recover from his fall. Just before her skull cracked and she died, Théoden managed to slip off the side and smash his fist into its temple, and he was pleasantly surprised when his hand didn't just bounce off. Instead, the pounding the skull had taken from his field had softened it up enough that his fist punched through the fractured bone and into its brain up to his forearm. All he could feel was squishiness by that point, and as he went to pull his hand out and punch the queen once again, the royal Vogmite suddenly spasmed for a brief second, before falling completely still. His anger was still burning enough that he was willing to beat up the dead monster, but his strength gave out as he removed his arm from her head, and he collapsed on the floor, entirely unable to shift himself once he stopped moving. Théoden closed his eyes as he felt himself collapsing on the floor, next to the dead body of the Vogmite queen, the anger slowly draining from his mind, along with his consciousness. By the time he was fully laid out on the floor, he drifted away into a semi-conscious state, though instead of the void of dreamless sleep, he was plagued by visions of another sort. Memories of his life before he was transported away from Earth first flowed through his mind. He recalled his relatively inexpensive apartment in the Chesterton suburbs, which was minimally decorated because he didn't believe in furnishing it with anything but what he absolutely needed. Pictures of his parents were the only things on the walls, which were over a decade old. It wasn't because he failed to find time to get new ones, but because they had both passed away due to a gas line rupture under their house, a week after he graduated high school. It felt like so long ago that he barely thought about it anymore, though for some reason he thought about it now. His work had been fulfilling and allowed him to do things on his own terms, though it wasn't as all-encompassing as it seemed to be according to the few friends he had acquired in college. At least that was his impression, because every time he contacted them over the last few years, they were always super busy. He hadn't even seen a single one of them in person in at least half a decade, though it didn't bother him too much, and it still didn't now. Living half a country away made visiting a bit difficult anyway. The few relationships he'd had with women over the years were so unmemorable that he could barely recall their names and faces, and none of them had lasted more than a few weeks. He regretted being the one that had drawn away, not wanting to put time in maintaining contact after the first few dates, and he wished he could go back and see what would have happened if he had actually put some effort into the relationships. As it was, he didn't really have a serious connection to anyone back home, and given that he was an only child, he didn't have any siblings that he missed. Why am I thinking about this? His mental question was quickly answered when the visions in his head changed from his own memories to something that didn't belong to him. A view of the massive glass-walled room that he had only temporarily visited before being rejected appeared in his mind. But this time it was accompanied by a robotic, genderless voice. "Welcome, contenders. The many of you have been selected to represent your planet and species by coming to Tarth, one of many developmental worlds that lead to assimilation. Only by completing the challenges lined out by the training that is about to commence will you be able to move on to additional objectives. Learning about and fulfilling these objectives is paramount to your own survival, as well as the survival of your friends and family, not to mention your entire home world. Know this: you cannot directly return to your world. But your accomplishments will reflect on the worthiness of your species in the greater context of assimilation in its eternal struggle against the forces arrayed against it. Fight well, survive, and demonstrate your individual and party skills in the coming developmental period. Or don't. The choice is up to you. Be aware that after the first year, those who have not advanced past level 1 will be forcibly removed from the world, as you will automatically fail and be rejected by the assimilation system. This threshold will increase over time, but any that are intent on bettering themselves should not worry about not meeting the requisite level quotas. With all that being said, it is now time to begin your train. The vision cut off at that point, which Thaden thought was likely because that was when he had been kicked out of the massive training area and transported into the top of an active volcano. The information he gained from the vision's voice was at least helpful in the sense that he understood a little bit more of why he was there in Tarth in the first place, though it lacked severe details on who it was that brought him and all the other people there in the first place. Was it this mysterious assimilation? Was it some sort of cosmic god playing with people's lives like they were some sort of amusing experiment? Whatever it was, he had no way of finding that out at the moment. In fact, the only thing he could think of right now was taking a short nap to try and regain some of his energy. So that was exactly what he did.
Chapter 8. Waking up from a strangely dreamless sleep, Thaden stretched his arms above his head as he yawned, eventually sitting up as he opened his eyes. His back was a little sore for some reason, making him remember that he'd be turning 30 in a few months. Back pain already? Isn't that something for when I'm 50 or something? It wasn't until his eyes focused on the world around him that he realized he wasn't in his own bed, nor was he luckily in someone else's. Instead, the memories of the last day crashed back into him, from breaking his leg back on Earth, to being split in half and dumped into a volcano, to everything that happened inside the Vogmite Tunnel's dungeon. A pang of extreme hunger assaulted his stomach, along with a parched throat, which was just barely enough of a distraction to take his attention away from the dead Vogmite queen next to him, her brain matter spilling out the side of her head, where he remembered punching it in his rage. An inkling of the anger he had felt after experiencing all that pain made him shiver at how insanely reckless he had been, seemingly uncaring if he lived or died, and only concerned about killing as many of the Vogmites as he could. Given that he was still alive, and his weak repulsion field wasn't active anymore, which he could only assume meant that he couldn't maintain it while he slept, the assistant healer could only conclude that there were no more of the horrid monsters left alive in the dungeon, or else they probably would have appeared after he killed their queen. Getting to his feet was a chore, as the gnawing hunger in his stomach and what was likely the first stages of dehydration had set in, giving him a slight headache as well. A quick cast of his weak regeneration helped to alleviate the pain from his head and stomach a little. But as it was more a symptom of his natural state, it wasn't exactly an injury that he could easily heal. Leaving behind the corpse of the queen, he walked up to the stone throne on which the royal Vogmite had been positioned, before sitting down on it in order to save his energy while he thought about what he was going to do now. As his memories of the day before flowed back into his mind, he remembered the robotic voice that had announced something about contenders and something called assimilation. But what he mainly took from that was the statement that there was no returning home. Even though he didn't know a lot about this world he had found himself in, he was still forced to believe that the voice was telling the truth. If it had the power to rip millions of people, if he was accurate about the count in that massive glass-walled room, from Earth simultaneously, then it was likely that it could prevent anyone from finding a way home. More than that, though, his memories of his life back home at the time stuck with him,
and he realized that he wasn't exactly missing anything if he didn't make it back to Earth. Yes, the world he found himself in was a nightmare on a level he never expected to live through, but it was also a world that held magic, and most likely, feats of wonder that he couldn't even imagine. At least he hoped so, because from what he'd experienced so far in the world, he wasn't that much of a fan. If the entire world of Tarth was full of pain and endless monsters, then he wasn't sure he wanted to live much longer within it. His hope of escaping the tunnels filled with traps and Vogmites had been the only thing keeping him going. But if everything outside of the dungeon was the same, he might just go and find another volcano to jump into. Thankfully, based on what little he saw when he was outside of the dungeon, the world appeared to be a lot larger and wide open compared to the stone tunnels where the Vogmites lived. And while he hadn't been able to see any, he could only imagine that there were people of some sort out there. If there weren't people native to this world present someplace, then perhaps some people from Earth? He could only guess that the training he had missed out on would end eventually, and they would soon join him in the world of Tarth. Of course, that was assuming he was in the same world mentioned by the voice, and that the training didn't take years or decades to complete. Nevertheless, it didn't really matter what was going on outside the dungeon and the world right now, because all that concerned him was finding a way out. Now that the threat of being attacked by Vogmites had dissipated, he could take more time to look around instead of fleeing for his life, and he figured he would eventually find his way out. Still, considering that could take a while, he got up from the throne with a groan as his physical energy levels were so low that he didn't want to move, and he looked around the room for some sort of clue as to where to go to leave. As he slowly walked around, he accidentally kicked the scepter that had belonged to the queen, and it clattered along the stone floor. He bent to pick it up, but it was so heavy that he dropped it almost immediately. Royal Vogmite Scepter of Consuming Flames. Epic. Not compatible with current class. The message that popped up explained the reason it felt so heavy, though he was surprised to see that the item was considered epic as far as quality went. Everything else he'd interacted with had been common, so he could only assume from the games he'd played in the past that something that was epic was much better. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick it up, let alone use it, so he left it where he was. As he closed the window containing the message, he noticed that there were other messages above it that he had completely ignored. He thought perhaps he had actively shut them off at some point so they wouldn't bother him. He was tempted to look at them to see what he had missed, but he was so tired at the moment that he decided to look at them later to see what they were all about. His priority was to get out of the dungeon before anything else. To his good fortune, looking around after having kicked the scepter revealed that there was an opening in the stone wall of the room behind the throne, and without any better place to go, he walked as quickly as he could toward it. His speed was little more than a shuffle at times, but he quickly made steady progress toward the opening and passed through it. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he was startled when magical torches along the wall of the spacious tunnel suddenly ignited, revealing a very short passageway that ended in what seemed to be a blank stone wall. He was about to turn around in disappointment when he saw a small, green, glowing section on the stone wall ahead of him, which strangely reminded him of a handprint, though it was at least 4 times as large as his own hand. Cautiously approaching, after casting his weak healing spell in case it was some sort of magical attack, but ready to deactivate the spell and cast his field, he reached the end of the tunnel and stood in front of the glowing section, trying to make sense of it. With a shrug, he reached out and touched it with a single finger. And nothing happened. Confused, he touched it again, but this time he placed his whole palm against it. And still nothing. It wasn't until he pushed against it that something happened, which was to move a small portion of the wall like it was some sort of hidden doorway,
that was essentially imperceptible to the human eye.
It rotated on hinges that were apparently well-oiled, because it moved silently and smoothly, with a minimum of effort on his part. When he pushed it open fully, he found himself looking at a very familiar cave, filled with a weapon rack, a chest, a pile of old clothing, and a stack of rotting heads right in the middle. What the? This really was the treasure room? In games he'd played in the past, either the enemies he'd killed dropped loot from their bodies, or there was a treasure room after the boss was defeated. He could only assume that the latter was what occurred here. Shaking his head at the strangeness of it all, he walked through the stone doorway, and as soon as he was a few feet into the treasure room, he saw the door pivot closed behind him. He supposed that he probably could have prevented it from closing, but he had no reason to return to the room with the Vogmite Queen or anything before that. He'd rather not remember what happened when he was attacked by hundreds of Vogmites, or the traps that had hurt or tried to hurt him before that. Looking around at where his body had been resurrected after his head was thrown on top of the pile, he again despaired that he couldn't take anything. At least, he couldn't take any weapons or other equipment. A glimpse at the chest showed the pouch of coins that he had abandoned when he was attacked by the Vogmites that entered through the wooden doorway, which he just now realized was wide open and looking out toward the tunnel he had walked down before in his effort to escape. Coins should mean there are places in which to spend them, right? That means there are likely people out there. Somewhere. Grabbing the pouch as he walked by, he left everything else behind since he couldn't carry it, before heading down the tunnel once again. Making sure his weak repulsion field was active again, he traveled down the passageway, unworried that there were any other Vogmites that would attack him, which was a huge difference from his previous experience. When he came to the fork in the tunnel, he debated where to go for only a few seconds before he took the opposite direction of where he'd gone before. This choice proved to be the correct one, as he soon felt and smelled fresh air screaming past him, and he immediately knew that the way out was somewhere in this direction. In what felt like hours, but was more like 10 minutes, his measured pace, designed to carry him forth without exhausting what little energy he possessed, finally had him arriving around a turning that was much more brightly lit. With a burst of energy that came from being near his goal, he pushed himself a little and even jogged the rest of the way, and he finally emerged from the dreary stone tunnels into a brightly lit world that temporarily blinded him until he accustomed himself to the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he coughed almost immediately as he inhaled the scent of rotting flesh and dried blood that was still covering his clothing, but it was also mixed with a sense of the outdoors where he found himself. Taking in the scene and grinning from ear to ear at having escaped the depths of the Vogmite tunnel's dungeon, he looked around to make sense of where he was. Behind him was the extremely tall, snow-capped mountain that he had crashed into the day before, and he was surprised to see that from the base to the top it was almost vertical, with a slope that only extended perhaps 1,000 feet. He could only assume that it was this fact that allowed him to fall for so long as his body cartwheeled lifelessly through an avalanche of snow, then pinballed down the tree line he saw above, before finally landing with bone-pulverizing force a short distance away from his current position. The cave opening leading to the dungeon from which he had just escaped was located at the base of the enormous mountain, and a range of smaller mountain peaks extended to the left and right. Looking up at the sun, which was directly overhead, he couldn't tell if the range was from east to west, north to south, or some other direction, or if the slightly orange-colored sun even acted the same as the one back on Earth. Regardless, that didn't really matter at the moment, because his attention was on the rest of the environment. To his left, away from the base of the mountains, was a thick forest of tall trees that were impossible to see through for more than 100 feet, so he was unsure how far the forest extended. In front of him, and to his right, was a rocky set of foothills that eventually leveled out in a yellow and green, short-grassed plain that extended as far as his eyes could see, with another few stands of trees dotted sporadically around, and a set of rolling hills that dotted the far expanse to his right. What made him most excited was the fact that he could see a cluster of buildings and orderly-looking farms a few miles in the distance from his vantage point, and a barely perceptible track led out from the rocky foothills and directly toward this fortunate sign of civilization. Without any hesitation, Thaden gripped the pouch of coins tighter in his fist as he took the dirt road toward civilization, which wound its way down the foothills. Walking downhill in the fresh air was invigorating, especially compared to trekking through stone-lined tunnels, and the sun on his body helps to warm him from the chill to which he had grown accustomed. Unfortunately, the heat also made his clothes stink even worse than they did before. He actually stopped about a third of the way down the foothills and took off his extra shirt and one pair of his pants, throwing them to the side of the path, leaving him wearing only one set of clothes, though they were torn or cut in multiple places, leaving him even more exposed than before. The stench was better, though. When he reached the switchback about halfway down the pathway to the plains below, a brief growl was all he heard before a shape suddenly jumped at him from his left-hand side. He instinctively brought his hands up to protect his face, but he needn't have bothered since he hadn't deactivated his weak repulsion field. The shape revealed itself to be some sort of large gray cat that blended in with the rocky environment of the foothills. Its deadly claws extended to rip him apart, and its jaws opened wide enough to bite his head off. Unfortunately for the cat, it hit his field with such force from its ambush that he heard something in one of its extended forelegs crack as it hit him first, before its entire form was flung back toward where it had been hiding. The repulsion effect didn't do much actual damage by itself, but the cat's momentum being arrested and reversed all of a sudden meant its body obviously couldn't handle the result. As it landed, he was finally able to get a good look at it. Hill cougar, minimal level 5. The hill cougar was injured, but that didn't seem to stop it as it limped back into a charge and leap that had it heading straight toward him again on the collision course. Despite knowing that he was relatively safe, he stumbled backwards at what had to be at least 400 pounds of feline fury jumping at him. He fell on his butt just as the cougar would have hit him in the stomach, which caused the massive cat to impact the side of his head, where it ricocheted off from the repulsion effect and was boosted up and forward. Unfortunately for the ambushing kitty, it shot straight toward the edge of the path, where it dropped off sharply in a wall of jaggedly sharp stones. He got to his feet as he heard the first growl of pain, and cautiously looking over the edge, he winced as he watched the beast painfully bounce off the rocks on its way down to the pathway that resumed below. When it finally landed, it didn't get up, so he could only assume that it wasn't going to. Unlike the Vogmites, who were nightmarish monsters who had literally eaten his body, Thaden felt slightly bad about what happened to the cougar. Granted, it had ambushed him and would have likely killed him if he hadn't had his weak repulsion field spell active constantly, but it was also a wild animal, and he had likely invaded its territory. He didn't feel badly enough about it that he would have done anything differently, as he didn't really want to die after somehow surviving the Vogmite Tunnel's dungeon. But he could still wish that it hadn't happened. When he was attacked 6 more times on his journey down the foothills, he began to rethink his stance on not harming the wildlife. 2 more of them managed to follow the same unfortunate path down the rocky slopes as the first, while the others injured themselves with their ambushing pounces. 3 of them left him alone after he kept walking, and with each cat at least one of their front legs broken from the impact with his field, they seemed to give up on trying to kill him. The last one went jaws first into his field on the initial ambush and cracked its neck so badly that it collapsed to the dirt pathway, unable to move, but still alive. That was the only time he actually stopped for more than a few seconds after being attacked,
because he debated on whether or not to kill it, as it was suffering and would eventually die from being obviously paralyzed. He couldn't do it.
Sure, he could probably pick up a sharp rock and slit its throat, which he even confirmed was possible after he experimented and picked up a rock as a weapon, and it wasn't made to be super heavy. But slaughtering the helpless cat was too much for him. Instead, he made sure he was relatively safe and there were no more ambushing cougars around him before canceling his field and casting weak healing on the injured beast. A nearly invisible yellow tether formed between his hands and the cougar, pumping healing energy into it. Being the first time he'd used a spell to heal someone other than himself, he was fascinated by the process, which was somehow even more magical because it was so obviously visible. What was odd was that it took nearly 20 seconds before he saw its neck finally snap back into position. He could only assume that it had a much higher health than he did, which meant that it took more healing to return it to a more normal condition. Unfortunately, his kindness was repaid by it trying to jump on him again with absolutely no thought to him actually having healing it. And he sighed as he snapped his fingers to bring his weak repulsion field back to protect himself. The moronic cougar apparently hadn't learned from the first attack and ran headfirst into him again. But since it wasn't completely healed before it pounced at Thaden again, this time it died the instant it snapped its neck completely. After that, he decided that if they attacked him and ended up dead, it was their own damn fault. The sun was dropping lower in the sky when he finally emerged at the bottom of the foothills, his feet as tired as the rest of his body. But he pushed on, knowing that his destination was only a few miles away. The dirt road widened considerably and was better maintained where it merged into the vast plains, which made the walk much smoother than the rock-filled pathway he had been navigating down. It was also mostly flat, with a few undulations of gradual hills, but even so, Thaden was able to see his destination in the far distance. It was a blur from so far away, but that wasn't important. All he could think of by that point was finding civilization, where he could get something to eat and drink, because he was slowly wasting away from his lack of both. With one foot in front of the other, he trudged towards salvation, lying at the end of the road. Chapter 9. The distance to the cluster of buildings seemed to grow longer as he walked, but he put it down to the fact that he was running on so little energy. He had a feeling he would have taken a few breaks along the way to conserve what strength he had left, if it wasn't for the fact that his journey down the road was just as dangerous as it had been in the foothills. Or it would be for normal people, he supposed. With his weak repulsion field constantly active, he didn't really have anything to worry about. Other than looking like the Pied Piper when he finally arrived, of course. It started with a pack of miniature wolves that were somehow able to hide in the foot-tall grass to either side of the dirt road, and they attacked as a coordinated team of 4 that surrounded him within seconds. Grass Wolf, Minimal Level 4. The grass wolves were approximately the size of a Labrador retriever, if not a little smaller, and instead of having grayish-black hair along their backs, like he pictured wolves from movies and TV shows, they were instead a mix of dark green and tan, which blended into the landscape remarkably well. Despite their smaller size and strange coloring, the wolves looked to have a deceptively strong bite, and they were able to move quite quickly around him. If he hadn't been protected by his spell, he probably would have been torn apart before he could heal himself against so many. Their attacks were repulsed just like every other physical attack that had attempted to hit him so far, but the difference between these canines and the felines in the foothills was a matter of weight. Weighing something like 10 to 20% of the big cat's weight, they simply bounced off his protective barrier without doing more than becoming annoyed that they couldn't get through. At first, he stopped when he was attacked, but when they couldn't get through, he just kept walking. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do to hurt or stop them, as they were too fast to try and kick away, and while he could have picked up some rocks to throw at them, he wasn't very confident in his pitching skills.
So after a few seconds of watching them ineffectually attempt to bite him through the field, he kept walking toward the buildings in the distance while they nipped at his heels. A short distance later, the original 4 wolves were joined by another pack of 4, and while there appeared to be some infighting between them, they all joined in on the futile assault against the assistant healer slowly making his way down the road. Another half-mile of travel saw the first of a new beast that thankfully didn't ambush him, though he wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Emu Striker, Minimal Level 3. Standing 5 feet tall, the emu striker was a big, tan-colored, flightless bird that hid in the grass when it folded its legs and sat below the grass line. But when it attacked, it stood up and was visible for quite a distance around. It traveled over the grass quickly at a run that was nearly as fast as the wolves surrounding him, but instead of trying to bite him, it would jump and strike out with its wickedly clawed feet, looking like little switchblades as they attempted to cut through his protection. Each one, of course, failed, but it was their attacks against him that caused a war to start between the 2 packs of wolves still following him and the emus, who came at him one at a time. Whether or not they fought all the time when he wasn't there was unknown, but when the wolves noticed the emus trying to muscle in on their meal, they took offense and quickly surrounded the land-bound birds and slaughtered them.
After he was attacked by 5 different emus, 3 of the wolves had ended up getting killed by the birds because they were deadly in their own right. And yet the canine beasts continued to follow Thaden despite their ineffective assaults on him. Halfway to the buildings in the distance, something else appeared that had been completely ignored by the wolves for some reason. Venomous Snake, Minimal Level 2. It seemed as if the closer to his destination, the weaker the beasts became, though the 8-foot-long, green and black striped serpents that emerged from the grass looked anything but weak. They moved quickly to keep up with Thaden as he kept walking, barely even pausing at the sight of the first one, as they joined in the crowd of wolves still following him. A total of 9 similar-looking snakes slithered along, barely even acknowledged by the wolves as each and every beast and reptile attempted to bite him over and over without success. He began to ignore them after a while, despite the fact that the serpents hissed constantly just before they attacked him. Lastly, when he could see that the cluster of buildings in the distance was actually surrounded by 8-foot-tall walls made of wooden logs planted upright in the dirt and strapped together for strength, a veritable horde of small mammals streamed out from the farmed fields that he passed by. Unfortunately for them, they were almost instantly eaten by both the wolves and the snakes. Wheat Rat, Minimal Level 1. Burrowing Bunny, Minimal Level 1. Field Mouse, Minimal Level 1. Despite their cute-sounding names, the Wheat Rat, Burrowing Bunny, and Field Mouse were at least 4 times larger than he remembered any creature of the same species being back on Earth, which meant that they were dangerous in their own right, as they had sharp teeth, quick movements, and a hearty back kick when it came to the bunny. The problem was that there were so many of them that eventually the wolves and snakes that were following him couldn't even eat them all if they wanted to. And by the time he approached the last 100 feet to the walled village? Town? He wasn't sure what to classify it as, other than being a sanctuary that could help him finally escape from everything trying to kill him. "Stop!" Thaden nearly fell flat on his face when he heard a gruff voice calling out to him, and he nearly cried in relief when he understood the words spoken. He had been slightly worried that, after being transported to another world entirely, none of them would speak English, but thankfully that didn't seem to be the case. "Who are you? And why are you bringing all those pests with you? Are you some sort of beast tamer?" The way the voice emphasized the last 2 words made him think that a beast tamer must be some sort of class, sort of like his own assistant healer one. But he couldn't be sure. As he looked for the source of the voice, which was slightly difficult to do since the sun was getting low on the horizon and was currently behind the speaker, he tried to come up with a response that would make sense. When he finally saw the outline of the individual speaking to him, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he saw a figure standing on something that allowed them to look over the wall and to point an arrow nocked on a bow directly at him. The first thing he noticed was that the figure wasn't human, but was instead at least humanoid enough that at a distance they could be mistaken for one. You know, other than the fact that their skin was a ruddy orange like a carrot on steroids, the presence of a third eye in the middle of their forehead, a pair of ears that were approximately twice as large as his own, and hands that only had 3 fingers and a thumb. The figure wasn't completely bizarre compared to some of the aliens he'd seen in sci-fi movies and TV shows, but it was still a shock to see one. Then again, aren't I the alien here? Semantics of the situation aside, Thaden knew he had to answer. Working as much moisture into his mouth and throat as he could so that he could actually speak, he shouted back at the archer, whom he assumed was male based on the tone of his voice. "No, I'm not a beast tamer of any sort. These things are trying to kill me, and I would appreciate some help killing them before they succeed." It wasn't likely that they would be able to hurt him, of course, but he didn't really have the energy to go into that at the moment. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" the gruff voice asked, still keeping the arrow aimed straight at him. Oh, that's right. He asked who I was before. "Thaden," he responded, pointing his thumb at his chest. "I came from the dungeon down that way," he continued, moving his thumb so that it was pointing behind him. "The Vogmite tunnels? What were you doing there?" Thaden was starting to feel more than a little irritation at the interrogation going on at Arrow Point, brought on by his exhaustion, hunger, and thirst all working together. "Look, I'll answer all your questions as soon as I can, but I'd really appreciate some help here," he shouted back with annoyance bleeding into his voice. When the silence, as silent as it could be when he considered that the beasts were still trying to attack him, stretched for another 10 seconds without the archer doing anything, he muttered, "Stupid people in a stupid world. I wonder if there was something in contender training that would have helped me with this." As soon as he stopped talking, he heard a thwap followed by a cut-off yelp from one of the grass wolves attacking him. Looking back at it, he saw the shaft of an arrow sticking out of its eye, a perfect bullseye as it penetrated straight to its brain. A series of rapid-fire thwaps followed the first, and a veritable rain of arrows fell around him, each of them piercing through the beasts trying to attack him in their most vulnerable spots. The wolves all had their brains pierced by an arrow through the eye, matching the first. The snakes had an arrow hit them right below their heads, cutting through what was ostensibly their necks, ending up decapitated. The various smaller rats, bunnies, and mice were shot in their chests, a perfect shot that pierced straight through their hearts. It was a super Olympian performance that shocked him to the point that he could only stare at the carnage around him, wondering how such a thing was possible. When he realized the answer to that was likely magic of some sort, given that he had miraculous spells that he could cast, it made more sense. "What are you waiting for? Get inside before I change my mind." Looking back up at the archer, who disappeared as he likely jumped down inside the walls, he slowly began to walk toward the tight-fitting gate that was opening in the wooden logs. Just like the practically invisible stone doorway leading to the treasure room in the dungeon he'd just left, the gate was so cleverly made that he didn't even know it was there until it opened. Before he was even halfway to the open gate, the archer appeared, and Thaden finally got a good look at him, and the words that popped up above his head. Virlo, Ashcleft Town Guard, Shari, level 45. Level 45. No wonder he was able to absolutely annihilate the beasts attacking me. "Come along. I'm going to want that explanation now," the guard, Virlo, said. Waving him inside, Thaden did as was asked and walked through the gate. Once he was through, the sounds and smells he had been expecting to hear from a place full of people suddenly assaulted him. which was a strange phenomenon that he wasn't sure how to explain. It was almost as if there was a layer of smell and soundproofing around the entire town, preventing anything from escaping. Why it was that way, he couldn't even begin to guess, but he supposed the how was answered again by the simple and expedient use of the concept surrounding magic. For how high-level the guard leading him was, and how powerful magic could obviously be, the town wasn't as advanced as he expected. It honestly looked like it was straight out of some sort of Renaissance festival, though it appeared authentic and real, unlike the one he'd visited when he was younger. At the same time, it was also weird as heck, because all the people looked like the guard who'd killed all the beasts in a matter of seconds. From the words he saw above their heads, they were all Chari, which he assumed was their race. Not a single one was human, nor did he see any other fantasy races like elves or dwarves like he halfway expected by this point. As he looked around in curiosity and shock at all the single and two-story buildings spread out in cobblestone-lined streets, he realized that many of them were shops of some kind, and they were written in something that most certainly wasn't English. He thought it looked like some sort of mixture of Japanese and Arabic, though he was so ignorant of other languages that he could be completely off. What he wasn't ignorant of was what the signs said, because he could read them as easily as anything in English. Bartow's General Store, Curious Curiosities, Ash-Cleft Blacksmith, Tailored Finery, and Alchemy Surplus all passed by him as he walked behind the guard, though there were even more that he didn't get a good look at. As for the people of the town, the few dozen he saw going about their business certainly got a good look at him, and given that he was half naked in bloody, stinking clothes in comparison to their relatively clean outfits consisting of shirts, pants, and skirts in muted colors, he certainly stood out. Eventually they came to a slightly larger building that was more spread out and was a full 3 stories tall, and "The Cracked Cup" was written on the sign out front, with a picture of what appeared to be what else? A cracked cup of some sort of liquid. He could only assume it was some sort of bar, though based on its size and the fact that this looked like some sort of fantasy-based Renaissance town, it was probably a tavern or inn of some kind. Walking up the few steps into the weathered wooden building, the floorboards creaking under his feet, he followed the guard into what was revealed to be a bar, or some sort of bar and grill, because he could smell something delicious cooking somewhere inside what was likely a kitchen. Seeing that the room he walked into was full of tables and chairs, with only a quarter of them occupied, he figured that he hadn't hit the dinner rush quite yet. His stomach growled so loudly at the smell of food that it startled the guard, Virlo, who turned on him as if Faden was about to attack him, but he chuckled when he realized that the assistant healer's empty stomach wasn't a threat. "That's what I thought. Sit down and I'll get you something to eat." Virlo gestured to the bartender, who was already staring at them both the moment they walked in. Or, more accurately, the female Chari standing behind the bar was staring straight at Thaden, as if he was some sort of disgusting creature that the cat dragged inside the house. Varla, owner of the Cracked Cup Inn, Chari, level 8. He couldn't blame her for looking at him that way, because he was pretty disgusting at this point. Nevertheless, no more than a minute after the guard led him to an empty table in the corner of the room, a wooden platter of steaming sliced meat and an entire loaf of bread was plopped down in front of him with a clatter, along with a large wooden cup, thankfully not cracked, of what appeared to be a dark beer. He wasn't much of a beer drinker back on Earth, but at that point he didn't care what it was as long as it was wet. He drained half of the liquid in one go, not even tasting it other than to confirm that it was some sort of extremely bitter beer, before he tore into the sliced meat and bread as if he hadn't ever eaten before, which, in fact, was the case as far as his body went.
As such, he barely got enough to make a small sandwich back home down into his relatively tiny stomach before he was completely full. Sitting back in the wooden chair, he covered his mouth as he burped, feeling uncomfortably full from what should have been an appetizer's worth of food.
"You don't like my daughter's cooking?"
The guard asked gruffly, staring at the pitiful amount that Thaden had eaten.
"It was delicious,"
he responded, meaning it sincerely.
"I just have a very small stomach right now,"
he lamely explained, his eyelids drooping now that he'd sat down and filled his stomach.
"Ah, is that something common of humans?"
Thaden thought for a moment, his mind a bit sluggish at the moment.
"No, not necessarily. I'm just unique, I guess." "Well then, unique human. Tell me, if you would, what a level 1 contender is doing here in Ashcleft, which should be impossible, as the contenders haven't arrived as of yet, claiming to have come from the Vogmite tunnels."
The guard stared at him, a glint of danger in his 3 eyes that promised if he didn't like what he heard, then Thaden was going to pay for it in some way. Needless to say, he gulped in fear at the level 45's question before he hesitantly answered.
Chapter 10. Ashcleft Town Guard. Verlo sat at the table across from Thaden and didn't say a word as the story spilled out in bits and pieces. He debated whether or not to lie or obscure some of what had happened to him, but decided that he was too tired to think of what to conceal or what to change in his story. Not only that, but he couldn't find a single reason why he should leave anything of his experience out. Because what he wanted most right now was some sort of information about what he should do now that he had made it out of the dungeon and back to civilization. Well, information was the second most of what he wanted right now. The desire to take another nap was at the top of his list. When he was done, he slumped in the chair and looked at the strange, 3-eyed Chari that hadn't said anything since he started. The powerful archer stared at him impassively, and the assistant healer couldn't even begin to guess at the response he was going to get.
"Well,"
the gruff voice was back, startling him at the suddenness of the guard's voice.
"that all sounds like a pack of lies, all wrapped up in a blanket of misdirection. But either you're a more accomplished liar than your appearance and manner indicates, or you absolutely believe everything you just said."
"Huh? You don't believe me?" Thaden asked incredulously.
"Of course I don't. Even if my truth sensibility cannot detect any lies you've spoken. A few half-truths here and there, but nothing that was a blatant fabrication. However, even given that my truth sense has never failed me before, I cannot, in any shape or form, believe anything you spouted off as anything but nonsense."
The assistant healer was so flabbergasted that it actually woke him up from his overfull, exhausted semi-stupor that he'd been in while reciting what had happened to him. "What do you mean? Everything I've told you has been the truth. You even said so yourself," he exclaimed.
If you don't believe me, that's fine. But why don't you believe in this truth sense ability you mentioned, if it has never failed you before? Why? The guard said angrily, before ticking things off on his fingers. Because in the first place, there is no possible way that you're a contender. Our own arrival here on Tarth was stringently dictated by the assimilation system to occur exactly 50 years before the arrival of the first contender, and that deadline isn't due to occur for another 89 days. Secondly, the assimilation system is infallible, as you should know. It is never wrong about timelines, it never makes mistakes, and it would never let a contender arrive on a developmental world like Tarth before they have undergone training. Third, this nonsense about your mana never being used when you cast spells is utterly impossible, as is the fact that your body miraculously resurrected itself without any outside interference. The latter just doesn't happen outside of the training that all contenders undergo. Finally,
I don't know how you managed to survive even 10 minutes outside of this town, being only level 1, especially as you claims to have cleared the Vogmite Tunnel dungeon all by yourself, even if it was on minimal difficulty. You should have died hundreds of times over according to your story. And there is no such thing as a channeled spell that will give you immunity to physical damage for more than a few seconds before their mana bottoms out. So, like I said, I don't believe you, no matter what my truth sense tells me. If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut and never spread that type of absolute crap where someone else could hear you. Because you'll essentially be saying that the assimilation system is fallible. Virlo leaned forward and spoke low and menacingly. And that type of talk is normally punishable by death. Sitting back up, the guard continued in his normal voice.
I'm going to be a bit more lenient than most others because I'm giving you the chance to change your story, given that you've obviously been malnourished and were half dead from exhaustion and dehydration. So I'm willing to forgive a little delusional fabrication of events. Thaden shrank back from the Cheri sitting across from him, scared by the guard more than he liked to admit. While he still had his field active, it said that it only blocked attacks from level 20 or below sources, and with Virlo being level 45, he had a feeling that it would be entirely ineffective in stopping the archer if he wanted to kill him. Then, what? Here's what I think happened. Virlo talked right over his question. You're a new addition to Tarth that arrived after Cheri, and your people settled far enough away from here that we've never heard of you before. You seem young enough that you were probably a slave at some point, and after escaping and fleeing for your life through dangerous territory, you miraculously found your way to this part of the world, only to end up at my gate. How am I doing so far? This sound familiar? And don't worry about us turning you in, because we absolutely abhor slavery in any form, even if we know that it is standard practice in other parts of the assimilation. Thaden wasn't sure what to say, because none of that was the truth. However, as it seemed as though the guard really didn't want to believe his real story, he figured he might as well go along with it. He gave a non-committal shrug that didn't say yes or no. But Virlo seemed to accept that he had hit upon the truth of the matter, as he smiled for the first time. See, I'm a pretty good investigator, as any town guard should be. So I knew that I'd be able to work it out. He leaned forward again, and the seriousness came back. Now that we've confirmed that you're not an imposter for a contender, we've got to figure out what to do with you. Before anything else happens, we need to clean the stink off you and get you something else to wear. You look and smell like you picked those off a corpse, and not one that was freshly dead either. He wasn't far from the truth on that one, at least. After that, given that you seem quite adept at avoiding death while moving through the dangerous countryside, you should look into joining the Adventurer Coalition and take some odd jobs that will allow you to earn some experience, both in a practical sense and for your class. You said you're an assistant healer? Those can be in high demand in the Coalition, especially if you turn out to be any good. Thaden didn't know what else to say, so he just nodded. The guard gave another look at the bartender, his daughter, if he understood what Virlo had said earlier, and the woman just sighed and threw the rag she was using to polish the bar top down in apparent disgust. I have some money if that helps to pay for all this, Thaden ventured, figuring that was the problem. Keep your coins for the meal and the bath you have coming up, as well as the room Varla will be providing you for the night. If you had me 3 copper, however, I'll go out and get you something to replace those filthy rags so I don't have to arrest you for running around naked. Thaden opened the pouch he had taken from the dungeon and managed to pull out 3 of the copper coins that were inside, placing them gently on the table. Thanks. Why are you doing all this for me? He asked. The guard snorted. Because I don't want any trouble in my town, and the sooner I can get you back on your feet and working, the less likely you'll resort to thievery to sustain yourself.
I'd hate to have to kill you when you could become a valuable member of the Adventurer Coalition, because there are never enough volunteers eager to join.
Why is that? Going out and fighting monsters isn't exactly many people's idea of a viable profession, though we fortunately get enough dumb, brave individuals who are more than willing to risk their lives out there. Théoden wanted to ask more questions, especially as Virlo seems to know more about Tarth, contenders, and this assimilation system than he did. But the guard quickly got up after his daughter arrived a few seconds later and beckoned him to follow her. "I've got to get back to my post. Good luck, and don't die too quickly out there." The powerful archer left without even looking back at him, leaving him to the annoyed glare of his daughter. "Are you going to sit there all night? Come on, I have things to do." Rather than argue, Théoden followed the Chari woman out of the dining room and through a doorway, where she led him down a few wide hallways until she came to a closed wooden door. Turning to him and handing over a wooden block that had a faint red glow around it, she said huffily, "Here's your access key to your room, 2B. You'll find the baths in here, and I'll burn those things once you peel them off your filthy skin. It seems my father is getting you some new ones, and I'll leave them outside the door when he brings them." After he took the block of wood from her, she immediately left and hurried away, and he just stood in the hallway in confusion. What was all that? Mentally shrugging, he entered a small room with a single porcelain-looking bathtub in it, already filled with steaming hot water. While not necessarily fond of baths, the thought of getting clean and out of the dirty, stinky clothes he was wearing was more than enough to revitalize him into getting into the tub as quickly as possible. It was hotter than he expected, and he felt his skin start to scald after he dipped himself inside. But he didn't care. With his weak regeneration still running, he healed any damage that the near-boiling water did to his skin, and he just tried to ignore the pain as it eventually cooled off enough that it was just pleasant. I wonder if she had it so hot on purpose, or was it an accident? He had no way of knowing without more information, and at the moment he was consumed with getting himself clean. Théoden quickly discovered why she seemed to be disgusted by him when the water quickly turned a dirty red. All of the injuries he'd sustained since he was resurrected, either self-inflicted or from the magical green flames of the Vogmites, that had caused him to bleed in some way, had remained on his skin even after he had been healed. Now that he had a chance to wash it all off, it was sloughing off the surface of his body as though he were a snake shedding its skin. After he was as clean as he could get, he sat back in the tub and nearly fell asleep, but he got out instead, using a nearby dark gray towel to dry off. Feeling at least partially human by this point, he noticed that someone had apparently come into the room while he was bathing and took his old, disgusting clothes. With nothing to wear, he peeked outside the door to find a stack of cloth containing a dark blue, short-sleeved shirt with a V-neck collar and a pair of loose-fitting gray pants that were tightened and tied by a simple cord running through loops at the top. As for his boots, they had been taken and simply cleaned, meaning that they weren't splattered with blood and didn't stink like rotting flesh. Navigating his way through hallways once he left the bathroom was a bit of a chore, but he eventually found some stairs leading upwards. On the second floor, he quickly found a door that he recognized as 2B written on it, though it certainly didn't look like anything that would normally make sense to him. Looking down at the wooden block in his hand, wondering how it was supposed to work, he leaned forward slightly to get a better look at it, which moved it toward the door itself. The red glow on the block flashed green for a half-second, and he heard the lock on the door suddenly unlock. And he pushed the door open, figuring it was some sort of magical equivalent to the technology-based hotel keycards back on Earth. Once inside, he closed the door, which locked automatically, and he barely looked at the small wooden desk, equally wooden chair, and the iron and wood chest of drawers in the room, as all he could focus on was the bed. It wasn't fancy, and the mattress seemed to be stuffed with a mixture of straw and feathers, but it still felt like heaven when he flopped down on it and fell asleep almost instantly. Waking up from a sleep filled with nightmarish Vogmites swarming him with green fire dancing in their eyes was difficult, despite the less than welcome dreams. When he finally struggled awake, he opened his eyes to look up at the wooden ceiling above him, letting the memories of the previous day flood into him as he came to terms with where he was. Now that he had gotten sleep and sustenance in his body, though he was already voraciously hungry again, Théoden finally had a chance to think about his situation. He'd gotten a bit more information the night before, as the guard inadvertently told him about the assimilation system, the world of Tarth, and a tiny bit about contenders in general. For some reason that he could only guess at, the Cheri, and possibly other races, had been transported to this world almost 50 years before. But for what purpose? To get the world ready for the contenders? Why? Was the world of Tarth completely empty before they arrived? Were there beasts or monsters there like the guard had mentioned, or did they arrive at the same time? Was this world artificially created? Or was it simply a very sophisticated simulation, like the Matrix? Or was it simply a world out in the universe that adhered to different natural physics, which just so happened to include magical miracles? What was this assimilation system, and how was it he could access something like a character report? Did everyone in this world have classes, not just the incoming contenders? Speaking of contenders, what exactly were they in contention for? He knew a little bit from his previous dreamlike experience that had a genderless voice speaking in his mind before he was supposed to go to training, but it didn't really explain why all of this was being done. Would the training have given him this information? If not, how would he find out without revealing his ignorance, which could get him in trouble if he somehow admitted that he was on Tarth? Through a mistake made by the aforementioned assimilation system. All of those questions were important, of course, but he thought that the most important one was, what am I going to do now? Based on what he'd learned, he still had nearly 3 months until the rest of the people of Earth finished the training they were undergoing, which was another thing he wanted to know more about. What was he missing by not being a part of the training? Why did it take 3 months? Whatever the answers were, it didn't seem as though he would easily learn those answers until he finally met someone from Earth who'd gone through it. He had a suspicion that the town guard, Verlo, knew more about it, and perhaps had even undergone the process. But Théoden was already on thin ice by mentioning how something had gone wrong with the system, so he'd rather not jeopardize his life by pushing the archer more than necessary. Which still left him with a decision to make. Should he find some sort of work to do around the town? That was contingent on whether there was any sort of work he would be qualified for, given that he doubted anyone needed a data analyst anywhere nearby, though perhaps as someone who could heal? For some reason, the way Verlo had made it sound, healers weren't exactly rare. Instead, it was uncommon for them to want to join the adventurer coalition he had mentioned, because it was dangerous work fighting monsters. While he in no way knew the current number of healers present in the town of Ashcleft, he could reasonably assume that being an assistant healer was probably not impressive enough to land a gig somewhere, which left wandering around and looking for odd jobs that could keep him making enough to pay for food and a place to sleep, or joining the Adventurer Coalition, which brought with it its own dangers. Of course, he could always venture to another town or city that might have better prospects for him, but it sounded as though even traveling to those different places would be fraught with danger by monster attacks, and there was no guarantee that they would even be willing to take in a lone level 1 assistant healer from a race that probably didn't even exist in this world quite yet. Actually, why am I still only level 1? This assimilation system seemed similar enough to an RPG that I thought I would have gained experience from killing those Vogmites in that dungeon. Or did those not count for some reason? He thought that it was complete BS if the deaths of the nightmarish Vogmites hadn't counted for any type of experience, or what was it called again? He opened his character report to see the name of what he figured was experience, as well as to see what might have gone wrong. Number 32599999-E, Assistant Healer, Level 1. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PIC, 0/100. Health, 10/10. Mana, 20/20. Physicality, 1. Celerity, 1. Mentality, 2. Personality, 1. Fortuity, 1. Spells, Weak Healing, Channeled. Weak Regeneration, Single Cast. Weak Repulsion Field, Channeled. Competencies, Support. Spellcasting Competency, Level 1, 0%. Defensive Spellcasting Competency, Level 1, 0%. Mana Management Competency, N/A. Messages pending. Ah, that's right. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, or PICK. His PICK still said 0/100, which couldn't be right, could it? Perhaps that is as broken as my seemingly never-ending mana. If that was the case, then he might never increase his level, which he could only assume was a bad idea to stay at level 1 for the rest of his life. He'd already seen that having a higher level made people stronger, as Verlo the town guard demonstrated quite adeptly, so it would give him a chance to survive against stronger monsters that he might come across over the years. Oh wait, didn't that dream message involving that robotic voice say something about people who didn't increase their level past 1 would be ejected from the world? I can only assume that I would be killed for good, and I can't count on another series of accidents saving me from total annihilation. As he worried over his fate in the future, Thaden noticed the words, "Messages pending," which reminded him that he had ignored almost everything that popped up in the windows once he was focused on staying alive against the Vogmites. Thankfully, the windows had stopped interrupting his sight after he shut down the first unread one, and he could only remember one that had popped up letting him know that he wasn't able to pick up that special scepter that the Vogmite Queen had dropped. Hoping that it would have some sort of answer as to why he wasn't getting any pick from the fights against the Vogmites, he mentally opened the windows he had been ignoring, and was immediately bombarded with so many that he had trouble processing them all. If he hadn't been already lying down, he would have been knocked straight on his back, as his entire world was now filled with screens and information poured into his mind like a flood. When he could finally think coherently again, he scrolled back up to the top to see what exactly he had missed. Chapter 11. It took Thaden a while to get back to the top of what he was mentally calling his main message window feed, where it appeared as though everything of note was logged and recorded. As a data analyst, he appreciated the fact that there was a history of his actions to look at and peruse, if it didn't happen to be what equated to pages and pages and pages of information that all tried to communicate itself to him all at once. Not only that, but as he quickly discovered, as certain things occurred on the main feed, additional windows popped up with additional information. He ignored all of those for the most part, only acknowledging them when they were relevant, while he instead got to the root of the information. He started right where he had cut it off shortly after his first lopsided fight with the Vogmite workers in the treasure room. You have slain a Vogmite worker, minimal, level 5. You have received 10 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party member's members as well as level disparity. You have received 50 pick. Congratulations for solo slaying your first monster. Achievement received, Monster Hunter 1. Bonus reward, 10 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 40 pick. Congratulations for solo slaying a monster 3 or more levels above your own. Achievement received, No Fear 1. Bonus reward, 100 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 400 pick.
The achievements were two of the windows that had popped up among the many others, and he immediately closed them. As soon as he read the messages on the feed and mentally acknowledged the windows regarding his achievements, which closed them automatically, he felt a surge of something filter through both his body and his mind. He instinctively knew that he had finally gained the pick that was referenced by the messages, which, if he did his math correctly, was way more than enough to reach level 2, which only needed 100 pick to advance, and he had far surpassed that.
Before he looked more into the message window that popped up regarding his increase in levels, however, he wanted to get through the rest of the messages, because they were still crowding his vision and mind. Defensive spellcasting. Competency has increased to level 2. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 7. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 2. Congratulations for surviving after dropping to 1 health while in a dungeon. Achievement received, 1 foot in the grave. Bonus reward, 15 Pick Contender World First Achievement. Natural regeneration competency. Congratulations for healing a member of your party after they dropped to 1 health while in a dungeon. Achievement received, Party Savior. Bonus reward, 50 Pick Contender World First Achievement. 10% permanent casting time decrease for all support-based spells. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 3. As far as he could tell, the first portion of this series of messages came from using his weak repulsion field against the first Vogmite he killed, and he only received the increases in his competencies after the fight ended. The latter part was a memory he'd like to forget, and it came from when he triggered the traps, but especially the green fire trap, which had nearly killed him. What was interesting about all the achievements he'd received thus far was that they were considered Contender World First achievements, which he supposed made sense given the fact that he was supposedly the only contender in the world at the moment. The rewards had changed from a simple bonus amount of pick from the first pair of achievements to something more useful, giving him another competency and the permanent 10% decrease in the casting time for all support-based spells. He assumed that this meant his weak healing spell, as it was the only one that wasn't instant cast, and although 10% didn't sound like a lot, he definitely could have used it while in the dungeon more than once. Another thing he noticed about the achievements was that the first 2 with simple pick rewards seemed to be only the first in a series of achievements, given the I after their name, while the others were not. He quickly wondered what those kinds of rewards might give if he were to get the next step in those achievements, but he quickly forgot about it as he acknowledged all the windows that had popped up regarding the achievements. An uncomfortable tingle spread through his entire body as his newest competency likely took effect, but it thankfully stopped after about 30 seconds, leaving him a little weaker and hungrier than before. Ignoring the growl of his stomach, he kept going, as there was still a lot to get through. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 8. You have slain a Vogmite worker, minimal, level 6. You have received 12 pick. Pick reward altered based on 1 party member, members, as well as level disparity. You have received 60 pick. You have slain a Vogmite worker, minimal, level 5. You have received 10 pick. Pick reward altered based on 1 party member, members, as well as level disparity. You have received 50 pick. You have slain a Vogmite guard, minimal, level 7. You have received 14 pick. Pick reward altered based on 1 party member, members, as well as level disparity. You have received 70 pick. Congratulations for solo slaying a monster 6 or more levels above your own. Achievement received, No Fear 2. Bonus reward, 500. Pick Contender World First Achievement, 2000. pick. He passed through a large series of monster slain messages regarding the deaths of dozens of Vogmite workers on his feed before he got to his first one of a guard, which gave him the very achievement he had been wondering about. The reward was quite a bit higher than the previous version of the No Fear achievement at 2,000 pick, but he didn't really have a good concept of how much that really was quite yet. Sure, he knew that he needed 100 pick to reach level 2, but he had no idea how much it would take to get to the next level after that, let alone levels in the future. He was sure it was probably something he would have learned during training, which was just another thing that he missed out on. The monster slain messages continued for a while, as he remembered there had been hundreds of the Vogmites in the tunnels, but the only ones of note were when he killed the Vogmite foreman, followed by the Vogmite queen. You have slain a Vogmite foreman. Minimal. Level 10. You have received 20 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party members as well as level disparity. You have received 100 pick. Congratulations for solo slaying a monster 9 or more levels above your own. Achievement received, No Fear 3. Bonus reward, 2,500 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 10,000 pick. Congratulations for solo slaying a total of 300 monsters. Achievement received, Monster Hunter 2. Bonus reward, 300 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 1,200 pick. Support. Spellcasting competency has increased to level 4. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 8. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 9. You may now select an advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 10. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 25. You have slain a Vogmite queen, boss. Minimal. Level 12. You have received 100 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party member or members as well as level disparity. You have received 1,000 pick. You have completed the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon. Minimal. Speed score, 47 out of 100. Total contribution, 100 out of 100. Bonus reward, 50 pick. Congratulations for completing your first minimal difficulty dungeon. Achievement received, Dungeon Delver 1. Bonus reward, 50 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 500 pick. Congratulations for solo completing your first minimal difficulty dungeon. Achievement received, Dungeon Slayer. Bonus reward, 500 pick. Contender World First Achievement. As a party leader, you may now choose to delve through any difficulty of any dungeon without having to complete them in order. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 26. There were so many more message windows that had popped up after the deaths of the Vogmite foreman and queen, which included more achievements, all of them world firsts. The bonus pick was welcome as a reward for completing them, even if he had done it all unaware of what he was actually doing. But the last achievement, Dungeon Slayer, had a reward that he didn't know what it meant. I can choose to delve through different difficulties of dungeons? Why would I want to do that? It seemed like a ridiculous reward, as that sounded like a good way to end up dead. Then there was the window that he pushed off to the side for the moment, asking him to choose some sort of advancement for his defensive spellcasting competency. After it reached level 9 somehow, the exact reason it increased at all was something he could only guess at. It had apparently earned some sort of reward, but he didn't even look at it closely yet, as he wanted to finish the rest of the messages on his feed. Fortunately, the last little bit was fairly normal by this point, as it was full of more monster-slain messages for the most part, which included hill cougars, grass wolves, emu strikers,
and the rest of the beasts that had died on his way to Ashcliff. In all, there weren't that many, given that most of them had been killed by each other, though apparently he had contributed to their demise enough that he got credit for their deaths. What he didn't get even the slightest bit of pick from was when Virlo had peppered the ones that had been surrounding him in front of the walls. Instead, he got a different message. Grass Wolf slain, level 4. You have received 0 pick. Slain by an individual that is more than 5 levels above your own, and/or does not receive any pick from slain monster. What that basically told him was that he doubted there was any chance of power leveling in the future. It was a common tactic in some of the games he'd played in the past, with a high-level player helping to slaughter dangerous monsters and allowing lower-level players to group with them, sharing a portion of the greater experience reward to quickly increase their levels. It just didn't look as though that would work in the world of Tarth, though Théoden wasn't exactly one to do something like that in a game, even if it was commonly done and somewhat expected. The only other notable messages as he got to the bottom of the feed were additional increases in his defensive spellcasting competency, which apparently qualified for yet another advancement. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 27. You may now select an advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 28. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 31.
In the end, after he had gotten through the massive backlog of messages on his feed, Théoden felt practically stuffed with the pick that he had earned, though he wasn't sure how much he actually earned. When he looked at his character report, it simply read, Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK, 100/100. Select to increase level. This corresponded to the message window that he had left open, which essentially said the same thing. Pick requirements met, 100/100. Increase personal level, Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. He had 2 similar descriptions further down the report for his defensive spellcasting competency, and windows regarding making selections just waiting for him to make a decision. Before he did anything else, though, he decided it would be best if he leveled up. He wasn't sure where he would end up, and making any decisions without any updated information would be a mistake. As soon as he mentally confirmed that he wanted to increase his level, he felt a tiny sliver of the accumulated pick inside his body, which practically vibrated with the strange energy he had earned, flow from its reservoir deep inside his chest, and spread throughout the rest of his limbs. Level up. You are now a level 2 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following. Mentality +1. Théoden waited for something more, but the message window quickly changed to Pick requirements met, 400/400. Increase personal level, Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Before he chose to increase his personal level again, he looked at his character report to see what kind of changes there were to his stats, but the only change was that his mentality had risen to 3, and his current mana was 30/30. There was a new addition that held his achievements and something called traits that included his bonus rewards from his world firsts, but that was it. Slightly disappointed, given that he quickly proved that his mana still didn't change when he snapped his fingers and cast his weak repulsion field on himself, he underwent the process all over again to raise himself to level 3. Level up. You are now a level 3 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following. Mentality +1. Personality +1. Spell selection choice. Ah, that's more like it. Chapter 12. Théoden looked at the window that opened after his increase in level informed him of a pending spell selection. On it were 3 different spells to choose from, and it appeared as if he could only pick one. Unfortunately, none of them seemed to be something that would allow him to do damage to a monster, though given his class, he didn't really expect that they would. Please select one spell from the following selections: Weak Regrowth, channeled; Weak Cure; Physical Affliction, single cast; Weak Protective Barrier, single cast. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. All of them, similar to his first 3 spells, were categorized as weak, but they all did different things. Fortunately, looking closely at each option brought forth another window with slightly more details. Weak Regrowth, channeled, creates a connection between the caster and a target that continuously channels a healing energy that regrows missing limbs, cannot heal fatal dismemberment. Regrowth rate, 1 bodily inch per 5 seconds. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 3 per second while channeled. Weak Cure, physical affliction, single cast. Cures a single physical affliction upon a selected target from up to a level 20 source. Afflictions cured: blinded, burning, frozen, necrosis, petrified, poisoned, sleep. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Casting time, 1 second. Mana cost, 5. Weak Protective Barrier, single cast. Creates a full-body protective barrier around a single target that prevents 1 instance of all types of damage and afflictions from up to level 20 sources. Once damage is prevented, Weak Protective Barrier disappears. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Duration, 5 minutes. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown, 5 seconds. All 3 of them didn't really do much for Thaden, though he supposed that he had to choose one of them. Actually, do I have to? Can I level some more and keep the choice for later? He attempted to do just that, but it seemed as though when the spell selection window popped up, he couldn't go back to his other windows without making a choice. As it didn't seem to want to allow him to bypass the selection, he looked closer at each spell and tried to determine what might work best for him. The first spell, Weak Regrowth, indicated something that he wasn't even aware of, that he could lose limbs and not be able to heal them with his weak healing spell. Discounting when his body had been eaten by the Vogmites, he had to think about when he had been injured during his harrowing experience in their dungeon. When it came down to it, he realized that he'd only really been burned horribly by the green fire. He hadn't actually lost any limbs, so he hadn't realized that his other spells wouldn't fix that kind of thing. Granted, since it seemed like he was still in training, his body would likely still recover from having a hand or leg removed. But could he count on that? He hadn't been so horribly injured that his healing spells couldn't fix him up, so he was unaware of whether, if he died again, that he would be brought back to life. Still, he had no reason not to think that it was still active, and he was sure that if given enough time, that mysterious power would regrow a limb or 2. So this prospective spell was of limited use to him. The second spell was called Weak Cure Physical Affliction, and it seems to be a catch-all for the status effects he was familiar with from video games. Not only did it cure a poison status, one of the most common status effects he remembered from games, but it also cured blinded, burning, frozen, petrified, and sleep. He was surprised that there weren't other status effects, such as fear or confusion, but then he looked closer at the spell and realized it said physical, meaning that there might be one that related to, perhaps, mental? Just like his weak repulsion field only affected physical attacks and not magical ones like the green fire of the Vogmites, he could only assume that there might be a separate spell to fix another range of mental afflictions. Speaking of his weak repulsion field being limited in scope, he was originally excited to see the weak protective barrier, which seemed to protect him from all damage and afflictions. That was, of course, until he read more of the description and realized that the new spell had 3 major detriments that made it useless for him. First, it only prevented all damage and afflictions once, like a protective bubble around someone that was popped as soon as it did its job a single time. Second, it not only had a casting time of 5 seconds, but it also had what appeared to be a cooldown of 5 additional seconds, meaning that he couldn't just spam cast it over and over. He would have to wait 5 seconds after the spell completed in order to cast it again. Lastly, and most importantly, the weak protective barrier was only able to be cast on someone else. Even if he wanted to use it on himself, such as casting it before he got into a fight while also using his other defensive spell, that was impossible. He couldn't target himself for the spell, meaning that only other people would be able to benefit from it. Looking again at his choices, he was thoroughly disappointed in the options for spells, because there was nothing there that would help him deal damage. But then he remembered what class he was: Assistant Healer. Theoretically, his class was designed to be in a party of people who could fight for him, and all of the spells he was offered reflected that type of support role. The only one that was tailored toward himself was his weak repulsion field, and even that was purely a defensive spell that ensured that he survived long enough so that he could heal the others in the party. It was in no way designed to be a weapon like how he had inadvertently used it. So he had to realistically think about the future, where he would likely be in a party of people that he could use his spells to heal and prevent damage. He was a support-based class after all, and while he would have liked to have something that he could more easily use to defend himself, he had to accept the reality of the situation, as insane as the reality currently was at the moment. That all being true, he still wanted to choose something that would help him right now in case he was on his own. While the weak protective barrier seemed powerful for a group situation, without someone to cast it on, it did absolutely nothing for an assistant healer on his own. Besides, even if he did get into a party, his ability to heal someone without having to worry about running out of mana was even more powerful in the long run. That wasn't to say that he wouldn't choose that particular spell in the future if it was offered again. But for now, he crossed it off the list of options. Weak regrowth also seemed important, especially when in the party of other people. But in the end, it was another spell he passed on, for one very important reason. It wasn't because he thought his body parts would be restored to full by the same thing that had saved him before. No, it was because weak cure physical affliction said that it could cure burning. He still had vivid memories of being burned by that horrible green fire that the Vogmites used against him, and if he was able to shorten the agony that the burning flames produced, he would take it in a heartbeat. Therefore, with only a heartbeat's hesitation, he selected Weak Cure Physical Affliction and felt the spell slide into his mind until he knew he could cast it, and he quickly put it into the 4th of his 5 access slots. Once that was completed, he was able to get back to his feed using the pick he had accumulated to level up once again. Pick requirements met. 700 over 700 increase personal level, Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 4 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +1. He kept going, as it seemed like he still had a lot of picks still left to spend. Pick requirements met. 1000 over 1000 increase personal level, Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 5 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Physicality +1, Mentality +1. Pick requirements met. 1,300 over 1,300. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note: this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 6 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +1. Free stat point 1. 1. Spell selection choice. Again, as soon as the spell selection window appeared, Théoden couldn't do anything else other than select his spell. This time, there seemed to be 5 options for him to choose from, which included the 2 he had passed on before at level 3. Please select one spell from the following selections: Weak Regrowth, channeled; Weak Protective Barrier, single cast; Weak Cure Mental Affliction, single cast; Weak Health Augmentation, single cast; Weak Absorption Field, channeled. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. As he had thought, there was a spell that cured some additional status effects that were mental in nature. Weak Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Cures a single mental affliction upon a selected target from up to a level 20 source. Afflictions cured: charmed, confused, dizzy, feared, silenced, stunned. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Casting time, 1 second. Mana cost, 5. After that was a spell that appeared to be a buff for a single target, and Théoden was happy to see that it could also be cast on himself. Weak Health Augmentation, single cast. Enhances a target with greater maximum health. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Duration, 30 minutes. Magnitude, 20 health. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Lastly, there was something available that he wished he had when he arrived at the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon, as it would have saved him a lot of pain. Weak Absorption Field, channeled. Creates a full-body absorption field on self that absorbs all magical damage up to level 20 sources and slightly replenishes mana. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 10 per second. As good as Weak Cure Mental Affliction and Weak Health Augmentation seemed, Théoden didn't hesitate to choose Weak Absorption Field. The ability to absorb magical damage up to level 20 sources would have saved him from being burned by the green fire in the Vogmite tunnels many times, and he immediately slotted it in his last access slot. It didn't exactly make him invulnerable, having the new absorption field in addition to the one that blocked physical attacks, because attacks that were both physical and magical in nature, such as the burning whip used by the Vogmite foreman, would still get through one way or another. But a great weight was immediately taken off his back once he had it available for his use. He didn't even regret his previous spell selection, because being able to fix physical status effects was still important, especially if he was poisoned or affected by something that wasn't a direct attack on him, or if he was inflicted with an affliction at some point when he didn't have the necessary field active. As part of his increase to level 6, he also received a free stat point that he found he could place in any of his stats, but thankfully, it seemed as though he was able to save it until later. He had no idea what would be good to put it in, and as he also received a point in his physicality at level 5 for some reason, he didn't want to put it into something that would be unnecessary down the line. Therefore, he kept going, spending his accumulated pick on additional levels. Each consecutive level required 300 pick more than the previous level, so getting to level 7 required 1,600 pick. Level 8 needed 1,900, and so on. Level up! You are now a level 7 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +1. Level up! You are now a level 8 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +1. Personality +1.
Level up. You are now a level 9 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +1. 2. Spell selection choices. Level up. You are now a level 10 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +1. Level up. You are now a level 11 assistant healer.
As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Celerity +1. Mentality +2. Level up. You are now a level 12 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2. Free stat point 2. 2. Spell selection choices. Level up. You are now a level 13 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2. Level up. You are now a level 14 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Physicality +1. Mentality +2. Level up. You are now a level 15 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2. 2. Spell selection choices. Level up. You are now a level 16 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2. Level up. You are now a level 17 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Celerity +1. Mentality +2. At levels 9, 12, and 15, he had additional spell selections to choose from, though unlike at level 3 and level 6, he was able to select 2 of them instead of just 1. The previous options were still on the list, but there were 3 additional spells to choose from as well, though at level 12 and 15, they weren't completely new. At level 9, his choices were a little more interesting and took him a few minutes of contemplation to figure out what he wanted. Please select 2 spells from the following selections: Weak Regrowth, channeled. Weak Protective Barrier, single cast. Weak Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Weak Health Augmentation, single cast. Weak Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Weak Healing Circle, channeled. Weak Health Reduction, single cast. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. Weak Mana Rejuvenation was essentially the same as Weak Regeneration, though for regenerating mana instead. He obviously didn't need that kind of spell for himself, but he thought it could be useful if he partied with other casters, or even melee types, as he didn't know if they used mana or something else. Weak Healing Circle was a channeled spell that took 3 seconds to activate, but it essentially created a 6-foot-wide circle that healed anyone within its range. It sounded good at first, until he saw that it healed anyone within its range, which included any monsters that might be within the circle. Weak Health Reduction was what he ultimately decided upon from the newest spells offered to him, as it did the opposite of Weak Health Augmentation on a target, reducing it by 20, though it couldn't reduce it any lower than 1. It was something that he would have to cast, and while it only took 5 seconds as opposed to Augmentation, which took 10, he thought it could be handy if he used it before he got into a fight. The second spell at level 9 he chose was Weak Cure Mental Affliction, as he wanted to be covered no matter what he came up against outside of the town of Ashcleft. He nearly took Weak Regrowth, because he was still unsure if his body would regrow any limbs by itself, but he decided to wait on it and take it later if he didn't have any other good choices. At level 12, there was only a single new spell available in addition to the 5 he didn't choose before, but there were also 2 upgrades to his existing spells. Please select 2 spells from the following selections: Weak Regrowth, channeled. Weak Protective Barrier, single cast. Weak health augmentation, single cast. Weak mana rejuvenation, single cast. Weak healing circle, channeled. Weak mass healing, single cast. Minor healing, channeled. Minor regeneration, single cast. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. The brand new spell was Weak Mass Healing, which was a spell that healed every ally within a 40-foot radius. Weak Mass Healing, single cast, heals every ally within a certain radius for a small amount. Healing amount, 20. Health, range, 40-foot radius of caster. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 60. Cooldown, 30 seconds. It was a powerful spell as it healed 20 health for all allies, as well as being instant cast. But it also cost 60 mana to use, which he fortunately didn't need to worry about. The only downside was that there was a 30-second cooldown, meaning that he wouldn't be able to cast it over and over again. But it was a good way to heal multiple people, as well as himself, if it was necessary. The other two options were upgrades to his original weak healing and weak regeneration spells. They didn't just double the amount of healing that was done, but tripled it. A theme of threes he was beginning to notice was quite common. Knowing what had saved his life multiple times during his horrific experiences in the Vogmite tunnels, he chose to upgrade, which ultimately completely replaced, his weak healing spell with minor healing, and also picked up weak mass healing as an emergency healing spell. Minor healing, channeled, creates a connection between the caster and a target that continuously channels healing energy. Healing rate, 3 health per second. Number of targets, 1. Range, 30 feet. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 3 per second. The new minor healing spell now healed 3 health per second and had a larger range, though with a higher mana cost to go with it. Again, he didn't really care all that much about the cost because his mana still hadn't budged from where it sat at his maximum. Finally, at level 15, there again were 2 upgrades to his existing spells in addition to all he didn't choose before, as well as a single new spell, which frankly shocked him when he saw it. Please select 2 spells from the following selections. Weak Regrowth, channeled. Weak Protective Barrier, single cast. Weak Health Augmentation, single cast. Weak Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Weak Healing Circle, channeled. Minor Regeneration, single cast. Minor Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Minor Repulsion Field, channeled. Weak Resurrection, single cast. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. While Théoden immediately chose Minor Repulsion Field as one of his spells, which increased the mana cost per second, which didn't matter to him, but allowed him to block physical attacks from sources up to level 30 instead of 20, he stared in shock at the last option on the list. Weak Resurrection, single cast. Resurrects target that has been deceased less than 60 minutes, can only be cast outside of combat. Healing amount, 1 health. Range, 5 feet. Casting time, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 150. Cooldown, 30 minutes. I can bring people back to life? He knew that it was a common mechanic in video games, but to see something like this as part of his new reality blew his mind. Sure, he had been resurrected by the training system as some sort of glitch, no matter what Virlo said about the assimilation system being infallible. But to be able to do such a thing for someone else was, frankly, incredible. There were some limitations, of course, being that he could only resurrect someone within an hour of their death, and there was a cooldown of 30 minutes. So if he was in a party of 3 or more people and all but him wiped, he would only be able to save 2 of them before time ran out for the third.
There were some other questions he had about the state of the body when a person was killed.
Would he be able to resurrect someone if they were eaten by a giant monster? What if they fell into a lava pit and dissolved completely, just like what nearly happened to him when he was dropped into an active volcano? Did he need the whole body, or at least the head, such as what happened with him and the system? He didn't know the answers, and there was nothing in the windows that let him know those kinds of details, so he supposed that he would have to look into it in the future, because there was no way he was going to pass up being able to resurrect someone by choosing a different spell, even if there wasn't anyone else he needed to resurrect right now. After selecting Weak Resurrection as his last spell, he had enough pick to level up twice more, putting him at level 17. After mentally adding up all the pick that had been consumed to get him to this point, he calculated that he had used 37,600 picks, which was an incredible amount to think about. After almost everything in his feed was taken care of, Thaden brought up his character report to see the changes, and was shocked at how different it was from before. Number 32599999-E. Assistant Healer, Level 17. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK, 1,375 over 4,900. Health, 30 over 30. Mana, 250 over 250. Physicality, 3. Celerity, 3. Mentality, 25. Personality, 3. Fortuity, 1. Free stat points. Spells. Weak Regeneration, single cast. Weak Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Weak Absorption Field, channeled. Weak Health Reduction, single cast. Weak Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Weak Mass Healing, single cast. Weak Resurrection, single cast. Minor Healing, channeled. Minor Repulsion Field, channeled. Competencies. Support Spellcasting Competency, Level 8, 13%. Defensive Spellcasting Competency, Level 31, 56%. 2 advancements pending. Natural Regeneration Competency, Level 1, 0%. Mana Management Competency, N/A. Achievements. Monster Hunter 1, WF. Monster Hunter 2, WF. No Fear 1, WF. No Fear 2, WF. No Fear 3, WF. 1 Foot in the Grave, WF. Party Savior, WF. Dungeon Delver 1, WF. Dungeon Slayer, WF. Bonus traits. Natural Regeneration Competency from 1 Foot in the Grave, plus 10% permanent casting time decrease for all support-based spells from Party Savior. As a party leader, you can choose to delve through any difficulty of any dungeon without having to complete them in order from Dungeon Slayer. Looking at his stats, his mentality of 25 seemed extremely lopsided. But then again, he supposed that 250 mana was probably a good thing for an assistant healer to have. His physicality and celerity had also gone up by 2 points each, and while he could see that his health was now 30 instead of 10 like before, he wasn't sure what that ultimately meant as far as how his body would feel and react in terms of strength and speed. His personality had also gone up by 2 points, which he felt was probably a good thing, considering he was in a town right now and had to interact with the strange people here. He nearly placed his 3 free stat points in personality so that he would have a chance of getting along with the residents of Ashcleft, but he paused when he saw that his fortuity hadn't risen from the one it had been at from the beginning. If he remembered correctly, fortuity was essentially a luck mechanic, which affected every interaction he had with the world. Given that he had broken his leg before being transported against his will, then was rejected by the training program because he ended up being split in half, was subsequently dropped into a volcano, was eaten by Vogmites, and then suffered horrendous burning green flames all over his body that made his mind temporarily snap, he felt like he needed some luck. Thaden dumped all 3 of his free stat points into Fortuity, bringing it up to 4 and making it his second highest stat. He didn't feel any different, but he supposed he would eventually see if it made a difference or not in the future, or if he had just wasted them on nothing. There was also something else in his character report that he had forgotten about until now. He had 2 advancements waiting for his selection for his defensive spellcasting competency. He nearly looked into them, but his stomach growled loud enough to startle him and make him chuckle. He wasn't sure how long everything on his feed took to go through, but when it was finally done, he was more than ready to get out of bed. He was starving and wanted something to eat before he wasted away, and he figured he could look at those advancements once he got some food in his belly.
Chapter 13.
Thaden swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up. That simple action turned out to be a mistake, as he immediately stumbled forward and face-planted into the adjacent wall when he moved too quickly to stop himself. Thankfully, a quick cast of weak regeneration was all it took to heal the 1 point of damage he had inflicted on his face, and he was able to recover and stand up, trying to figure out what had happened. Ha, that's right. I increased my physical stats. With an additional 2 points in his physicality and celerity, he was both apparently stronger and faster, though he hadn't expected it to be so dramatic. It turned out that it really wasn't that significant of a difference once he started walking around in his room. His muscles felt looser and had a bit more strength to him, and he thought he could walk a bit longer than he did the day before without falling down exhausted. But it wasn't like he was suddenly going to lift the car or race in the Olympics, or whatever equivalent there was to those 2 things here in the world of Tarth. When he eventually accustomed himself to his new stats, he left his room, taking the pouch of coins with him as his only possession other than the new clothes he'd been gifted the day before, and he headed downstairs. Once he got there and looked outside the cloudy glass windows, he thought the sun was a little higher than would be normal for morning, so he supposed that he had stayed up in his room much longer than expected. "Hey, number 3259999-E. Are you finally out of your room now? We have to clean it after your nasty body was all over it, and I can't be waiting all day. Plus, you completely missed breakfast and— What the? Weren't you level 1 last night? How?" Thaden looked around to see the town guard's daughter, Varla, standing behind the bar with a perplexed expression on her face, which was probably matched by his own. Hashtag 325-99999-E. Is that what she sees when she looks at me? He knew that was what his character report said at the top instead of his name, but he didn't realize that it translated to what people saw when they looked at him. Come to think of it, Virlo asked me who I was when he saw me outside the town walls, and I didn't even think of it before then. Thaden supposed that the fact that his name and level might be displayed above his head just like it did with everyone else he saw hadn't occurred to him, but it obviously did. He just didn't think that the glitch would be reflected on that, too. I guess Virlo didn't want to call me that, and instead went with whatever nickname I provided, which just so happened to be my real name. You can call me Thaden, by the way. And as far as my level, I just hadn't had a free moment to level up, I guess, he explained with a shrug, not wanting to go into it all, before walking over to the orange-skinned woman with 3 eyes tending the bar. I'm very sorry I missed breakfast. It's completely my fault for sleeping in, and I hope you'll forgive me for my tardiness. If you would be so kind, I can smell something absolutely delicious cooking in the back there, and would love to sample some of it before I waste away from hunger. Thaden had to keep his face from shifting from the pleasant-looking expression to one of astonishment at his own words coming out of his mouth. He hadn't necessarily meant to say all of that, as he was intending to ignore his lateness and simply ask for something to eat. But at the last moment, something told him to shift his words slightly into something a bit more self-deprecating and flattering toward the Chari's cooking. Is this what personality does for me? Unlike in games and stories where a charisma or charm mechanic automatically made others fall over themselves in order to please the person who had such a high stat, it seemed as though personality subtly steered his interactions with others so that they were seen in a more positive light. Or at least he assumed so, because it didn't work in the least when speaking to the owner of the Cracked Cup Inn. I don't believe you in the slightest. Nor do your words make you any more desirable to have here in my inn, she said with a sneer on her lips. Théoden was taken aback at how vitriolic her entire attitude was toward him, and he had no idea why she was like that toward him. He was about to ask, but she continued before he could get a word out. I'll get you some of the stew we have for lunch, but I want you gone afterwards. This fulfills my obligations to my father, but I don't have to do anything more, and I refuse to have trash such as you in my inn any longer than that. She was practically hyperventilating in anger as she stared at him, as if daring him to say something that would make her not have to serve him. But he kept his mouth shut. When he didn't say anything after nearly 30 seconds, she turned around and headed into the back, likely to get him some food. Is she going to spit in it? And Théoden, shocked at the vehemence of her impassioned hate speech, looked around the common room of the inn. He hadn't noticed before, since he was distracted almost immediately after coming down, but there were a handful of chari sitting at various tables, eating lunch from the looks of it, and the expressions on their faces as they looked back at him told Théoden that they likely felt the same way as the owner of the inn. He tried to think of what it could be about him that made him the target of their obvious disgust and dislike. Was it his obvious lack of fine clothing? Lack of funds? Was his hair sticking up in odd directions? That could certainly be correct, given that he hadn't exactly checked in a mirror to see if he was looking like he just rolled out of bed. Or were they just extremely racist? He was half expecting one of them to walk up to the bar where he was seated and say, "We don't take kindly to your sort up in here," in a thick southern drawl like he'd seen stereotyped on TV and movies. Fortunately, none of them did that, though he could practically feel their hatred as they stared at his back, like an itch that he couldn't scratch. The assistant healer belatedly realized that they might be reacting to the fact that he'd activated his new minor repulsion field almost immediately after getting up from bed, entirely as a measure of safety. Théoden had to admit that it felt good having it active, even if it acted like a security blanket for a young toddler, but there was no way he was going to turn it off now with everyone looking at him like they were. The stew and warm hunk of bread were surprisingly delicious when they arrived not that long after, and he didn't think there was any spit in or on them either. He absolutely devoured every little bit of what he was served, filling him up satisfactorily, though he felt stuffed at the end because his stomach still hadn't grown much larger than the night before. Still, he was willing to put up with the bloated feeling if it meant he could go a little longer without eating, because he wasn't sure where the next meal would come from at this point. He was a little wary of how the town would react to his presence and whether they would refuse to serve him. Would they act the same as the inn's owner, or would they be at least a little courteous, such as how the town guard had? The guard had been more businesslike and admonishing more than friendly, of course, but it was at least better than this hostility he was suffering from these individuals in the inn. Thank you so much. It was delicious. I'll be moving on then, Théoden told Varla with a nod, getting up from the wooden bar stool he was sitting on, and he quickly moved out the front doors. He was originally going to look at his advancements for his defensive spellcasting competency while he ate, but decided that the longer he tarried, the more an incident of some kind might happen, and he'd rather not be involved in any incidents right now. Before too long he was outside and enjoying the lack of judgmental stares aimed at him from those people, and he stretched his arms above his head with a few cracks in his joints as the sun warmed him from almost straight upward. Looking around, he vaguely remembered what the town had looked like the night before, but now that he wasn't completely exhausted and starving, he was able to see it with a clearer head. Or more accurately, he was able to see the townsfolk better,
and their reactions to seeing him out in the street. While he saw more than a few of them with expressions of disgust on their faces, similar to what he'd experienced inside the inn, most of them simply had no particular reaction to his presence other than curiosity. Good to know that they're not all racist. It was one of these that he approached, an elderly Chari that was selling clothes in a riot of colors out of a small stall, and asked if she knew where he could find the Adventurer Coalition in town.
He realized that he didn't know where it, or really anything, was in Ashcleft, mainly because the night before, when he arrived, was a bit of a blur to him now. Walking up to her, he read the description above her head. Gran Lee Chari, Level 4. Unlike the town guard and the owner of the inn, there was no indication of a title or profession listed for Gran Lee, which he realized was similar to almost all of the other people he had seen on the street. Most of them also ranged from levels 3 to 8, which seemed strange considering that the guard had been level 45. "Ah, I see that the clothing Verlo wanted from me fits you quite well," the woman said, smiling at him with a friendliness that was refreshing after his experiences thus far with the people in this town. Théoden looked down at his clothes, nodding. "They do, and I thank you for them. How much do I owe you?" he asked, not wanting the only friendly Chari in town to be out some money. "Nothing, young man. The town guard have a discretionary fund that they can use for things like this, so it's already been taken care of." He smiled back at her. "That's great to hear, and I certainly do appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I was wondering if you could tell me where the Adventurer Coalition is located. Verlo mentioned it last night." The woman's friendly expression changed almost immediately upon his mention of the Adventurer Coalition, and she frowned at him before interrupting. "Go down that street and turn right," she said, pointing to her left without looking. "You can't miss it." He couldn't help it now. He had to ask. "Why the sudden change? What does the coalition have to do with anything?" "Because that blasted organization has lured too many good Chari to their deaths, and all for nothing," she replied, with venom dripping from her words.
It's meant for contenders, not our youth wanting to prove themselves stronger than their friends, which means they end up dead sooner rather than later. Those trash should direct their efforts elsewhere and stay out of Ashcleft if they know what's good for them. He wasn't sure if it was his increased mentality or he simply happened to put it all together, but the mention of the word trash reminded him of what Varla had called him. And it suddenly all made sense. These people, the Chari, weren't necessarily racists who didn't like people that didn't look like them. They were bigots who didn't like people who joined the Adventurer Coalition. Did that town guard know what he was doing when he told me to join? Was he just trying to get rid of me because the people who joined it tended to die quickly? Despite her obvious dislike of the coalition, he still thanked her for her help and hurried off, only looking back once to see Gran Lee staring at him with what he could only assume was disappointment on her face. Trying not to let her opinion sway him too much, he followed her instructions and walked down the street she had indicated before turning left. She was right. He couldn't miss it. Prominently displayed in the middle of what looked like a roundabout was a large building that appeared different from the others in town, as it was made from white marble or granite, complete with columns carved into its outer walls like some sort of old Roman landmark. It was also gaudily decorated with accents of gold that made the entire thing appear like some newly rich billionaire with no taste had wanted something to show off their wealth.
As he approached it, he realized it was even worse than that, as the stone from which the building was created wasn't expensive marble or even fancy granite, but a common-looking stone that had been painted to look like it was more impressive than it was. And what looked like gold accents was actually some sort of gold-colored paint that was already flaking off in places.
It was like a cheap imitation of what someone with wealth and no taste would design and build. And he began to wonder what exactly he was getting into here. Still, he only hesitated for a second or two before he continued on the short stone stairway up to the entrance of the Adventurer Coalition building, which had a huge sign above its doors that was, again, in no language that Thaden knew. But he could read it anyway. He wasn't entirely set on joining the coalition, but as it was his best chance to earn some money, he figured he would at least see what it had to offer. He also hoped that it had the potential to help him become stronger, because after seeing what he had earned after his harrowing experience in the Vogmite tunnels, he couldn't help but wonder what he would earn next. The thrill of increasing his level and earning rewards was addictive, and he wasn't ashamed to admit that, now that he wasn't running scared for his life and had a better grasp on this world he was in. He wanted to get as strong as possible, so that he didn't have to worry about anything eating him ever again. That sounds weird in my head, but I guess it's true.
Pushing through the heavy, arched wooden double doors that led into the faux marble Adventurer Coalition building, he expected to find a bustling environment filled with a variety of ragtag, hard-bitten scoundrels and mercenaries, where mysterious strangers were common in dark corners, and rowdy barbarians drunkenly sung bawdy songs while slamming their mugs onto the table, or into a fellow adventurer's face who looked at them funny. It was what all the stories and games he'd read or played indicated was what he should expect in a place like this. But the reality of this new world was entirely different. Instead of walking into a bustling common room filled with people, he was presented with a remarkably well-lit, open room with comfortable-looking couches, small coffee tables, and decor that could only be described as delicate nonsense. In other words, it looked like the reception area of an upscale hotel, though the finer details were lacking in sophistication and quality, just like the painted stone on the exterior. The cushions on the couches were stained and threadbare, nearly falling apart in places, and were all different designs to boot, making them look like someone went shopping at a thrift store and put all the furniture they picked up inside the room without fixing them up in the least. It was like whoever had designed and filled this place had wanted to design something that might be familiar to the people of Earth, but it fell flat in its execution. Thinking about what the old woman had said, that it was largely designed for contenders to become a part of, he could see the intent behind it, even if it didn't really make him feel more comfortable seeing it all. Instead, as he looked over at one side of the large room and saw a small bar area that was blended, unsuccessfully, with a French cafe, he just felt like some voyeur had peeked into the world of Earth and attempted to recreate little parts of it. The whole place made him feel a little dirty, and he wasn't sure he even wanted to be there anymore. He was contemplating turning around immediately when a voice called out from somewhere in the back of the room. It took him a few seconds for him to pinpoint where the voice was coming from, but it was easy enough because he was the only other person in the entire building, it seemed. "Hello, friend. Please tell me you'd like to join the Adventurer Coalition?" Thaden sighed as he looked at the smiling and enthusiastic-looking Chari behind the desk absolutely filled with messy stacks of papers. Behind him was a large corkboard with hundreds of tiny slips of paper pinned to its face, with a large sign above it that said, "Quest Board," in big, unfamiliar squiggles. The man's smile only got wider as he approached, like a con artist whose mark has fallen into his trap. Well, at least he seems friendly enough. Better than the reactions I've had from everyone else in this town. He figured he might as well hear the spiel before he made a decision.
Chapter 14. Welcome, number 32,599. You can just call me Thaden if you want, the assistant healer said with a sigh, sitting in one of the chairs arranged in front of the desk the Chari was behind. The chair's design reminded him of a wooden chair with padding on it that he would see in banks and offices, though like everything else in the Adventurer Coalition building, it was just slightly off from being accurate. Thaden looked closer at the individual speaking to him,
and he was surprised to see that the man was actually in charge of this entire branch of the coalition. Boydlin, Ash-Cleft Adventurer Coalition Leader Churi Level 30. That being said, the new arrival was curious as to why the Churi man was only level 30 when the town guard Virlo was 15 levels higher. He was expecting that someone who was in charge of the entire Ash-Cleft Adventurer Coalition would have been more impressive, maybe? Unfortunately, the coalition leader didn't exactly represent strength to his eye, as he was a bit pudgier than any of the other Churi he'd seen. And while that didn't necessarily mean anything, the ink stains all over his hands made him look more like an office worker than anything else. Not that there was anything wrong with that, as Thaden had technically been an office worker before he worked from home as a data analyst. But for the head of an organization that was supposedly designed to kill monsters and perform dangerous tasks, it just seemed strange. But perhaps he was being too judgmental. Just like the people of Ash-Cleft when they looked at him. The thought that he was being just like them made him pause and reevaluate his opinions, and instead opened himself up to the possibilities that having a coalition leader that knew his way around paperwork was actually a good thing. Ah, very good. Thaden, it is wonderful to meet you, my friend.
Boydlin continued, his smile and enthusiasm back after stumbling over Thaden's strange, number-filled name. So, are you looking for a life of adventure? If so, you've come to the right place. At the Adventurer Coalition, you'll be able to travel the world, seeing things that most people have never seen before. In addition, you'll also be able to earn a hefty amount of rewards from completing quests, he said, gesturing like some sort of game show model at the quest board behind him. And who knows, you might even become famous from all the monsters you'll have a hand in killing. Let me just get the paperwork started for you, and we'll have you signed up in no time at all. Thaden thought that the coalition leader likely had a lot of points in personality, because the pitch was actually quite good. A bit too enthusiastic and vague about some points in his speech for Thaden's liking, but he couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of seeing the world, making money, and becoming famous. A few seconds into thinking that, he shook his head and realized that wasn't exactly what he wanted, but it sure felt like it for a short period of time. That all sounds wonderful, but I have a few questions if you don't mind, the assistant healer asked. Not at all. I'll do my best to answer any questions or address any concerns you might have so we can get you started as soon as possible. There was the pushy tactic again, which set off some red flags. He figured he might as well address that right away. Why are you so insistent that I join the Adventurer Coalition? Because I don't want you to miss this opportunity, of course. Thaden shook his head. There's got to be more to it than that. Boydlin's face fell a little before he answered. Yes, well, it might, and I stress might, be because we're a little short of members in our branch here in Ash-Cleft. But don't worry. In a short few months, the contenders will be here. And at that point, it'll be almost impossible for anyone other than them to join, unless they were already part of the coalition. The man assured him with a smile back on his face. That's why it is important that you get in now, before it's too late. Thaden almost mentioned that he was a contender, but remembering what Virlo had said about that, he held his tongue. And how many members does the coalition in Ash-Cleft currently have? He asked instead. The coalition leader paused for a second before clearing his throat and mumbled something. I'm sorry, what was that? Boydlin mumbled something else, but the assistant healer still didn't understand him. When Thaden gave him a look, the coalition leader sighed. We have 3 members right now. You'll be number 4 when you join, which is 2/3 of a full party. Plus, we need any healer we can get for the coalition, because they usually don't last too long. Because they see how dangerous the life is and quit. Yes, quit. No one said anything about them dying, so why would you even say that? This guy's nuts. I think he's gone a little stir-crazy, sitting here all alone in this big building without anyone to talk to. Where are these other members? Can I meet them? Boydlin's good mood returned. Of course you can meet them. As soon as they get back from their current quest, of course. Oh, are you expecting them back soon? Any time now. Thaden had been watching the Chari closely, and the smile faded almost imperceptibly when he answered. Uh-oh. They were already due back, weren't they? The coalition leader cleared his throat, which was a tell if he ever saw one. He'd be a poor poker player. Just 2 weeks late, that's all. I'm sure they'll show up at any point. What was the quest they were doing? I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to divulge that information to non-members of the Adventurer Coalition, Boydlin said, his tone sounding a little rote. I can answer any other questions you might have, however. Thaden thought for a second before he asked, what kinds of quests are there to complete here at the Coalition? The roller coaster of emotions the Coalition leader went through over the last minute was giving Thaden whiplash, as the boisterous enthusiasm from before was back. What a great question. Quests at the Adventurer Coalition include item retrieval, resource collection, monster extermination, and dungeon maintenance. There are different rewards for completing each of the different types of quests, and each quest will have one of 9 difficulties assigned to it, along with a minimum party size and level range. Thaden thought about what Boydlin said and had a few more questions. Given that it might be a while until the other members return, he said, knowing that it was unlikely that they would return. Is the minimum party size a hard rule, or would I be able to accomplish any of them solo? The coalition leader looked at a spot over Thaden's head for a moment before answering. There is no hard rule that a quest be undertaken by the minimum party size, though at your level and class, I would suggest that you don't undertake those difficult types of quests. As far as accomplishing solo quests, I would recommend resource collection and potentially a few item retrievals, as they will have a minimum of fighting. I would also recommend restricting yourself to low, minimal, or mid-minimal difficulty quests, despite your relatively high level. Thaden nodded. I see. What are the different difficulties again? Low minimal, mid-minimal, high minimal, low medial, mid-medial, high medial, low maximal, mid-maximal, and high maximal. Boydlin recited quickly, as if it was something he practiced frequently. The assistant healer could extrapolate what those meant, even if he didn't have specifics quite yet. Are there any requirements I should be aware of? The Chari waved at the board behind him. Only that at least one quest be undertaken a month. For quests that require more than a month to complete, they are counted for each month they are being actively completed. There is no registration fee for anyone signing up to become members of the Coalition right now. That will change once the contenders arrive in a few months. Excellent. Thank you for answering my questions. I have just one more for you before I make my decision. The man smiled brightly, as if knowing that he was close to making a sale. Go ahead. Is there any place in this big building where I can stay? It seems as though the local inn doesn't care for adventurers, and the proprietor has refused to let me stay there from now on. The man's face fell, though it wasn't because of what Thaden was worried about. That's a real shame. I hadn't realized Varla had become that outspoken already, though considering... Anyway, yes, there are accommodations here for any member of the Coalition ranked bronze or higher, though seeing as there aren't enough members to fill even a portion of our available rooms, I can let you lease one for a small fee of 50 copper a week. Once the contenders arrive, however, I may need to evict you from your room. You understand, don't you? Yes? Good. Oh, and that doesn't include meals, as we will not have a full staff here for a few months, so that will have to be your own responsibility. So, ready to sign up? He finished hopefully. Almost. I guess I have one more question. About the ranks? Ah, yes. There are 9 ranks in the Adventurer Coalition, and almost everyone starts at the lowest rank, which is designated as Wood. To advance in rank, a certain number of quests is required, depending on their difficulty,
"And your coalition badge," Boydlin said, pointing to a silver-looking pin on his shirt. "Will change into your new rank once you bring it back to any coalition branch for confirmation. The ranks in order are wood, leather, copper, iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and platinum. Oh, and before you ask, there is no way to cheat the assimilation system by pretending to complete a quest when you didn't, because they are automatically monitored for completion. Any rewards are automatically supplied to you upon completion, though if you have item retrieval or resource collection quests, they won't be completed until you turn them in at the nearest Adventurer Coalition location. Now, does that cover everything? Shall we get the paperwork started?" Thaden had a few additional questions, but they were more about specific details that he figured he could ask about later. For now, he had made up his mind. And it wasn't wholly predicated on the fact that the Coalition had a place for him to stay while in town. It helped a lot in his decision, but it wasn't everything. "Yes, let's get it started." The process was actually quite quick and painless, despite the Coalition leader sounding as if it was a lengthy and involved series of papers he had to fill out. Instead, Boydlin filled it all out for him by asking him simple questions that he already knew, such as his name, current level, and class. He also asked about which spells he had, as they were important for matching him up with parties that could use what he had to offer.
Thaden thought it was a bit silly, considering that even if the 3 coalition members from Ashcleft came back, there weren't really any other options for any parties. Your registration is good for all branches of the coalition all around the world, and this information will automatically be imprinted upon your badge. It will also update when you acquire new spells, increase your level, and so on, though only other members of the coalition will be able to see this information when they examine your badge. There were a few other questions, like what his highest stat was, which he figured was important to know when picking out a party, because no one wanted a tank or frontline fighter who had a low physicality. And an assistant healer with a low mentality meant that they would likely be less effective. When Thaden told him that he had 25 in mentality, the man looked at him like he wanted to say something, but he only sighed and wrote down the information on the paper he was filling out. Thaden could only assume that most healers increased their mentality even further with their free stat points, instead of putting them in fortuity like he had. "All right, that looks like everything. What about achievements or competencies?" the newest member of the Adventurer Coalition asked. He was actually wondering if he could ask Boydlin advice on what sort of advancements he should choose for his defensive spellcasting competency, since he hadn't chosen them yet. "Achievements? Competencies? You don't have to worry about those. Only contenders can gain achievements and have competencies, though you should definitely ask about them from potential contender party members in the future." Only contenders have achievements and competencies? He was learning more and more every day, though he doubted he would know everything he needed to know by the time the rest of the people from Earth arrived on Tarth. When Thaden didn't have any other questions or items to add to the paperwork, there was a bright flash, and the paper Boydlin had written on seemed to erupt in a burst of flames. Sitting back slightly at the sight, he was amazed when the coalition leader leaned forward with a new wooden badge, similar in shape and size to his own, out to Thaden. "Here you go. Display it wherever you go, and you'll receive a 10% discount at all shops and restaurants. Or at least you're supposed to. Many of the shopkeepers and restaurant owners are a bit stingy right now, though that will change once the contenders arrive. Just hold out to make any major purchases until then, and you'll be fine." Thaden took the badge from Boydlin and looked for a pin to stick it through his shirt, but it turned out that it wasn't necessary. As soon as he brought it close to his chest, it seemed to stick to it like it was magnetized. He tried to take it off once it was on, but it wouldn't budge. You have to specifically send your thoughts to it to take it off,
the coalition leader said, chuckling at his confusion. Otherwise, it's stuck on there permanently and is impervious to damage, which means you shouldn't ever have to worry about losing it. If you do lose it, however, he warned with a stern tone, it's a 5 silver replacement fee, so don't lose it. I won't. Wonderful. Welcome to the Adventurer Coalition, Thaden. Now, would you like to make a deposit for your stay here, or would you prefer to peruse the board? And just like that, Thaden was now a member of the coalition.
Chapter 15. Oidlin showed him his room that he'd be staying in, which was a bit dusty from not being used in what appeared to be a long time, or perhaps never, but it was a little bit nicer than what he'd enjoyed at the inn. It even had some modern, cottony pillows that seemed like they would be more comfortable for him than the goose-down one at the inn, which made him want to ask the coalition leader how all the decor came about, but he decided in the end that he didn't care. All he needed to know was that the coalition was ultimately designed with contenders in mind, so he figured that it was done to make them more comfortable seeing something at least semi-familiar from home. Thaden was just weirded out by it all, but he pushed it aside as he dealt with everything else that came with being in the coalition. He learned the denominations of his coins, at least, which came about when he had to pay for his first week of rent. Instead of 10 or 100 copper coins equaling 1 silver coin, it was instead 90 copper to a silver. Another instance of 3s and 9s that seemed prevalent on Tarth and in the assimilation system. In his pouch that he'd taken from the Vogmite tunnels, he finally got a chance to add it all up, and he was left, after the 50 copper needed to pay for rent, with a total of 5 silver and 23 copper coins. Based on the fact that his stay at the coalition didn't include meals, and that his rent, as he learned later, was heavily discounted, he didn't think his funds would last very long. If nothing else showed him that he needed a job, it was his pending financial situation. After taking care of all those details, Thaden finally looked at the quest board, which he quickly found was divided into neat sections, separated by the different types of quests that the coalition leader had mentioned earlier. The first section was full of item retrievals, which he found constituted a variety of different objectives. Item retrievals included simple quests that were similar to fetch quests in the MMORPG he'd played, which were basically objectives that had someone traveling from one place to another and delivering an item. Simple and basic enough that anyone could theoretically do it. But the travel was typically through monster-infested territory, which made it slightly dangerous. They also included quests that had the quest taker searching for lost items that were important to the quest giver. These items could range from lost wedding rings to even a lost sheep, the latter of which sounded suspiciously like some sort of quest chain in which you would find the corpse of a sheep, and then you had to investigate some dangerous forest for the source of the slaughtered animal. The last sort of item retrieval quest was for a particular item that could be found being held by a certain monster, or one that was stolen by a famous bandit nearby, or even to find a way to acquire an item from a rival company in another city. The only item retrieval quest that caught his attention was solely because it was semi-familiar, as it mentioned the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon. Quest type: item retrieval. Rank requirement: wood quest. Time limit: 4 days upon start. Quest difficulty: mid-minimal. Minimum recommended level: 5. Minimum recommended party size: 5. Quest description: Old Jervy has lost his dark wood buckler near the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon and would appreciate any help in retrieving it. Completion requirements: find and return the dark wood buckler found in the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon to any Adventurer Coalition location. Quest rewards: 3 silver, dark wood buckler, 150 pick, and 3 rank progress up to copper. Thaden vividly remembered finding the dark wood buckler in the tunnels, especially since he had ended up dropping it on his foot, Of course, if he had known that it would have completed a quest, he would have,
well, still not bring it out, because he couldn't carry it. But now that he knew where it was, perhaps he could buy a large bag to store it in, instead of trying to carry it on his own. He wasn't sure exactly, but he wasn't planning on going back there if he could help it. There were also a few things with rank that stood out to him on the quest. The first was that there was apparently a rank requirement that he asked about and discovered that in order to even qualify to do the quest, a member of the Adventurer Coalition had to be a certain rank. Most of what he saw on the board listed wood as the rank requirement, but there were also a handful of leather, copper, iron, and even a single bronze-ranked quest. The second thing he noticed was in the quest rewards portion, where it mentioned rank progress. Thankfully, Boydlin was able to answer that one as well. As mentioned before, each rank in the Coalition requires a certain number of quests be completed before the adventurer can rank up, he explained. Each quest gives a little bit of progress toward this goal, and every quest has a different value. To progress from wood to leather, the adventurer needs to accumulate 90 rank progress. From leather to copper, the current rank progress resets after the rank up, and the requirement then increases to 180. Each subsequent rank requires more rank progress to achieve a rank up, but that is somewhat balanced out by more difficult quests providing higher rank progress rewards. Also, there is a limit to how long a quest can be completed for rank progress, though the other rewards will remain.
For instance, this one you looked at about retrieving a darkwood buckler is only able to provide rank progress until the adventurer is at copper rank. If they undertake and complete this quest at copper rank, they will still receive any monetary, item, and pick rewards, but will not receive any rank progress. They would have to undertake a quest that is more suited toward their current rank in order to accumulate additional progress. Now that he understood a little more, Théoden moved on to the next section, resource collection, where he found that these quests were essentially exactly what they implied, but they varied in their resources greatly. There were some simple, easy objectives that asked for things like collecting 50 of some sort of flower or mushroom in the nearby forest. Others were looking for 20 chunks of raw iron ore or a special stone called Magirock, which could be found in the mountainous area around the Vogmite tunnels. There were also quests for certain monster body parts, like preserved grass wolf tails or hill cougar pelts. He thought that these might be categorized better as monster extermination quests, but apparently they only cared that the resources were brought back, not that they were killed. Speaking of monster extermination, he looked at the next section and saw that the quests for that type were of two different kinds. The first kind was an objective to kill a certain number of a particular monster, such as exterminating 100 wheat rats in the fields outside of town. Rank requirement, wood quest, time limit, none, repeatable. Quest difficulty, low minimal. Minimum recommended level, 1. Minimum recommended party size, 1. Quest description. The nearby wheat fields are being overrun by wheat rats. Thin their numbers to ensure a plentiful harvest for Ashcleft. Completion requirements. Exterminate 100 wheat rats. Quest rewards, 50 copper, 50 pick, and 1 rank progress up to copper. It was a simple quest that appeared to be repeatable, so theoretically someone could kill thousands of the rats and continue to turn in the quest. Of course, he could only imagine that after a while those doing this particular quest wouldn't receive any pick from killing the rats. Or at least that was how it worked in games. Turning in a quest for 50 pick might be good at first, but for someone at a higher level, it wouldn't be worth it. In addition, if they were after increasing their rank, they would have to complete 100 of these quests in order to achieve leather rank, and then 200 more quests to get to copper. After that, the quest wouldn't provide any more rank progress. He couldn't even imagine spending the time to kill 10,000.
and then 20,000 rats in order to get to that point, if there were even that many of them out there. Then again, do they respawn after a while, like in a LitRPG? He didn't know how it worked in this world, but he could only assume that if there were dungeons that he could choose a difficulty for, which was granted to him because of his Dungeon Slayer achievement, then it was likely that at least the monsters in those dungeons were specifically spawned for that purpose. It made him feel sick, knowing that those he had killed in the Vogmite tunnels had probably already respawned, as it felt like his horrific experience and escape from the dungeon should have had a more permanent impact on the world. The second type of monster extermination quest was for a single, specific monster that typically had a name. For example, the most difficult quest on the whole board was one of these, and it had whoever took the quest killing something called Vernox, the Vogmite King.
Quest type, Monster Extermination. Rank requirement, Bronze. Quest time limit, 7 days. Quest difficulty, Mid-Medial Minimum. Recommended level, 35. Minimum recommended party size, 5. Quest description. Vernox, the dreaded Vogmite King, is preparing his armies of Vogmites in the Vogmite tunnels, maximal, to march upon Ashcleft. Stop him before he can bring his plan to fruition. Completion requirements. Kill Vernox, the Vogmite King, in the Vogmite tunnels, maximal. Quest rewards: 5 gold, 4,000 pick, and 150 rank progress up to silver. The quest had some beefy requirements, but if it was completed, the rewards seemed quite significant. Of course, if he was reading the description right, a party of adventurers would have to venture in the Vogmite tunnels at its hardest difficulty and kill what was likely the boss of the dungeon, the Vogmite King. Théden had killed the Vogmite Queen when he fought to escape from the dungeon, who was hard enough, but killing a named boss was almost always going to be a lot harder than a generic descriptive one like Vogmite Queen. The last section on the quest board was reserved for dungeon maintenance. He wasn't exactly sure what this meant until he read their descriptions and discovered that they were essentially quests to delve through nearby dungeons, with a little bit of monster extermination-based objectives thrown in. Quest type, Dungeon Maintenance. Rank requirement, Wood. Quest time limit, 5 days / repeatable every 2 days. Quest difficulty, Mid-Minimal. Minimum recommended level, 5. Minimum recommended party size, 5. Quest description. The Vogmites in the Vogmite tunnels are repopulating faster than predicted. Delve through the Vogmite tunnels dungeon, minimal, and kill at least 100 Vogmites to thin their numbers. Completion requirements. Kill 100 Vogmites in the Vogmite tunnels dungeon, minimal. Quest rewards, 2 silver, 100 pick, and 2 rank progress up to copper. Bonus. Completion requirements. Completely clear the Vogmite tunnels dungeon, minimal, of all Vogmites. Bonus quest rewards. All prior rewards in addition to 5 silver, 400 pick, and 5 rank progress up to copper. Hey Boydlin, do these quests apply retroactively to already completed objectives? Say, if I had done some of these quests before I became a member of the Adventurer Coalition? Théden asked. Oh, no, unfortunately not, he replied. In order for any objective to be counted, the quest would need to be started here or shared by another coalition member before any of the objectives were completed. There went the idea of getting some free money and pick, as well as rank progress, for something he had completed already by escaping from the Vogmite tunnels. As he looked over the board, trying to find something that he thought he might be able to actually complete, he couldn't help but notice that there was an empty space at the very end of the dungeon maintenance section that was out of place. The entirety of the board was full and perfectly arranged, so for there to be a gap was something that caught his eye. Why the empty space? Is that for additional quests that might come into the coalition?
Boydlin was silent for a few moments before he sighed. It's actually where I would be putting limited-time special quests, of which there won't be many now, but we'll likely have many more when the contenders arrive. We've only actually had one so far, but it's been taken care of. He said that last part quickly, as if to reassure himself. Let me guess.
That was the quest the other members of the Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition were supposed to complete. The coalition leader was obviously caught out, as he squirmed a little in the chair he'd been sitting in while addressing Thaden's questions. Well, yes, but I'm sure it's nothing. There weren't supposed to be many special quests until the contenders came, and so I can only assume that it was a test run for when they arrived. Sure. What exactly was the quest? Can you see if it is still active? Of course I can see if it's still active. I just haven't checked it in a while because I was sure that those I sent would succeed. They were all in their high-level 20s after all, so there was no reason to worry. Boydlin rummaged through the mess of papers on his desk, obviously looking for something. After about 15 seconds of moving things around, he finally picked up a piece of paper that looked almost identical to the ones on the quest board, except that this one was colored red instead of white like the others. Uh-oh. That's not good, the coalition leader said as he looked at it. Thaden watched the Chari's face slowly transform from hope to despair as he continued to look at it. What is it? What's wrong? Instead of saying anything else, Boydlin simply handed the red piece of paper to the assistant healer, who read it immediately. Quest type: special. Rank requirement: any quest. Time limit: 2 days. Quest difficulty: mid-medial. Minimum recommended level: 20. Minimum recommended party size: any. Quest description: the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, medial, has started to break free from its boundaries. All nearby Adventurer Coalition members at level 25 or above are needed to contain the outbreak before the undead overwhelm the surrounding countryside. Completion requirements: destroy 500 undead outside the Mausoleum of Despair. Dungeon quest rewards: 10 gold, 6,000 pick, and 20 rank progress up to bronze bonus. Completion requirements: enter the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, medial, and defeat Arpath, the Bone Defiler, to stop the outpouring of undead outside of the dungeon. Bonus quest rewards: 50 gold, 25,000 pick, 100 rank progress up to bronze, and 3 additional spell/ability selections. Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned: 0/1. For some reason, Thaden didn't think the warning about the undead swarming over the countryside was simply flavor text like he figured the other quests had, though now he was beginning to wonder if that was really the case with the others he'd read. Did the dungeons of this world eventually have their monsters break out if they weren't maintained like the quests wanted? He was beginning to believe that they did, though from what Boydlin said, such a thing probably wasn't supposed to happen until the contenders arrived, which meant that there was a good chance that these undead were going to be attacking people nearby, which could also mean that Ashcleft and its people were in danger. While he didn't really care for the Chari here based on how many of them had treated him when they thought he was an adventurer, he also didn't want anyone to die unnecessarily. But how was he supposed to help? And how great was the danger? Where is this Mausoleum of Despair, Boydlin? It took 2 more repetitions of the question for the coalition leader to finally answer, but he was still distracted as he did so. It's approximately 5 miles to the east, north of the Wandering Forest. Thaden could tell that there was something else wrong other than just the imminent arrival of undead everywhere. It wasn't until he looked at the red quest paper in his hand that his eyes noticed something on the bottom that he hadn't previously seen. Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned 0/1. Oh,
If Boydlin didn't count as a member that could be assigned to any of the quests he had available, which he thought was the case, then what the special quest was saying was that there was only one current member available to be assigned. And that current member was Thaden.
Chapter 16.
They're gone. I can't believe. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. We were supposed to keep everything relatively normal until the contenders arrived. But now, with this... The coalition leader put his head in his hands and bent over, rocking back and forth. What are we going to do? Thaden still wasn't sure how this whole world worked. What with the people who had come decades ago to get the world ready for his people that were coming as contenders, or what role the Churi, and from what he understood other races, played in the greater scheme of things. The more he considered them, the more he thought of them as background NPCs, or non-player characters. But the problem with that was that they seemed as real and alive as he was. Or was this entire thing a simulation? Was it supposed to mimic the RPGs he'd played when he was younger? Or were those RPGs a reflection or a glimpse into how the whole assimilation system operated, as if they were designed to teach people about it before this whole thing happened? Without alienating himself and professing that he was a contender who had somehow glitched out of training, there wasn't any way for Thaden to ask those questions. The warning he'd received from the town guard was scary enough for him to want to avoid too much attention in that regard. As much as everything seemed game-like, it felt enough like real life that he was going to treat it that way. And it might be a little selfish, but if this was all real, then he'd rather avoid being eaten again. He couldn't imagine that being munched on by a zombie was any better by a Vogmite. All of which meant that he needed to get stronger and improve if he wanted to live through, also known as not get eaten by, what appeared to be an undead uprising. And this quest seemed like the perfect opportunity.
If he was able to find a party to join, of course, since even after leveling up, he didn't really have much in the way of offensive potential. The quest says that it's open to any ranks, doesn't it? Thaden asked. Because I'm sure that the other coalitions from nearby towns or cities will send their best members to complete the special quest, right? Boydlin picked his head up as his expression turned hopeful. That's right. Now that it's gone red, the range of the special quest should reach even more coalition locations. His face fell a little bit. Though, I'm not sure how many would even be able to come. Why is that? Because there aren't many members of the Adventurer Coalition anywhere that are above level 25. In all, there are only a handful of members that are above bronze, and most of those are administrators, such as myself, with very little combat experience. Thaden was confused, because the solution seemed easy. Then how about town guards? I think Virlo was level 45, and I'm sure... The coalition leader looked at Thaden as if he was crazy. It doesn't work like that, as you should know, he said with a snort. As soon as any town or city guard leaves the range of the town or city they are protecting, they lose almost all of their power. Virlo is tied to the same protections around Ashcleft, and he can't venture more than 500 feet in any direction without becoming as powerless as a level 1. Ah, that explains why he was so strong, and why his level seemed so out of place. Regardless, there should be more coalition members going to fight the undead, correct? Boydlin nodded reluctantly. Well then, I'll go do my part and join up with them. I'm sure they could use a healer. No! It's suicide for someone of your level, the Churi shouted, standing up and waving his hands frantically. The minimum level of the weakest undead from the medial mausoleum of despair is level 20, which is entirely too strong for you. One hit from them will kill you faster than you can blink.
Nevertheless, I need to find a party to join with, or else I'm going to be useless as a member of the Adventurer Coalition. While that wasn't the entire truth, it was close enough to it that it didn't matter. He really did need to find other people to party with so that he could act his part as a healer, and this seemed like the best bet to finding one. If there had been some other members out of Ashcleft that still lived, he might have waited for them to come back, but it was obvious now that such a thing wasn't going to happen. But you'll just be throwing your life away. It's too dangerous around there now to even travel toward it. I strongly recommend that you reconsider this plan. I'm sure there will be someone else that will join up with the coalition if you just wait for a little bit of time, Boydlin pleaded. And how long had it been since you got your last member before I arrived? This time Théoden was able to make out what the coalition leader mumbled in response. 4 months? Exactly. This quest seems like it is time-sensitive, and we can't afford to take the chance that anyone will show up in time. I need to go now and see if I can find some other members of the coalition to party with before it's too late. Boydlin seemed to deflate as he threw himself back into his chair. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not relieved to hear you say that. But I still think this is too dangerous. Especially as this is your first day as a member of the coalition. Are you sure you want to do this quest? He asked, the latter part a bit more formally than his previous statement. When Théoden confirmed it with him, he sighed and nodded, before placing his hand on the red piece of paper he'd taken back from the assistant healer. A moment later, there was a small flash of light, and from his position nearby, Théoden could see that the last line had changed.
Current Ashcleft Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned 1/1. Well, I guess that's it. Now that you've been assigned the quest, you should feel a general pull in your mind toward your destination, Boydlin said abruptly, startling Théoden away from staring at the red quest paper. This is common for quests that have a particular location as part of their objective. So if you ever get lost, just focus on this pull to find your way. Théoden nodded. Anything else I should know? Yes. Get yourself some supplies before you go, because there's no telling how long you'll be out there before you're able to resupply. Do you have enough for a week's worth of travel rations? The assistant healer, recently arrived in this world, had absolutely no idea. I'm not sure. I have around 5 silver. Is that enough? It should be, even if the shops around here end up gouging you on the cost. I would suggest leaving in the morning as soon as the sun is up, because traveling toward undead-infested lands at night is a very poor idea. Théoden had to agree, especially as he'd rarely traveled late at night back on Earth. He couldn't imagine trying to journey across unfamiliar lands filled with dangerous beasts and monsters when there were no streetlights and only the moon and stars to see by. If there even was a moon, of course, which wasn't a guarantee. He hadn't been awake at night, so he had no idea if there was. Boydlin gave him advice on where to go to pick up travel rations, which turned out to be packages of dried meat strips, hard biscuit-like squares, and a trail mix of nuts and berries that actually looked quite delicious. Théoden was fairly certain he was overcharged for everything, especially the canvas sack with straps and canteens for water that he bought from a separate store, where the store owner just looked at him funny the entire time he was there. But he amazingly had just enough to pay for it all. He wasn't able to find any restaurants that would serve him dinner, as the only permanent establishment seemed to be the same cracked cup inn that he was kicked out of, though there was a corner stall near the center of the city that sold hot meat and vegetable pies. He was hungry enough by that point, as his body was still recovering from its starvation, that he quickly consumed the 2 he bought and almost went for a third, but the nasty looks he was getting from people walking nearby as he shoved his face full on the street made him skip it for now. When he was done with all his purchases, he walked back to the coalition building and found his way up to his rented room, falling asleep on his dusty bed within seconds. He woke up sneezing early the next morning to a pounding on his door, his wake-up call that he neither requested nor appreciated, but he'd rather get started on the day than wait too long so that he didn't arrive at his destination before sundown. He used the coalition bathing room, which was large and seemed to be communal based on the size of the tubs, and found that there was actual running water in the place, and it was hot.
He realized after burning himself with the scalding water that Varla hadn't intentionally attempted to hurt him back at her inn when he took a bath, as it seemed the Chari liked their water hot enough to boil a lobster. Thankfully, even with his weak regeneration healing him, he wasn't seriously hurt, or at least not hurt for long. As he was bathing, relaxing in the tub before getting out, he finally took the time to look at his competency advancements for defensive spellcasting.
Please select 2 advancements for your defensive spellcasting competency. Faster protection. All defensive spells now have a 50% permanent casting time decrease. Longer protection. All defensive spells now have a 50% permanent duration increase. Thicker protection. All defensive spells now prevent 50% more damage. Harder protection. All defensive spells now protect from sources 5 levels higher than before. Extended protection. All single-target defensive spells now extend to protect an additional target. Disease protection. All defensive spells now temporarily protect against burning, charmed, poisoned, and sleep afflictions. Théoden couldn't help it. He laughed out loud when he saw the potential advancements for his defensive spellcasting competency. After his giggles settled down, he quickly eliminated the few that would be practically useless for him. Faster and longer protection didn't really help him, because the casting time for his protection spells were instant, and since he didn't have to worry about mana, they would stay active perpetually, which meant that duration didn't matter all that much. The same went with thicker protection, as his defensive spells would prevent all damage from different sources, so a 50% increase in the damage prevented wasn't useful. He was sure there would probably be spells in the future that might benefit from this, but since he didn't know what they were and didn't have them, he passed on this advancement. The last 3 were a little more interesting. Being able to protect from sources that were 5 levels higher than normal with harder protection was big, as it meant that his weak absorption field could prevent damage from magical sources up to level 25, while minor repulsion field would do the same for physical damage all the way up to level 35. Extended protection was also good for when he got into a party, as he thought that his own self-only defensive spells, such as minor repulsion field, could also target another party member. This could literally be a lifesaver, as he could theoretically protect a tank from taking any damage at all. Lastly, disease protection seemed good at first, as it was able to prevent a few different afflictions, but he also had 2 different spells that would remove those afflictions if they appeared. Granted, if it was Théoden that was afflicted with, for instance, sleep, then it would be more difficult to cure it with a spell, since he'd be asleep, but he felt that if he was going to be in a party, he had be better served protecting his party members from damage rather than afflictions. With the relatively easy choices, he added the harder protection and extended protection advancements, which showed up just under his defensive spellcasting competency on his character report. He didn't experience anything different after picking them, though he wasn't sure exactly what he thought he might feel. Regardless, there wasn't any other reason to delay his departure, so he got out of the tub, dried off, got dressed, and headed out into the main area of the Coalition building. Boydlin was already there waiting for him, and he had a surprise for Théoden. "I normally wouldn't do this, but since this is your first quest and it's a big one, I got you breakfast so that you didn't have to worry about finding something before you set out," the Coalition leader said with a smile and a flourish at the plate of what appeared to be scrambled eggs and a pastry that looked remarkably like a muffin, but was flatter than what he was used to. "Thank you, Boydlin. I appreciate it." And he did, too, because he absolutely devoured the meal within minutes, finally feeling like he'd gotten a handle on his hunger by this time, and his body had recovered from the exhaustion and starvation that he'd undergone a couple of days before. "Good luck, and don't die," the boisterous Chari said when Théoden was leaving a minute or so after finishing his breakfast. Théoden chuckled and waved back at the Coalition leader before taking off down the street.
He could feel the pull of the quest location that had been mentioned the previous day, which felt more like a remembered task that needed to be done that was constantly on his mind. It wasn't distracting, at least, and if he was doing something else and not paying attention to it, he couldn't feel it at all. Regardless, he followed this pull out through the town, ignoring the looks of the few early morning townsfolk out and about, before finding himself in front of a closed gate along the wall of town. "Chose to join the coalition, did you?" a voice said from above. Thaden looked up and saw what he thought was a familiar face, which turned out to be accurate, as Virlo jumped down from where he had been perched at the top of the wall. "I did. Thank you for the advice." "Heading out so soon? You should be careful. There are a lot of dangers for a level 1— Wait. How are you level 17? How did you hide your level?" the town guard asked angrily, getting right up into Thaden's face. "Whoa, hold on now," the assistant healer said, holding up his hands as if to ward off an attack. "I just hadn't leveled up after everything that happened to me. Remember what I told you before? You may or may not believe it, but it happened, and I received a whole lot of pick for it. Now, are you going to open up the gate for me? I'm on a very important special quest." Virlo stared at him for nearly a minute from about a foot away, but Thaden did his best to hold his ground and not flinch away like he wanted. He had done nothing wrong, after all, and it wasn't like he was hiding anything. He had told the guard everything that happened to him, and it was his own issue if he didn't believe it. "Special quest, huh? The same one the other 3 adventurers departed 4 weeks ago?" Virlo finally asked, stepping back a few feet. Thaden stopped himself from breathing out in relief as he answered, "Yes, the same one. I'm hoping to join up with other adventurers from neighboring towns while I'm there, so that we can stop the undead from rising up and covering the land with their numbers." He was being a little dramatic, but he also wanted to impress upon Virlo that he had something important to do and to let him leave. It was another staring contest for another half-minute, before the town guard silently walked to the gate and moved a bar that was keeping a small door closed. Without a word, he gestured toward the exit, and Thaden didn't hesitate to walk out. "Thanks. Try not to die." That was all Thaden heard before the gate door closed behind him, and then he was on his way down the beaten dirt road leading off toward his quest location, the Mausoleum of Despair.
Chapter 17. Thaden still had his minor repulsion field active from when he was still in the town of Ashclift, and he was prepared for the beasts that would likely attack him outside. He was expecting the same ones he had seen before when he had walked to town from the Vogmite tunnels, such as the wheat rats, venomous snakes, and grass wolves. And while he saw them out in the fields and in the knee-high grass a little further away from town, none of them attacked him. In fact, they didn't even seem to acknowledge his passage over the road, completely at odds from what he'd experienced before, where they had all flocked to him as if he was a walking steak and they were packs of ravenous monsters. Then he remembered that he was now level 17, and when he looked at the descriptions above their heads, they were a lighter white, almost grayish color. Based on games he'd played in the past, he could only assume that meant they were no challenge to him anymore, and therefore wouldn't attack unless he specifically messed with them. He also figured that they wouldn't give him any more pick when he killed them, as they were such a lower level than he was. More and more, this world seemed like it operated on the same principles he was at least semi-familiar with in video game RPGs, to the point where it was almost uncanny. He knew how it worked in games, as the programmers could simply write code that changed the behavior of monsters so that they didn't attack anyone much higher level than them. But how did something like that come about in a world like this? Was the assimilation system essentially one huge computer? Or was it some godlike programmer that instituted his code on the very nature of reality? Obviously, his walk toward his destination was so boring that he had time to contemplate the meaning of reality and the universe. Unfortunately for him,
He didn't have any more answers or revelations that came from his random thoughts on the subjects, so all it ended up doing was pass the time while the dirt road reached a fork. One fork led to the south, which was essentially away from the mountains where the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon was located, while the other was headed slightly northeast. The one leading south, and to another town called Huendar, was in much better shape, while the one that he needed to take was much rougher. It was more an overgrown track than a road, from what he could see. Now that he was getting closer to his quest location, Théden checked over his access slots and made sure they were set up exactly how he wanted them. Available spells. You currently have 0/5 access slots available. Weak Regeneration, single cast, 1 access slot. Weak Cure Physical Affliction, single cast, 1 access slot. Weak Absorption Field, channeled, 1 access slot. Weak Health Reduction, single cast, 1 access slot. Weak Cure Mental Affliction, single cast, 1 access slot. Weak Mass Healing, single cast, 1 access slot asterisk. Weak Resurrection, single cast, 2 access slots. Minor Healing, channeled, 1 access slot asterisk. Minor Repulsion Field, channeled, 1 access slot asterisk. Théden only had 5 access slots available, but fortunately all of his spells, except one, only took a single access slot. Weak Resurrection was the only spell he possessed that required 2 slots, but that was something that he could switch up if it was ever needed, as it hopefully wouldn't be something that he would use all the time. As for what he actually stuck into his access slots, the 3 he had started with were still there, with his healing and repulsion field with an upgrade. But he also added in weak mass healing and weak absorption field. Until he knew what he was up against, especially while traveling alone, he wanted to be able to protect himself and heal any inadvertent damage that was done to him along the way, and his selections reflected this. He was tempted to take out weak regeneration and replace it with one or the other cure affliction spells, but without knowing what he might be facing as far as afflictions, he felt it was better to keep it in. He hadn't ever switched out spells in the middle of combat before, as he never had enough to need to do something like that, but he intuitively knew that he would be able to easily enough. He had a feeling that if one of the spells he was switching in had a cooldown, however, then it would start as soon as he slotted it in. Therefore, if someone died and he needed weak resurrection during a fight, it would be better if he waited until all the monsters were dead before adding it into 2 access slots, as it wouldn't automatically start with a cooldown. He wondered where that information came from, as it wasn't anything he'd learned from anyone or from anywhere. It was just sort of there when he was looking at his spells and his access slots. Wherever it came from, he just hoped that the same sort of intuitive information worked for some of the other confusing systems he had to deal with in this new world. Because other than his access slots, nothing else had seemed to help him out automatically. Or maybe he retained more of the ways Morpies worked back on Earth than he thought he remembered, because this whole thing with the slots was certainly a familiar mechanic. Regardless, after ensuring that he was prepared, Théden took the fork in the road and quickly progressed through the grassland that encompassed the entire area.
After about 30 minutes, however, he could see the land start to change, shifting from vibrant green and yellow grass to almost all yellow, as the grass seemed to be dying off and was struggling to stay alive. Before too long, large clumps of dying grass were gone altogether, as barren ground was seen where it had once been. In another mile or so, the grass was gone altogether, only to be replaced by skeletal trees that seemed like they were once part of the wandering forest to the north, but had died off at some point, as though an arboreal plague had swept through the area, killing everything in its path. Speaking of a path, the road he was following had nearly disappeared by the time he entered the dead trees, and he hesitated slightly before stepping into the creepy-looking forest.
Fortunately, he wasn't afraid of getting too lost, because he could still tell where the pull was taking him, and he simply kept walking in that direction, albeit much slower than before, because he wasn't exactly sure what he would find in there, and he was actively looking for any other members of the coalition that might be heading there to complete the quest. With his speed reduced to less than a walk, as he felt slightly claustrophobic with the dead trees surrounding him, Théden concentrated on his hearing, using it to warn him of any dangers that might creep up on him. For another hour, his anxiety and paranoia ramped up as he didn't hear anything but his own footsteps. The forest of trees was well and truly dead. There was no sign of any undead or any other monsters he thought might be lurking around the area, even lower-leveled ones that would likely leave him alone. It was eerie, especially as the sun rose higher in the sky, and yet the dead forest never truly brightened fully, as if it was permanently dusk. As he began to wonder why this was, he noticed that the further he progressed toward his destination, the harder it became to see.
It wasn't becoming darker, however. Instead, the area between the trees started to fill with fog, like some sort of low-budget horror film depicting a graveyard scene before zombies started emerging from their graves. The images the fog inspired didn't exactly fill him with confidence, and yet he continued to make his way carefully through the trees. This is idiotic. You're going to get yourself killed by something you can't even see. Still, he was confident enough in his field spell that he didn't turn around and flee as soon as the environment looked like he was walking through a thick cloud. Whether it was stupidity or overconfidence, he didn't really care, but he could feel himself getting closer to where he needed to be. It turned out that even though he was straining his ears, listening for any type of sound other than his own nervous breathing, any noise he heard wouldn't have helped him much. The fog made sounds seem to come from all directions, which was what made him freeze in fear when he heard the moans of the undead coming from seemingly everywhere at once. It reminded him a little of the zombie movies he'd watched back on Earth, with long, pained moans that sounded like a foghorn, but there were also high-pitched screeches accompanied by strange clicking sounds that, for some reason, freaked him out more than anything else. As he stood in place and listened to the sounds of the undead, he eventually pinpointed that all of it was coming from ahead of him somewhere, instead of surrounding him like he at first thought. All right, so I'm here. Now to find the party to join. As if his thought had summoned them, Théden heard the sounds of voices coming from somewhere off to his right, and as soon as he turned his head toward where he thought it was, he was blasted off his feet by a heavy gust of wind. As he flew sideways, his shoulder hit one of the dead trees, but instead of causing severe damage to his body, his minor repulsion field treated the presence of the tree as an attack, likely as a result of the abnormal gust of wind that came out of nowhere. As a result, the trunk of the tree cracked and was pushed ahead of him as he continued to fly through the air, eventually hitting the ground, though he was cushioned by his field a few times as he tumbled with flailing limbs. As he finally came to a stop, the active ability of the minor repulsion field deactivated, dropping him to the dead dirt underneath him, and he groaned in pain. Not from any impact due to his flight, but from the powerful impact imparted by the gust of wind. He immediately knew that it was magical in nature, which was why it wasn't blocked by his physical protection field. At the same time, it was also considered an attack which prevented the physical after-effects of his flight from damaging him. He thought that was fortunate, because he was fairly certain he would have been horrendously hurt by slamming into the tree with such force. Looking at his character report, he saw that he had only lost 3 health, and one of his lost health had already been healed by his weak regeneration. He debated using another spell to heal himself the rest of the way, but decided against it until he knew what was going on and could make a better decision. As he quickly got to his feet, he immediately looked back to see where he felt the gust of wind come from, and noticed that it was much, much clearer. The reason for that was the presence of 4 people running toward the mausoleum,
all of them the dusky orange that marked them as Chari, and they looked to be straight out of an RPG. One of them was wearing a set of heavy-looking chainmail and leather armor, complete with a coif that protected his head and neck, along with a rounded helmet that protected it even further.
He was carrying a shield in his left hand that was much larger than the darkwood buckler he'd seen in the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon, as it was large enough to cover nearly 2/3 of his body when he held it out in front of him. In his other hand was a longsword that had to have been at least 5 feet long, and it was nearly 6 inches wide at its base above the hilt. It looked extremely heavy, and Théoden doubted he would even be able to lift it, let alone swing it with any type of skill. Not that he could, as an assistant healer, of course. Just slightly behind the rushing, tank-styled individual was a stereotypical rogue-type character, wearing dark gray leather armor that looked a little too dominatrix for Théoden's taste, especially as she was, well endowed, so to say. It wasn't helped by the fact that her face was half hidden by a leather mask and the coiled leather whip attached to her belt, though she was currently carrying a pair of short blades that were made of some dark material, meaning that they didn't shine in the sunlight that momentarily streamed through the cleared fog bank above them. The reason for the cleared fog was from the next individual, a Chari, wearing what could only be a dark blue mage or wizard's robe, complete with a wide sash that had small arcane-looking symbols that appeared to be stitched into it, and the pointed, wide-brimmed hat with the point flopped over completed the ensemble. Apart from her clothes that screamed spellcaster, a gnarled wooden staff in her hand was held out in front of her, and a nimbus of glowing power surrounded it, even as the same gusts of air that had blasted Théoden back seemed to expand outward from the tip of the staff in a spreading circle. Somehow, the gusts of air seemed not to affect her companions, who kept running as they seemed to ignore the air blasts that cleared the way so that they could see where they were going. Bringing up the rear, an archer, wearing tight-fitting, lightweight clothes in muted colors, holding a bow with a quiver on his hip full of arrows, had his head on a swivel as he looked all around for danger. His weapon wasn't as impressive as the one he'd seen Verlo wield back in Ashcleft, but then again, the level 45 town guard didn't need a weapon to look impressive. Unfortunately, they were too far away for whatever prompted the words to appear above their heads, which would have given him an idea of who they were and their levels. But he was fairly certain that they were from the Adventurer Coalition. They were also obviously strong enough to run straight into the undead that Théoden could still hear making noises ahead of them, and fortuitously, thank you fortuity, they didn't seem to have a healer with them. Without hesitation, Théoden rushed ahead, following where he saw them running, but the fog was already filling in the gaps that had been blown away by the mage's air spells. Before he ran more than 40 feet, the wall of fog blocked his sight of them, but he continued to head in the direction he saw them moving, hoping to catch up with them. Unfortunately, his sense of direction seemed to be skewed, because the more he ran, the closer they seemed to be, all the way to the point where he thought he heard them right ahead of him, only for nothing to be there. It was at the point where he began to slow down, not wanting to rush into them and surprise them with his appearance, that he heard the moaning and clicking of the undead change to something a little more intense and louder, until he heard what he thought was the groaning of the undead dying, being killed, or whatever the term was for an undead dying again. Then the screams of pain and anguish began, and he was fairly certain that they didn't come from an undead. They came from someone living. As far as he knew, there were only 5 people that were classified as living in the foggy forest. Himself and the 4 members of the Adventurer Coalition he was chasing. They're getting hurt. I need to hurry and heal them. That was his only thought as he rushed ahead again, aiming his path for where he thought the screams were coming from. The more he ran, the closer they seemed to come, but he couldn't seem to find those that had rushed ahead.
At one point, he figured he must have overshot their location because the screams came from a different direction, and he had to turn away from where he felt the pull of the mausoleum location, only to find that his senses were playing tricks on him, because nothing was there. Running at a full sprint, trying to get to the injured coalition members in time, he lost himself in the confusing fog-filled trees, pushing himself to just run a little more so that he could help them. Eventually, he had to stop. His breathing labored as he bent over and put his hands on his knees. He wasn't sure how long he had been running, but it felt like at least an hour or more, based on how tired he was. It was only when he stopped running that he realized that the screaming had stopped. He wasn't even aware that it had stopped, let alone when it did, but that didn't deter him. He simply caught his breath and looked up, ready to start running again, only to see sprawled out on the ground between a pair of dead trees, the mangled and ripped-apart bodies of the same adventurers he'd been chasing. "No, I'm too late," he exclaimed, though he choked a bit when he sucked in a breath which was filled with the horrendous stench of rotting flesh. Looking a little closer at the area around the fallen coalition members, he saw dozens of rotting corpses, as well as piles of bones scattered everywhere, showing that the party hadn't gone down easily and had taken quite a few of the undead with them.
Rushing to the mangled bodies, he only barely recognized them as the same people he had seen not long ago, and that was only due to the weapons and scraps of armor he saw lying near their ripped-apart bodies. Quickly slotting his weak resurrection spell, he targeted what he thought was the tank, knowing that if he was going to survive killing the undead, he would need someone that could take some damage that he could then heal. He began to cast the spell on the figure, only for nothing to happen. He tried again, wondering if it was on cooldown for some reason, but the access slots that held the spell didn't seem to be on cooldown. Instead, it was something else. Frantic, he checked his feed, and his heart dropped. Weak resurrection spell has an invalid target. Target has been deceased for more than 60 minutes. Oh no. He quickly tried to resurrect the others, but the same message popped up on the feed window with each one. As he slumped to his knees, uncaring of what he was kneeling in, couldn't help but think that the Mausoleum of Despair was accurately named, because he certainly felt his fair share of despair right now. All this power, and I was too late. A low moan interrupted his sad contemplation of the bodies around him, as his first time seeing a dead person that wasn't himself or a Vogmite, the heads in their dungeon he thought didn't count, really affected his mental state. When he looked up, he realized that at the extent of his vision in the fog, approximately 20 feet away, was a walking corpse that had glowing red eyes, completely different than he expected in a zombie. That single undead was bad enough with its rotting flesh that literally dripped off of its naked body. But it wasn't alone. More moans and clicks came from all around him, and this time it wasn't a trick of the fog. Whipping his head around in a circle, Faden realized he was surrounded. Chapter 18. As the undead rapidly moved out of the fog, their intensely glowing red eyes staring at him with the hunger of those who crave the taste of warm flesh, Thaden was finally able to see what he was moving in to try and eat him. Zombie Mauler, medial level 24. Zombie Mauler, medial level 27. Skeleton Warrior, medial level 21. Skeleton Warrior, medial level 25. Ghoulish Swarmer, medial level 23. Ghoulish Swarmer, medial level 26. The zombie maulers were the undead he'd seen first, which were the typical walking corpses he'd seen on TV, movies, and video games, though they were much more disgusting in real life. They were also not human, or previously human, as they were at least 2 feet taller than the average person on Earth,
reaching tall basketball player levels, and they had elongated heads that were more stretched oval-shaped than round. Their oversized hands also looked capable of ripping someone apart, or mauling them with the sharp, bony ridges that they seemed to have along their knuckles. Other than those differences, they were at least generally humanoid, as they had 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head, as strange as they were. Interspersed between them were the skeleton warriors, which were literal skeletons of the same species as the zombies, but these ones were armed with rusty iron longswords and dented round shields. There was a glowing dark energy that seemed to flow over their bones, but especially their joints, as if it was some sort of magical glue holding all their bones together. But the most numerous of the undead he saw were a mixture of the previous 2. Hunched over so that they could use their lengthy arms to propel themselves over the ground with great speed, the ghoulish swarmers looked like what the zombie maulers became after most of their flesh had rotted away and fell off, before drying out like some sort of mummy.
Their bodies were skeletal, with chunks of desiccated flesh sticking to them here and there, with their teeth being the scariest part of them, as each sharpened tooth seemed to be at least 6 inches in length, like a bunch of razor-sharp spikes ready to chomp off their victims' body parts. There were probably twice as many of the swarmers as the zombies and skeletons combined, though it was hard to tell with so many of them streaming out of the fog to attack him. He was only able to quickly get to his feet and evaluate what was attacking him before the first of the swarmers, which were the quickest to reach him, leaped at Théden with the intent to tackle him and rip him apart. As they were in the air, he also learned that they were the ones making the creepy clicking noises as they gnashed their teeth together. There was nowhere for him to go, so Théden simply stood there and let the first wave of undead hit him, or more precisely, impact his minor repulsion field. As he watched them being repulsed, he realized that the field did absolutely nothing to block the stench of the undead as they got close to him, and he had to fight to keep his breakfast inside his stomach. Unfortunately, the ghoulish swarmers were only pushed backwards, with a not insignificant amount of repulsive force, but they were apparently lightweight enough that they weren't really injured by the abrupt redirection. They quickly landed a few feet away and leaped at him again, seemingly uncaring that they had been denied a meal of warm flesh, and repeated its previous attack. 2 identical results. That was when the zombies and skeletons arrived simultaneously, or at least the half-dozen that could actually reach him at one time. The maulers struck out powerfully with their bony-ridged knuckles, their blows hammering away at his minor repulsion field and being repulsed every single time. As he stood there, unmoving, as he saw a fist slam into the field only inches from his face, he saw that the abrupt repulsion of the attack did something to the zombie's hand and arm, but it was barely more than if it had slammed its fist into a steel wall. He thought that after a while of constantly attacking, the undead monster might break its arm, but it certainly wasn't going to happen anytime soon. As he did his best to keep from breathing in the absolutely disgusting stench of the undead, he also saw the skeleton warriors slice their swords toward him, and finally this seemed to make a difference, for Théden's benefit at least. The rusty iron swords not only bounced off, they were sent back on a trajectory that was difficult to calculate, but most of the time it ended up hitting another undead to the left or right of the warriors. Sadly, even being hit by the ricocheting impact of a longsword didn't do that much to the other undead, as the wounds left in their wake were inconsequential. More than that, he saw that the shallowest of those wounds disappeared after a few seconds, as if the undead had some sort of unholy regeneration. He stood there for about 30 seconds, letting the undead surrounding him slice, beat, and maul his field, while he watched for any indication that they were going to be using a magical attack. While he did that, he switched out weak resurrection and added weak absorption field back in, along with weak mass healing,
both of which he'd taken out in order to slot resurrection in. Thankfully, his unpreparedness wasn't a detriment, as all the attacks appeared to be physical in nature, meaning that he was safe, though safe wasn't exactly the right word for the horde of undead surrounding him, so thick in number that he couldn't see past them enough to give an accurate count. From the moans and shuffling he heard around him, he suspected that he was encircled by at least 100 of them, possibly more.
No wonder the adventurers didn't survive. If they were surrounded like this, then unless they were a much higher level than these undead are, there's no way they'd live through that. After watching the single-mindedness in the attacks against him, he began to calm down a little as he realized he wasn't, at least, in immediate danger. He closed his eyes for a moment to center himself, before psyching himself up for what he needed to do. Just like when he had fought his way out of hundreds of Vogmites, he had to do the same thing here if he ever wanted to survive long enough to find other people to party with. Opening his eyes and squaring his shoulders, Théoden threw himself against the zombie mauler closest to him, and while it appeared as though he was going to shoulder-check the undead monster, the zombie was fast enough to react and try to punch him with its fist. The assistant healer's momentum, combined with the force of the fist flying at his face, was enough to have the undead stumble backwards, for all of a foot, before the veritable wall of flesh-hungry monsters blocked it from going any further back. Théoden took advantage of the wall of undead to keep moving toward the same zombie again, hoping to wear it down as it was stuck in place, similarly to how he had squished the Vogmites against the ground or a wall back in the other dungeon. Unfortunately, he couldn't really get the momentum going to make the rotting monster get flung backwards with more than the force of a small shove, and the wall of undead was squishy enough that it was simply pushed slightly backwards instead of being trapped in place. He quickly found that it did absolutely nothing worthwhile, so he switched targets to one of the ghoulish swarmers. His few steps of momentum barely made a difference as the undead monster leaped at him and met him in mid-step as it was simply pushed back against the horde behind it.
In fact, it was probably worse than the initial charge, as the disgusting and frightening creatures around him were packed so closely together that any type of attack on Théoden's part seemed futile. Just to make sure, he tried the same thing against the skeleton warriors, and while his small momentum was enough to push them back, in addition to sending their sword rebounding away, he had the same problem that there was nothing close by to have them impact against. They were also strong enough that the force of the repulsion against either their swords or their skeletal bodies did no real damage. Unlike the Vogmites, his previous method of dealing damage was perfectly useless. Granted, he wasn't being hurt because of his minor repulsion field, but he was also trapped in the middle of an undead horde with no help in sight. After his attempts to hurt one of them, he stood still for nearly 20 minutes, trying to see if something on the undead would eventually wear down or break as they futilely tried to reach him. But he finally concluded that nothing was happening. Any other living being might be tired or exhausted after fighting for so long, but these monsters were mindless and seemingly impervious to exhaustion, and he had no doubt that they would continue trying to reach him for days on end without stopping. Meanwhile, Théoden would need to sleep at some point, and he already knew that he couldn't maintain his spells while he slept, so the moment he drifted off into unconsciousness, he would die. Given the way the undead seemed to hunger for his flesh, he would be eaten, and he wasn't sure they would spare his head like the Vogmites did. He had a feeling he wouldn't be coming back from that. Panic began to set in, but he pushed it down and tried to stay calm. That lasted for all of 5 minutes before it rose back up and infected his mind, fueled by the moans and clicks and general sounds of the attacking undead, and he suddenly couldn't stop himself from doing everything he could to flee. Orienting himself away from where his quest was pulling him, he started forward, striding toward one of the ghoulish swarmers, and it jumped up at him before being pushed backwards a foot. He kept moving, however,
and as it quickly tried to bite him, it was pushed back into the wall of undead behind it, moving a few inches. He continued moving forward, step by step, progressing an inch or two every few seconds as his field pushed the mass of monsters slowly backwards. Unfortunately, even though he was making progress, he knew that it wasn't enough. Desperation was setting in as he pushed a little too forcefully a minute later, and his forearm accidentally brushed up against the teeth of the swarmer before it could attack him back, thereby activating the field, and he screamed out in pain as the sharp mouth knives cut him deep to the bone, ripping off a fist-sized chunk of his skin and flesh in the process. The pain was so bad that he collapsed, fell to his knees as he stared at the horrendous damage done to his arm, and as the blood gushed out from the wound, he could sense the undead around him going into some sort of frenzy, as their attacks upon him seemed to double in speed. He completely ignored it, as he felt the weak regeneration he always kept active heal him a little bit. But a frantic look at his character report showed him that he was losing health faster than his regeneration could replace it, because he was bleeding out. He had to mentally stop himself from canceling his field so that he could cast his minor healing spell, because the pain was so horrid that it was all he could think about.
Thankfully, he felt a small bump in his healing that didn't come from his weak regeneration, which was when he remembered that he had acquired the natural regeneration competency from one of the achievements he'd earned, which helped to ease the pain a slight amount. But even that small advantage to his healing wasn't enough. Théoden's health continued to plummet, passing into the single digits as he tried to figure out what to do. Of course, it wasn't until he was down to 6, then 7, when his regeneration spell ticked again, that he remembered his new spell, weak mass healing. He blamed his forgetfulness on the pain and then the blood loss he was experiencing, and he chastised himself for his stupidity. He quickly chose to instant cast the spell, and as soon as weak mass healing was activated, a bright light erupted from him and expanded like a spherical wave up to 40 feet away, as if he had just exploded with healing energy. Not only did 20 health suddenly return to him, putting him near his maximum of 30, but the horrific wound on his arm suddenly sealed itself with a layer of new skin, stopping the bleeding, and then it quickly filled up with the flesh that had been ripped away from it, like a balloon filling up with air. In no more than a couple of seconds, it had almost entirely been healed. There was still some weakness in his arm that he figured would go away once he was fully healed, and there were still signs that it hadn't fully replaced all the flesh quite yet under the surface, but it was worlds better than it was before. However, he didn't really notice much of that at first, because he was immediately distracted by the pained groans of the undead around him. The flash of healing light had spread out from his location and passed over the zombies, skeletons, and swarmers nearby. He thought that it was just supposed to heal himself and his allies, but apparently it did more than that to the monsters around him. The undead were the antithesis of life. So did that mean his life-healing spells would damage them? He knew that in some RPGs, priests and cleric-type classes were able to harm the undead using particular spells and prayers, but he always thought it was due to some sort of religious connection and relying on their god for that type of power. It might be that it worked that way in games, but in the world of Tarth, all it took was the same healing energy that had saved his life countless times since he arrived. Regardless of why it worked, he needed to test if it indeed harmed the undead. Instant casting his weak regeneration spell on the skeleton warrior next to him, he watched as the greenish aura surrounded it. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but after the first 5 seconds passed, the healing effect ticked, and he witnessed an almost imperceptible dimming of the dark energy holding its bones together. There was no reaction of pain from the monster, but he wasn't sure if that was because it didn't feel the pain, or because the damage done was so minuscule compared to its total health pool that it was insignificant. But he thought that it was proof enough that it worked.
It was confirmed a few seconds later when his weak mass healing came off cooldown and he used it again. Now that he was paying attention to what the burst of healing light did, he could really see the reactions of the undead as it passed through them, and they both flinched at the touch of the healing energy and were affected in different ways. For instance, as he'd seen a little of it in the skeleton warrior with the weak regeneration spell on it, the dark energy holding the skeletal monsters together dimmed much more significantly after the wave of light passed. The ghoulish swarmers were also affected, but it came with the sight of their desiccated flesh sloughing off in small clumps, where none of it had shifted before.
The zombie maulers had something similar occur to them, as even more of their rotting flesh fell from their bodies, at least more than usual. Now, those signs weren't necessarily an indication of damage, but when they were accompanied by higher-pitched moans of pain and a screech from the swarmers, he was going to consider it suitable confirmation. Overall, though, the spell he cast didn't cause a significant amount of damage to the undead, as even the 20 health that the weak mass healing did as damage was probably only a fraction of their total health. He didn't know for sure how high their health actually was, but he could only assume that it was at least a few hundred, if not near 1,000, given the fact that Théoden was quite weak at only 30 health. Any other healer would likely not consider the damage that any type of healing spell did worth casting on the undead, as there were likely stronger mage-type spells that were a lot more destructive. For instance, at level 17, even if he had placed all his free stat points in mentality, that would give him a pool of 290 mana. At 60 mana per cast of weak mass healing, a typical healer would only be able to cast the spell 4 times, or perhaps 5 depending on how fast their mana regenerated. But for Théoden, who didn't have to worry about his mana because it was somehow broken and his spells never depleted his pool, there was absolutely no problem casting weak mass healing over and over and over again. Sure, it might take a while, but he was also in no real danger. It was his own desperation that led to him getting seriously injured. In other words, if he didn't move, he wouldn't get hurt. Wiping the still wet blood off his arm onto his pants, as his wound was now completely healed without any sign of weakness to it, he grinned a bit evilly at the glowing red eyes of the undead, who hadn't stopped trying to carve their way through his impervious field. You want to eat me, huh? Well, then get a taste of this. As far as clever lines went, it was both cheesy and cringeworthy. But Théoden didn't care as he held his hands out and started targeting every single undead he could see, casting weak regeneration on them until all he could see was an array of glowing green auras that promised continuous damage to them all. At the same time, he recast his weak mass healing whenever it came off cooldown, inflicting even more healing damage to the horrific monsters surrounding him. Again, none of it was a lot of damage all at once, but after a few minutes he saw that it was finally starting to have an impact on the undead closest to him as they literally started to fall apart. Even losing a limb or two wasn't enough to stop them from trying to carve their way through his defenses, but he could tell that their end was nigh. "Oh, does that not taste to your liking? How about you have some more, huh? Hey, no pushing in the back, you'll get your meal soon enough," he said to them with a chuckle, as the first of the skeleton warriors collapsed into a pile of bones. "Wait your turn, will you? I'm not going anywhere."
Chapter 19. Collapsing to his knees, Théoden looked around him in exhaustion, despite the fact that he hadn't moved from the same spot in hours. The last of the undead had collapsed as all semblance of animation left it, one of the many, many monsters that had attempted to kill him with mindless intensity. Unfortunately, the new corpse of the zombie mauler was simply added to the pile of bodies that had accumulated over that time. Unlike a video game, monster corpses didn't disappear after a certain time when they were killed, meaning that the undead were now surrounding him in a shoulder-height wall of bodies that stretched out a good 20 feet in all directions around him.
During the last few hours of constantly using his weak mass healing spell, as well as adding weak regeneration to any undead he could see still walking around, their corpses had fallen next to and even under him, causing him to have to climb up on them in order not to be buried in rotting flesh or old bones. He was currently standing on the backs of two different zombie maulers that had fallen next to each other, though the disgusting squishiness of their flesh didn't bother him as much as it did a few hours before. He'd already thrown up everything in his stomach that had been in there, and after a while he became nose-blind to the stench. That didn't mean he couldn't tell it was still there with every breath he took, but his nose had been so inundated by the smell that it didn't really affect him anymore. Well, that wasn't entirely true, because he was extremely hungry by that point. But there was no way he was going to eat anything until he was free from the piles of undead bodies that continued to rot even as he looked at them. Climbing out from the pit was probably the most disgusting thing he'd ever seen or done, and if he'd had anything left in his stomach, he would have lost it almost as soon as he started.
As it was, he wanted to boil his entire body and burn his clothes after having to drag himself up the slopes of rotting corpses, as he felt like he would never be clean again. It took him nearly 15 minutes of stumbling and falling over the remains of the army of undead that had tried and failed to kill him. And by the time he was out from the encircling enclosure, he felt like he had emerged from a nightmare. He nearly collapsed as soon as he was free from the rotting bodies, but he kept his legs moving until he was at least 100 feet away. At that point, his resolve to get away from the undead gave out as he fell to his knees again, before angling himself to teeter over onto his back so that he was looking up at the sky. The sky? What happened to the fog? As he turned his head to the left and right from where he was lying on the dirt, he couldn't help but see that the fog had cleared up around him, originating from the pile of monster corpses. That didn't mean that the entire forest of dead trees was completely visible, because he could see the fog still present nearly at the extent of his unobstructed vision, but the immediate area was completely clear. On his left side, which he could tell led back to town because of the pull he still felt for his quest, there was nothing but the dead trees that he had passed through in order to get to this place. When he lifted his head up and looked past his feet, he quickly turned away from the sight of all the undead corpses he had just left behind, before looking to his right. There, in the distance, was a cube-shaped black stone building that reminded him of one of those massive big-box stores back on Earth, if one of them had specialized in death as both a motif and a product. The black stone was carved into images of the undead all along its exterior, with pyramid-like carvings that seemed to depict mountains of bones and skulls, featured prominently along the two sides he could see from his position. It was both eerie and frankly surprising how detailed the carvings seemed to be, and his overwhelmed mind couldn't help but inanely think that creating such a work of macabre art must have required hours and hours of work to accomplish. At the front of the building were two dark red stone doors that seemed to lead inside, but Théden had no inclination to enter, at least not without a party. The party! Lifting his head up again, he looked around for the deceased coalition members that he had been too late to resurrect, but he couldn't see them. He was hoping that they might have something on them that would help, such as some armor or a weapon he was capable of wearing or using, or at least he could take any coins that they might have. Stealing from the dead wasn't exactly his idea of a moral activity, but he figured they wouldn't need it anymore, and he could use all the help he could get. Unfortunately, it didn't take him long to realize that the bodies of the adventurers were buried under the mountain of the deceased undead, and there was no way he was going to dive back in there and try and dig them out. As far as he was concerned, they were now lost, and unless the corpses piled on top of them suddenly disappeared, he figured it was best to forget them completely. As he didn't really want to move quite yet, even if the risk of being attacked was still a possibility based on his location, Thaden turned to his feed, which he found had stopped trying to get his attention immediately upon commencing combat with the undead, for which he was thankful.
Although it might have helped to pass the time while he waited for his weak mass healing spell to come off of cooldown, he also didn't want windows with information popping up out of nowhere while he was targeting more and more undead with weak regeneration. You have slain a skeleton warrior, medial, level 22. You have received 44 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party members as well as level disparity. You have received 132 pick. You have slain a zombie mauler, medial, level 26. You have received 52 pick. Pick reward altered based on one party members as well as level disparity. You have received 156 pick. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 32. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 35. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 2. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 9. You may now select an advancement for your support spellcasting competency. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 10. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 27. You may now select an advancement for your support spellcasting competency. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 28. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 36. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 37. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 67. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 81. You may now select an advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 82. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 83. Congratulations for solo slaying a total of 900 monsters. Achievement received, Monster Hunter 3. Bonus reward, 3,000 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 12,000 pick. You have completed the minimum requirements for your assigned special quest. You may return to the Adventurer Coalition to choose another quest, or attempt to complete the bonus completion requirements for this special quest for even more rewards. You have received 10 gold, 6,000 pick, and 20 rank progress toward your next Coalition rank. It was at this point that Thaden was interrupted after reading the massive list of the undead he had killed, as the message said that he'd completed the requirements for the special quest he had taken on. Apparently, that was all that was needed to produce a small pouch out of nowhere that hovered over him for a moment before thumping into his chest. It was surprisingly heavy, and after wiping his hands on the dirt, which really didn't help all that much in cleaning off the undead nastiness that was all over them, he opened it up and saw that it was filled with shiny gold coins. As much as having the gold would benefit him, he could barely pull together any enthusiasm as he placed them back in the pouch and left the whole thing on his chest as a comfortable weight. Then he kept looking at his message feed. Congratulations for completing your first quest with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received. Quester 1 bonus reward, 50 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 200 pick. Congratulations for completing your first special quest with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received. Special Agent 1 bonus reward, 500 pick. Contender World First Achievement, 9 rank progress. Congratulations for solo completing a special quest with the Adventurer Coalition. Achievement received. Special Killer 1 bonus reward, 30 rank progress. Contender World First Achievement, 180 rank progress. Congratulations for solo completing a special quest with the Adventurer Coalition at 3 or more levels under the minimum recommended level. Achievement received, Special Assassin 1. Bonus reward, 270. Rank progress. Contender World First Achievement. 1 additional spell/ability selection. 180. Rank progress. You now possess enough rank progress to advance in rank at the Adventurer Coalition. Please visit your nearest Coalition representative to acquire your new rank. Thaden was speechless as the different achievements scrolled across the message feed, as he wasn't expecting anything like that to happen. He had forgotten that Boydlin had said that quests were automatically completed if the system considered it complete, and the fact that it had also taken into account that he was low-leveled for the quest and also solo had benefited him with the extra achievements and subsequent rewards. The large amounts of rank progress were welcome, along with the pick he earned, though the most impactful reward was the additional spell choice. That alone could potentially mean the difference between life and death. Thaden had also increased his competencies by a lot, though natural regeneration had only increased by a single level. That made sense because he had only been technically hurt once and had been able to heal himself afterwards. As for both support and defensive spellcasting, they had rocketed up in levels, gaining him a pair of advancements for support at level 9 and 27, as well as another advancement for defensive at level 81, which was 3 times the previous threshold. He wasn't sure if it stayed the same or not, but he thought he might not get another advancement until he hit level 243 in the competency, as that was also 3 times the previous threshold. He was tempted to look at them first, but there was something else he needed to do first, which was to apply the enormous amount of pick he felt inside of him. It felt like at least twice the amount he'd gained from his flight out of the Vogmite tunnels. Pick requirements met.
4,900. Over 4,900. Increase personal level, Y/N. Note: this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up! You are now a level 18 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2, Personality +1. 2. Spell selection choices. He couldn't do more than that without choosing his spells, so he immediately addressed the window that popped up. He was glad that his additional choice gained from his Special Assassin 1 achievement hadn't made him choose right away, but had instead waited until he had to choose from his level up, which meant he could choose 3 spells this time. Please select 3 spells from the following selections: Weak Regrowth, channeled. Weak Protective Barrier, single cast. Weak Health Augmentation, single cast. Weak Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Weak Healing Circle, channeled. Weak Aura of Life, reserved. Weak Damage Shield, single cast. Minor Regeneration, single cast. Minor Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Minor Absorption Field, channeled. Minor Health Reduction, single cast. Some spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. The first choice from the list of available spells was easy: Minor Absorption Field. Even with the additional 5 levels of protection due to his harder protection advancement for his defensive spellcasting competency, Thaden was well aware that if any of those undead he'd just killed had used some sort of magical spells or effects on him, there were more than a few of the Maulers and Swarmers that were level 26 and 27. With Minor Absorption Field, he would be able to prevent magical damage from up to level 35 sources, which was something he sorely needed. After that, though, the choices became a little more difficult. There were 2 new spells on the list that weren't upgrades.
Minor health reduction was another new addition, so he looked closer at what they did.
Weak aura of life, reserved. Creates a persistent aura that surrounds the caster that sends out healing energy to anyone nearby. Healing amount, 1 health per 5 seconds. Range, 20-foot radius of caster. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, reserved, 15% of mana pool. Weak damage shield, single cast. Creates a full-body protective barrier around a single target that prevents all types of damage. Once damage is prevented, weak damage shield disappears. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Duration, N/A. Damage mitigation, 50 damage. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 30. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Weak Aura of Life was different from any other spell he had or was on the list, not because of what it did, but because of how it was cast. Instead of being a channeled spell that constantly used mana, or a single-cast spell that used a chunk of mana all at once, it appeared to be a spell that reserved a bit of his total mana pool to have it active all the time. It was something he could turn on and off at will, but while it was active, he would have 20% less mana to use for his other spells. Most healers would have to choose whether or not this would be beneficial, as while it was a constant weak regeneration spell that was always active for anyone within 20 feet, they would have, at his current level with 270 mana, approximately 41 less mana to spend on other healing or protection spells. It was a good thing he didn't really care about having a smaller mana pool. The other new spell was another defensive spell, Weak Damage Shield, which did exactly as the name implied. It was similar to Weak Protective Barrier, which protected someone entirely from any damage or effects, physical or magical. But it had two major differences. The first was that it blocked only up to 50 points of damage instead of all damage from a single hit. So if someone was hit by 100 points of damage, the barrier would negate all 100 points, while the shield would only negate half. The second difference was that there was no duration for the shield, meaning that it could always be on until it was needed, and it would be able to stay active until all 50 points of damage were mitigated. Both had their benefits and drawbacks, but they were also both unable to be cast on himself. Théoden thought about what he wanted to do now that he had survived the initial onslaught of undead, as that would influence his spell selection. Given that he was going to try and join another party from the coalition when they showed up, Weak Protective Barrier, Weak Damage Shield, or even Weak Mana Rejuvenation could be more useful while he was with other people. However, those latter two spells did absolutely nothing for him personally, and he was slightly worried that he might not meet anyone for another few hours or perhaps even the rest of the day. He didn't want to miss any other parties that came to complete the special quest, which he was sure they would, because it was still technically active because the threat hadn't disappeared. He imagined it would only be fully complete once someone went inside the Mausoleum of Despair and challenged the dungeon for the bonus completion requirements. Therefore, getting something that would benefit himself while he waited around for more people to show up would be the smarter move. It wasn't as if they wouldn't be beneficial to other people, though not necessarily as impactful as it would be for himself. With that resolution in mind, he chose the newest spell, Weak Aura of Life, as his second choice, since there was absolutely no drawback to using it that he could see. For his last selection, Théoden chose Minor Regeneration because of his constant use of it while fighting the undead, and with it now regenerating, or damaging undead monsters, by 3 points of health per 5 seconds, it more than tripled his persistent damage. Now, with the Aura spell, he was outputting a total of 4 health per 5 seconds during which the new regeneration spell was on a nearby target, or 48 health a minute.
It wasn't a huge amount still, but it would certainly help to kill the undead much faster than before. With those selections made, Théoden opened his competency advancements, wanting to know what they were before he made any other spell selections once he started applying more pick. The first he opened was the defensive spellcasting competency, and he was disappointed to see that there was only a single new choice in addition to what was available before, as well as upgrades to his previous choices. Please select one advancement for your defensive spellcasting competency. Faster protection. All defensive spells now have a 50% permanent casting time decrease. Longer protection. All defensive spells now have a 50% permanent duration increase. Thicker protection. All defensive spells now prevent 50% more damage. Even harder protection. All defensive spells now protect from sources 10 levels higher than before. More extended protection. All single-target defensive spells now extend to protect 2 additional targets. Disease protection. All defensive spells now temporarily protect against burning, charmed, poisoned, and sleep afflictions. Rejection protection. All defensive spells now give the recipient a 100% bonus to hit accuracy on their next strike. This was an even harder choice than his spells because there was much more to consider now. Since he was starting to think that his next advancement choice might not be for a while, he had to think about the future. More extended protection would allow him to cast his defensive spells and have them target 2 extra people instead of just 1. While the new rejection protection also gave someone a 100% bonus to hit accuracy, which could be a huge boon for any party members. Neither of those did anything for him, of course, but should that be his priority? Sure, he'd chosen himself to be the priority when choosing his latest spells, but he was fairly certain he'd be able to choose many more spells before he acquired another advancement. He could always select some other spells as he increased in level, but the next advancement opportunity might be a long time coming. The stench of rotting flesh seemed to waft into his nostrils again as he laid there on the ground, and a quick glance past his open windows showed something alarming. The fog, which had retreated to the edge of his perceptive range, was visibly flowing back in. It wasn't fast, but he estimated that within an hour, the entire place would be covered again just like it was before. I need to stay alive in order to be useful to a group. I guess that makes my decision for me. Without a glance at the rolling fog coming ever closer, he chose even harder protection as his defensive spellcasting competency advancement, giving his field spells the ability to now block up to level 40 sources. Quickly opening his support spellcasting competency advancements, he saw similar themes to his choices, though that didn't mean he chose the same things. Please select 2 advancements for your support spellcasting competency. Faster healing. All support spells now have a 50% permanent casting time decrease. Longer healing. All support spells now have a 50% permanent duration increase. Stronger healing. All support spells now heal or reduce 50% more health. Group healing. All multi-target support spells now have a 50% range increase. Self-healing. All single-target support spells now heal or reduce 100% more health. Afterglow. All support spells now heal an extra 1% of max health every 5 seconds for 60 seconds. The choice in advancements for his support spellcasting competency was difficult because there were at least 4 of them that he wanted. He immediately dismissed longer healing, mainly because he didn't care overly much about the duration of his spells, since he could simply cast them again if needed. The same went with faster healing, because although it could come in handy for things like weak resurrection and even minor healing, he preferred his instant cast spells at the moment.
which left advancements that healed, or reduced, which he supposed was compatible with his weak health reduction spell. 50% more for all support spells, increased the range of his area healing spells, increased the healing of single-target healing spells by 100%, or added an after-spell effect that healed 1% of max health every 5 seconds for the next 60 seconds. He wanted them all, because each of them would be highly beneficial in some way. He knew that he was under a little bit of time constraint with the fog rolling in, but he didn't want to put this off until later. Therefore, he buckled down and did his best to figure out how to narrow it down. First, as much as it would be beneficial if he was ever surrounded by a massive horde of undead again, group healing, with its extended range, didn't actually do much other than reach further.
It didn't heal, or, in the case of the undead, damage, any more than what he already did, which he decided was something he wanted from his advancements. That left 3 to choose from, and after a bit of deliberation, he decided to forego self-healing for the moment. While being able to heal 100% more to a single target, or damage that same undead target, was powerful, he'd rather have a 50% increase to all healing/damage, because he used a mixture of single and multi-target support spells. Afterglow was his second choice, after grabbing stronger healing, because something that would do lingering healing or damage was extremely strong, especially since he could likely renew the effect over and over again. With those choices locked in, he went back to using his accumulated pick once again. Chapter 20. Thaden could feel the pick he had accumulated siphon out of his body and into what was required to level up, and he quickly spent another 5,200 and then 5,500 to reach levels 19 and then 20. Level up! You are now a level 19 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2, Celerity +1. Level up! You are now a level 20 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2, Physicality +1. Thaden stopped for a moment after achieving level 20. He wasn't sure what he was expecting, but he thought that level 20 should be one of those pivotal thresholds that might mark some sort of dramatic change. Maybe it was the games he'd played in the past, or just that it made sense to him for something to happen at that point. So he was disappointed when it didn't. Of course, he had momentarily forgotten what this world and its system seemed to favor, as he received what he was expecting a moment later when he spent another 5,800 pick on reaching level 21. Level up! You are now a level 21 assistant healer. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +2, Free Stat Point 4, 2, Spell Selection Choices. Congratulations for reaching the pinnacle of your current class. Current class, Assistant Healer. Achievement received, Class Act 1. Bonus reward, Additional classes unlocked. Contender World First Achievement. 1 additional class selection. Please see a support class representative for help in choosing your next class. Until then, your accumulated pick up to your current limit, 180,000, will be held in reserve. You will not be able to increase your level until you receive your new class. Wait. Huh? I can't... No, that's not right. Is it? Thaden spoke out loud, completely flabbergasted by what the message feed was telling him. If it was correct, then he was locked at level 21 until he saw something called a Support Class Representative, where he could pick a new class. The thought of a different class was exciting, though it was tempered quite a bit by the fact that he had to visit a support rep. He could only assume that he was stuck staying as a support class, such as Assistant Healer, but perhaps he might find something that would allow him to actually fight or deal damage, to monsters other than undead, of course. At the moment, however, He couldn't even test the proclamation that he was stuck at level 21 because he wasn't able to do anything but select more spells. But this time, his spell selection was a little different. Please select 2 spells from the following selections: Minor Cure, Physical Affliction, single cast; Minor Health Reduction, single cast; Minor Cure Mental Affliction, single cast; Minor Mass Healing, single cast. These will be your final selections for your current class, Assistant Healer. All spells that have been selected may or may not transfer to your new class, dependent upon your class selection. Again, he was shocked at the list of spells available to him, which only contained upgrades to 4 of his current spells instead of anything new, as well as the information located at the bottom. He was immediately worried that he had made a mistake by not picking one of the more party-oriented spells earlier, now that they weren't available. Then there was the knowledge that his spells may or may not transfer to his new class, and he started to freak out a little. Was this all for naught? Will all my effort to unlock these spells mean nothing? Whether that was the case was irrelevant at the moment, because he had no idea what would transfer or not, and he had no reference of what other classes would even be available.
He could only conclude that if he chose something extremely similar to Assistant Healer, such as a plain old healer, he might be able to keep them all. But was that what he wanted? Maybe it would be better to start anew. He couldn't answer those questions right now, because he had to pick his new spells before he could do anything else. Thankfully, one of the spells was easy enough to pick: Minor Mass Healing, as it had been invaluable against the undead and would be great even in a party. Minor Mass Healing, single cast. Heals every ally within a certain radius for a moderate amount. Healing amount: 40 health. Range: 50-foot radius of caster. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 90. Cooldown: 10 seconds. The upgraded version of the Mass Healing spell healed 40 health instead of 20 like the weaker version, though it now cost half as much again as its original cost, at 90 mana per cast, which was still a great deal. For most assistant healers at level 21, who might have around 330 mana from their mentality stat, that meant they could only cast it 3 times before they wouldn't have enough to cast it again. But he was still fine to cast it every 10 seconds, of course. His second choice was a toss-up between Minor Cure Physical Affliction and Minor Cure Mental Affliction, if only because Minor Health Reduction hadn't been as important of a spell as he thought it might be. If it wasn't for the fact that it had a casting time that was longer than instant, meaning that it couldn't be used while he was using one of his channeled protection spells, then he would have used it more. In the end, he went with Minor Cure Mental Afflictions, as he thought he could probably heal himself and others from the damage most of the physical afflictions would produce. But becoming confused, dizzy, or instilled with large amounts of fear could be debilitating. Once his selections were completed, the window with the spells disappeared, leaving him the chance to test if what it said about not being able to level up was correct. Thaden attempted to put more of his pick toward gaining level 22, and it technically worked, but the increase didn't actually activate. It was like a car with a full tank of gas, but it wouldn't start because he was missing the key. The last thing the assistant healer did was look at the 4 free stat points he received from achieving level 21. He debated putting them into physicality, which would give him just a little bit more health in case he did something stupid, like ram his arm into the mouth of an undead again, but ultimately decided against it. Thaden wasn't sure if his survival against all the zombies and skeletons had been all because of luck, but he also couldn't discount it. Therefore, he resolved to double down on his fortuity investment, knowing that if he was going to continue to survive in this world, he was going to need all the luck he could get. With only a few seconds of hesitation, he stuck all 4 of his free stat points into fortuity.
Before he got up from where he was lying on the ground, Thaden looked at his entire character report to see all of the changes. Number 3259999-E. Assistant Healer, Level 21. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PICK, 6,100, over 6,100. Adventurer Coalition Rank, Wood, 559, over 90. RP Health, 40, over 40. Mana, 330, over 330. Physicality, 4. Celerity, 4. Mentality, 3. Personality, 4. Fortuity, 8. Spells: Weak Cure, Physical Affliction, single cast. Weak Health Reduction, single cast. Weak Resurrection, single cast. Weak Aura of Life, reserved. Minor Healing, channeled. Minor Repulsion Field, channeled. Minor Regeneration, single cast. Minor Absorption Field, channeled. Minor Mass Healing, single cast. Minor Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Competencies: Support. Spellcasting Competency, Level 67, 45%. Stronger Healing. Advancement Afterglow, Advancement. Defensive Spellcasting Competency, Level 83, 71%. Even Harder Protection, Advancement. Extended Protection, Advancement. Natural Regeneration Competency, Level 2, 14%. Mana Management Competency, N/A. Achievements: Monster Hunter 1, WF. Monster Hunter 2, WF. Monster Hunter 3, WF. No Fear 1, WF. No Fear 2, WF. No Fear 3, WF. 1 Foot in the Grave, WF. Party Savior, WF. Dungeon Delver 1, WF. Dungeon Slayer, WF. Quester 1, WF. Special Agent 1, WF. Special Killer 1, WF. Special Assassin 1, WF. Class Act 1, WF. Bonus traits: Natural Regeneration Competency, from 1 Foot in the Grave, plus 10%. Permanent Casting Time Decrease for all support-based spells, from Party Savior. As a party leader, you can choose to delve through any difficulty of any dungeon without having to complete them in order, from Dungeon Slayer. Thaden couldn't help but be amazed at how much it had changed since he had been resurrected in the Vogmite tunnels. Not only did he have an extra 20 levels, but he had achieved so much in such a small amount of time that his head felt like it was spinning. Or it could have been because he was still covered in nasty, rotting flesh and juices he didn't want to think about, as well as being hungry.
The last thought finally got him up from where he lay with a groan, as he looked away from the mausoleum of despair. While he needed to stay close to it in order to find a party to join, whenever more adventurers from the Coalition arrived, he also needed to retreat and get cleaned up enough to eat something before finding somewhere to stay for the night. He debated traveling all the way back to Ashcleft to accomplish all those things, as well as potentially seeking out the support class representative and upgrading his Coalition rank. But he also didn't want to miss the arrival of any other parties during that time. The fog was still rolling in to replace what had been dispersed near the massive mound of rotting flesh and bones he had escaped earlier. But as he headed what he thought was southwest, based on the location of the mausoleum behind him, the fog started to become more of a problem. He walked for a good hour as the fog enclosed upon him, but fortunately he wasn't accosted by any other undead during that time, so the dead forest was dead, for a lack of a better description. Eventually,
Thaden came across a small stream of water to the south that burbled contentedly over the rocks inside its bed. The only real source of sound and movement he'd discovered through almost an hour of walking. It was only about 8 feet across, and perhaps 6 inches at its deepest. But it was as if a grand river had presented itself to the assistant healer, because it meant he could wash himself. He bent down at the edge and cupped the cold water in his hands to take a drink, his throat parched from the lack of hydration and the vomiting he had done earlier. But as he brought it up to his face, he smelled something that even overrode the stench of his skin and clothes.
Why does this smell like natural gas? He knew that gas companies specifically injected a smell into their product so that it could be detected if there was a leak, because otherwise it was odorless. This smelled exactly like rotten eggs, a sure sign that it was full of sulfur. Letting the gathered water drop back into the stream, he looked upstream and realized it was coming from the direction of the mausoleum. Is this why the whole area is dead? The dungeon is poisoning the ground? He didn't know what sulfur did to vegetation, but he doubted it was anything good. Regardless, that didn't matter too much to him, because it was still water, even if it was full of a stinky, rotten egg smell. With a shrug, he washed himself in the water and even took off his clothes one article at a time to clean them as much as he could, before wringing them out and putting them back on. The damp clothing was clammy against his skin, and it all smelled like sulfur, but it was at least absent most of the disgusting, rotten flesh and bodily fluids that had permeated it. Moving further away from the stream, he shivered slightly as the cold of the fog surrounding him chilled him in his recently washed clothing. But he ignored it as he began to run around, working up a sweat as he both heated up his body and dried his clothing. After a while, he nearly ran headfirst into a large tree that came out of the fog like an iceberg nearing the Titanic. But he managed to stop before he hurt himself. Looking up, he saw that the tree was a little bit larger than the others he'd seen, and while it was dead, it had a number of branches higher up that looked like they would easily support his weight, and were placed conveniently near each other. He didn't know how well the undead climbed trees, but it was the best solution he could think of for the moment to stay out of their range while he slept. Climbing up approximately 30 feet from the ground was easier than he expected it to be, as if his body had gotten stronger since he'd been on Tarth, though it took some time before he was able to semi-comfortably wedge himself in between 4 thick branches that nearly made a platform, where he was finally able to take a breather and eat and drink something, which was the most important of all. As he stuffed his face full of his travel rations and drank at least half of the water he'd brought, he also picked out the one purchase that wasn't food or water that he'd insisted on, if only because he'd heard that it was a staple of every adventurer's pack: rope. It was made from natural fibers and was only as thick as his pinky, but he had nearly 100 feet of it. While he finished the bland food, he began to wrap the rope in between the branches, making them crisscross so that they created something like a net or a cradle, which would help him stay on the tree if he were to fall asleep that night. It was already getting late in the afternoon, though with the fog it was getting dark already pretty quickly. Satiated by his meal, he debated climbing back down to look and see if any other people had shown up, but ultimately decided against it. There was no guarantee that he would even see anyone, and making it back to his impromptu bed in the large tree might be difficult, especially as he didn't have the greatest sense of direction. He could find his way as well as the average person, but he was no expert. With the thick fog around, that made it even worse. Therefore, he sat in the tree and wiggled around for a while to get as comfortable as he could while he waited, listening for any sign of fighting or of the undead approaching. While he was waiting, he rearranged his access slots to better reflect what he thought he might need if he was attacked by the undead again. Getting rid of minor healing for now, since it had a cast time, he instead slotted in his new minor cure mental affliction, which joined minor repulsion field, minor absorption field, minor regeneration, and minor mass healing. All but minor cure mental affliction were instant cast spells, but with a casting time of only a single second, it was close enough he thought it might come in handy if he was desperate enough. He also discovered that he could slot in weak aura of life and activate it, and even if he removed it from the slots, it would remain active. He had a feeling it would deactivate if he fell asleep, but it was good to know that it wasn't necessary to have it taking up a slot while it stayed active while he was awake. After at least an hour or two of hearing absolutely nothing, he felt himself start to drift off despite still being cold. And before he was aware, he was unconscious and enjoying the sleep of the exhausted. Something startled him awake so abruptly that he jerked his body far enough that he nearly fell out of the tree. But despite the sudden wake-up, his mind was moving fast enough to register the situation even if his reflexes were still coming online. With bleary eyes, he looked outside the branches of the tree and was shocked to see that the fog that had been so prevalent during the day had completely disappeared at night. Unfortunately, the lack of fog cover and the bright moonlight above also revealed what appeared to be an ethereal wave of glowing forms that floated a few feet above the ground, spreading through the dead forest as if searching for something. As they got closer and his heart pounded in his chest, he could make out their forms a little better, and his breath caught in his throat as he realized they were largely transparent, though humanoid in appearance, with only the barest hint of diaphanous cloth covering their bodies. Their legs ended at the knees, though they didn't need feet to walk as they simply floated silently through the air with no obvious means of locomotion. They were ghosts, or spirits, or whatever. When one finally got close enough for him to see some details about it, he saw that he was largely correct. Phantasmal Shrieker, medial level 29. Shrieker? But they're completely quiet. Almost instinctively by this point, as soon as he saw the phantasmal shriekers, Théden activated his minor repulsion field in anticipation of an attack. The moment the protective field appeared around his body, there was an immediate reaction from the floating ghosts. He reared back in fear as all of them seemed to home in on his position in the trees, as if he had lit a bonfire in the middle of a pitch-dark night. It was then that he discovered why they were called shriekers, as a nightmarish wail emerged from what had to be a few hundred ghostly figures, and their effect slammed into him. A sudden bout of dizziness made it difficult for him to concentrate, and he became unbalanced despite lying down in the tree. He felt himself falling, but he could barely make sense of what was happening as he couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, when he hit the branches of the tree on the way down, his protective spell considered it to be part of an ongoing attack and prevented him from taking damage, even when he slammed into the ground a few seconds later. He was so dizzy from the effect of the phantasmal shriekers that he couldn't even get to his knees, but he fortunately had enough cognitive function to figure out what to do. He wasn't sure how he did it, but he managed to cast minor cure mental affliction on himself, which did absolutely nothing. Well, it managed to cure a single instance of the dizzy affliction, but there were hundreds that had been thrust upon him, to which it did nothing. Not knowing what else to do and unable to move, Théden canceled his minor repulsion field and activated his minor absorption field. He could immediately feel a difference as the new field surrounded him, though he was still dizzy enough that he couldn't move. As he was lying face down on the ground, he could sense the phantasmal shriekers converging on his position, and while they continued to shriek, it wasn't as impactful against him, as if the effects were being blocked. When the first of them arrived, an aura of extreme cold arrived with them, making Théden shiver even more than he was already because his clothes weren't completely dry yet. From his dizzy vision, he could see the ghostly undead reaching for him,
but were immediately prevented from touching him by his minor absorption field. But they kept trying anyway. Just as he felt like he was going to freeze to death, the dizziness that had plagued him since the first shriek abruptly disappeared, leaving him with his full faculties, even if he felt a little slow because of the cold. Getting to his knees, he looked around himself and wished he hadn't, because he was surrounded by phantasmal shriekers to the point where even their transparency was so thick that he couldn't see past them. Thankfully, he had been in a position like this not that long ago and knew what to do. Switching out his minor cure mental affliction for weak aura of life, he activated the reserved spell and then began casting minor mass healing and minor regeneration on anything he could target. While his aura didn't do much to them, he felt an immediate relief in the pervading cold that threatened to freeze his bones, though it was still cold enough that he shivered. What made more of a difference was his minor mass healing spell, which made the nearby shriekers ripple like blankets on a clothesline in a high wind, and their screams seemed to ramp up from what Théoden could only assume was pain. If ghosts could feel pain, he supposed. It only took 2 casts of minor mass healing to kill the nearest spiritual undead, where they collapsed into a pile of glowing goo. With a little breathing room, he was able to get to his feet and do a better job of targeting even more of the incoming shriekers with his regeneration, while his aura continued to damage everything in range. No more than 5 minutes later, the last of the ghostly monsters gave its last shriek as it collapsed into a goo pile, leaving the night unnaturally silent after the constant screaming. Still not completely alert from the abrupt awakening, Théoden took a few seconds to catch his breath and adjust to his surroundings on the ground before climbing the tree once again. A minute or so later, he was back in his rope and branch bed, though he didn't sleep at all for the rest of the night.
Chapter 21. After daybreak, which was hard to see because the fog rolled in again just after dawn, Théoden ate some breakfast before untying his rope from his makeshift sleeping spot in the tree. Despite his lack of sleep the latter half of the night, when he was prepared for another attack at any time, nothing appeared to disturb his stay. During that time, he was able to check his message feed and found that he had acquired more pick, adding to the total he still had accumulated inside of him. In addition, he had leveled his support spellcasting competency another 3 levels and defensive spellcasting competency by 2 levels. He suspected it wasn't that big of a jump because he had killed the phantasmal shriekers so quickly. After he was all packed up, Théoden spent the day moving around the area surrounding the Mausoleum of Despair, waiting for any sign of another group of adventurers that he could join with in a party. Unfortunately, unless they came from a different direction and were killed with no sign of their bodies afterward, he found absolutely no one. What he did find were more undead, the same 3 varieties he'd faced the day before, though in much smaller numbers. Facing only 10 to 15 of them at a time was comparatively easy, especially with his new spells, and they lasted only a minute or so before they fell. It was over so quickly that he didn't even end up getting covered in nasty, rotting flesh or fluids, especially when he stayed on the move and didn't let them surround him. Kiting them around wasn't exactly easy, as they were actually fairly fast when they were chasing him, but he was still able to maneuver out of the way to prevent being encircled. Théoden was expecting at least someone to show up during the day, but as morning turned to afternoon and then evening quickly approached once again, he began to think that no one was coming.
With perhaps 2 hours or so of daylight left, he had to make a decision before he was forced to spend another night in a tree. Do I wait another day out here? Should I just head back to Ashcleft and call the quest done? Or would it be beneficial to visit another town to see if they have any adventurers I can join there? Just as he was deciding not to stay another night and head back to Ashcleft, where he would make some decisions from there, it seemed as though the quest had other plans for him. Alert! The Mausoleum of Despair, medial, is in danger of breaking. Already overflowing with undead, the Mausoleum of Despair will break open within 12 hours and release its full assortment of monsters onto the nearby populace. Brave adventurers from the Coalition must heed these warnings and stop Arpath, the Bone Defiler, from establishing a foothold upon the world of Tarth. Special Quest updated. Quest type, Special. Rank requirement, Any. Quest. Time limit, 12 hours. Quest difficulty, Mid-Medial. Minimum recommended level, 25. Minimum recommended party size, Any. Quest description. The breaking of the Mausoleum of Despair dungeon, Medial, is imminent. All nearby Adventurer Coalition members are needed to enter the mausoleum and defeat Arpath, the Bone Defiler, and stop the catastrophic breaking of the dungeon. Completion requirements. Defeat Arpath, the Bone Defiler, inside the Mausoleum of Despair, Medial, within the time limit. Bonus quest rewards: 60 gold, 30,000 pick, 150 rank progress up to bronze, and 3 additional spell/ability selections. Quest failure penalties: destruction of nearby towns and expulsion of assigned members from the Adventurer Coalition. Current available nearby Adventurer Coalition members. Assigned, 1/1. Well, that's just great. What do I do now? Looking at the window that popped up with the alert and update to his current quest, his heart sank at what it was telling him. Where's my fortuity stat in all this? Is this supposed to be lucky? Not only did it seem as though something catastrophic was going to happen with the dungeon if it wasn't addressed within the next 12 hours, what the penalty for failure, if he did nothing, was the deaths of the many people in the nearby town and his own expulsion from the Adventurer Coalition. The latter would be highly disappointing, especially considering that it was his main avenue for making money. But the former was what worried him the most. As much as he'd been treated poorly by many of those in Ashcleft, that didn't mean they deserved to be overrun and killed by a horde of undead. What was even worse was when he looked at the bottom of the special quest update. Théoden could see that he was the only one that was both available and nearby to be assigned to carry out the quest. Or he assumed that's what 1/1 meant. It wasn't even referencing Ashcleft anymore, as it apparently expanded in scope to include any of the nearby population centers in range. And he was the only one that fit the criteria, apparently. That meant that he was out there running around the dungeon for no reason whatsoever, because there wasn't anyone coming in a party that he could join with. The only ones he'd seen were apparently the only ones that had been available, and now they were dead. So it's up to me to, what, save the world? Or at least save this portion of this world? No, that wasn't him. He wasn't some hero that could just do something like that. As much as he didn't want to be the one responsible for lost lives, he was just one person, and they couldn't expect him to take it on all by himself. He pulled up the special quest window again and tried to see if he could get rid of the quest, as he didn't want to be a part of it anymore. Current special quest cannot be abandoned.
So even if he chose to do nothing and not save everyone, he would be expelled from the Adventurer Coalition. Again, that wouldn't be the most horrible thing that had happened to him ever since coming to the world of Tarth, but it was certainly not ideal for his situation. As he stood there and contemplated his choices, Théoden heard the groans and clicks that indicated another group of undead approaching his location. So he closed out of everything and bent his attention to absolutely destroying the stupid zombies, skeletons, and swarmers that attacked him. When they were no longer a threat, he discovered that he had finally achieved level 81 in his support spellcasting competency, giving him another advancement to choose from. It had gone up slowly over the course of the day, mainly because he wasn't needing to cast spell after spell after spell for minutes or hours on end, but it all added up after a while. It was as he was selecting his new advancement that he made up his mind, thanks to his newest advancement option. Please select one advancement for your support spellcasting competency.
Faster healing. All support spells now have a 50% permanent casting time decrease. Longer healing. All support spells now have a 50% permanent duration increase. Even stronger healing. All support spells now heal or reduce 100% more health. Group healing. All multi-target support spells now have a 50% range increase. Self-healing. All single-target support spells now heal or reduce 100% more health. Radiant Afterglow. All support spells now heal an extra 2% of max health every 5 seconds for 60 seconds. Instant Gratification. All support spells are now instant cast, but have triple the mana cost. Instant Gratification seemed like a trap for most assistant healers, but for Théden, it was perfect. He didn't care about mana cost all that much, though he had to calculate whether he had enough maximum mana to cast his minor mass healing spell if it were tripled, because he didn't think he'd be able to cast something beyond his maximum. Thankfully, it came out to be 270 mana per cast, which was just under his maximum 280 or so if he had his weak Aura of Life active at the same time. The biggest drawback, at least for the time being, was that he couldn't cast Weak Resurrection because it would cost him 450 mana, far outstripping his current 330 maximum without his aura active. But when he considered that he was the only one there and that there was no one nearby from the coalition that he could actually party with, he thought the exchange would be worth it. Being able to instant cast any support spell he had available was incredible. It still wouldn't allow him to cast 2 channeled spells simultaneously, such as Minor Healing and Minor Repulsion Field, but he could now utilize weak health reduction and both Affliction Cure spells without having to drop his protection. Based on the fight against the Phantasmal Shriekers, he knew that could save his life in the future if he was able to utilize a Cure Affliction spell while maintaining his invulnerability. It also opened up a lot of possibilities in the future if he was forced to stick to a support class, as the advancement applied to any support spell. He knew he would be more inclined to pick spells that were powerful but had a longer casting time, which he may have passed over in the past because he couldn't afford to drop his protection for any length of time. All in all, while there were a few downsides to picking it, it was also something he thought could end up being extremely powerful if he used it right. Which was what decided him on his course of action, just to see how powerful it could be, even right now. After selecting the instant gratification advancement, Théden moved away from the rotting corpses of the defeated undead and sat down, pulling out some of the last of his food and water. Eating it quickly and washing it down with some quick gulps of water, he moved over to the pile of corpses he'd left behind to relieve some pressure on his bladder and to release some tension that he was suddenly feeling before heading for the front red stone doors of the Mausoleum of Despair. There were a few small steps that led up to the entrance of the dungeon, and he hesitated for a moment at the bottom while he made sure his access slots were fully prepared. With both fields at the ready, each of them able to protect against up to level 40 sources, minor mass healing, minor regeneration, and minor cure mental affliction rounded out his slots, though he was prepared to switch any of them out if needed. His weak aura of life was already active, as it had been since that morning, and he was as prepared as he could be. Of course, he would have rather been surrounded by a party of strong adventurers, but he would have to simply deal with what he had at the moment. With a deep breath, Théden walked up the stairs one at a time, his feet reluctant, even if his resolve was forcing him forward. By the time he got to the top, he was breathing hard, and he took another minute to regulate his breathing and calm down. This'll be easy. It won't be anything like the Vogmite tunnels. You're stronger now, and these undead won't know what hit them. Psyching himself up, he pounded his right fist against his left palm, letting out what he hoped was a manly grunt at the same time. All right, let's do this.
He reached out to push the doors open, but they wouldn't budge. The reason for that popped up with a window a half-second later.
The Mausoleum of Despair Dungeon. Please select Dungeon Difficulty: Minimal, Medial, Breaking, Maximal. Dungeon Slayer. World First Achievement Override. Please select Dungeon Difficulty: Minimal, Medial, Breaking, Maximal. Thaden watched the reward from his Dungeon Slayer World First achievement activate in real time, allowing him to choose something other than just the minimal difficulty for the dungeon. He could only assume that someone would normally have to clear a lower difficulty in order to progress to the next tier, but his reward eliminated that need. Still, he was almost tempted to run through the minimal difficulty first, just to make sure it wasn't too much for him. But he knew that he was on a time constraint now, and wasn't sure if there were any limitations from simply challenging the dungeon so soon after completing a lower difficulty. He still didn't exactly know how everything worked in this world, such as how the dungeons were populated in the first place, or how he was even able to choose different difficulties. Regardless, after only a few seconds of hesitation, he chose the medial breaking difficulty. As soon as he did so, he felt the door that his hand was still touching begin to sweep open, followed a half-second later by the other one. Just like creepy haunted house, the doors swung open with a creepy creak, despite them not being wood. And when the screech of the stone against whatever the joints were made of stopped, Thaden looked inside to find a short, black, stone brick hallway, approximately 10 feet tall and 6 feet wide in front of him, leading inside. While the hallway was completely dark, with no lighting, he could see the hallway end ahead and open into a larger area, which showed the flicker of flaming torches, magical or otherwise. Thaden walked inside with hesitant steps, unsure of what exactly he was getting into. After approximately 10 steps, he heard a horrendous squeal behind him, and he froze in horror as the doors swung shut much faster than they had opened, closing together with a wall-shaking boom. Because the medial difficulty of the Mausoleum of Despair is currently on the verge of breaking completely, the exit must remain closed. At this time, there is no chance of premature evacuation. The only hope of those who enter the unholy depths of this dungeon to escape with their lives is to clear it by defeating Arpath, the Bone Defiler. Good luck. What? You couldn't have told me that before I walked inside? Thaden cursed under his breath, afraid to call too much attention to himself after his initial outburst, especially when he heard groans coming from down the hallway where the larger, illuminated area was located. Great. Do or die, I suppose. Shaking out his hands and bouncing on the balls of his feet a few times, Thaden stretched his arms above his head and twisted a few times, as if he was getting ready for some sort of sports competition. While it wasn't really something he'd done much of in the past, he'd seen it done on TV too many times to count. When he was done stretching, he had to admit that it helped to calm down his nerves a little, which had spiked after the door had slammed closed. All right, stupid dungeon of disgusting undead. Ready or not, here I come. Chapter 22.
Cautiously peeking into the open space, Thaden was glad he already had his minor repulsion field activated, because even as he stuck his head inside, 2 zombie maulers reached out to grab him from either side of the opening. They were completely quiet and positioned just like a deliberate jump scare inside the haunted house attraction around Halloween, and the ambush was only enhanced when a pair of skeleton warriors were across from the opening in full view, pulling the eye to them instead of worrying about what else might be inside. Unfortunately for the undead, who actually did manage to jump scare him a little, they were unable to penetrate his protective field and were knocked slightly backward when they impacted it. The assistant healer didn't give them any chance to recover from that, as he immediately cast minor mass healing and targeted all 4 of the undead, the 2 ambushing zombies and the visible skeletons heading his way, with minor regeneration.
As the heal/damage over time spell did its work, taking off an average of 5 health per 5 seconds due to his stronger healing advancement, it was accompanied by not only his weak aura of life doing an average of 2 health damage every 5 seconds, as well as another 1 health due to afterglow. With approximately 8 health taken away from them every 5 seconds, which was only an estimate because the 50% increase from his advancement rounded up only most of the time for some reason, Théoden was chipping away at their overall health quite quickly. The damage increased when another 60 health was taken off from minor mass healing every 10 seconds. In a little less than a minute, all 4 of the undead that had surrounded him collapsed to the floor at slightly different times due to their slightly different levels. What surprised him the most about the now fully dead undead was that they were all fairly low level, around level 21 to 24.
Thinking about the RPGs he'd played in the past, he supposed that if it followed the same sort of theme, then the further he progressed through the dungeon, the harder the monsters and the higher the levels he would encounter. These were what were typically considered trash mobs, which were monsters that were more of a nuisance than a threat, and they were easy to dispatch. That certainly seemed to be the case here, as they didn't last long against his multiple ways to heal/damage them. Of course, he was basing all of that conjecture from his knowledge of RPGs back on Earth. He still needed more data to be sure that was what was happening here. He didn't really get a chance to investigate that sort of progressively more difficult theme back in the Vogmite Tunnels dungeon, mainly because his entry was more than a bit irregular. When the undead fell to the stone floor, Théoden finally got a chance to look around the open space he had walked into. The space was rectangular in shape, with 15-foot ceilings, and the longest side being approximately twice that, so it wasn't exactly large by any means. What was almost impressive was the aesthetic of the dungeon, however, as it portrayed a real mausoleum with old stone plaques covered in so much dust they were illegible, decorating the walls where he assumed caskets were interred. It wasn't much of an assumption, though, because there were 4 sections on the wall where the stone plaque had been shattered, strewing rubble all over the floor, and it appeared to have been done from the inside, where the splintered and rotted remains of a wooden coffin could be spotted. All of this was decorated with 2 iron chain pendant lights hanging from the ceiling that contained a bowl filled with magical fire, which lit up the room well enough to see, but the flickering flames also threw shadows all over the walls with great frequency. It made the displays of rusted armor and weapons on the 2 stands he spotted in the corners look like figures that would abruptly jump out and attack someone, which did make him have to look at least 3 times to ensure that wasn't the case. He didn't want to get jump-scared again so soon. With the naturally dark stone, it was perfectly suited to the environment of the undead. A little cliché, perhaps, but it was still flawless in its execution. Théoden chuckled a little at his assessment, his analytical side rearing its head as he looked around the room. Perhaps it was his nerves getting the better of him, with his mind wanting any sort of distraction to focus on to forget that he was inside of a difficult dungeon by himself. Or it might be from the fact that he finally had to acknowledge that he was living in a fantasy world completely unlike Earth, and that there were people back home who would love to be where he was right now, exploring dungeons with the expectation of adventure. What was most likely the case, however, was that he had started to become a little jaded toward the undead because they couldn't hurt him, as his experiences outside, apart from the first horde, had shown their lack of threat. For the first time since he arrived near the mausoleum, he hadn't felt scared at their presence, notwithstanding the intentional or not jump scare at the beginning, of course. Nodding his head as he mentally acknowledged that truth, he stopped and recentered himself, reminding himself not to let his guard down. While this mausoleum room was quite easy to complete, that didn't mean that all of them would be the same. There was bound to be something inside that might be able to hurt or kill him, and he needed to not be too overconfident. Still, he couldn't help but have a little of that confidence slip through as he headed toward the opening on the right side of the room,
which he assumed led further inside.
He had been nervous coming in the dungeon in the first place, but after seeing how easy— Click.
His foot stepped on a dusty stone block, and it slightly depressed underneath him, eliciting a clicking sound that he remembered back from his first experience in a dungeon. And it wasn't a fond remembrance. But before he could even think of reacting, the nearest stone plaque on the wall to his right exploded, sending out both shards of stone and sharpened leg bones as projectiles straight into him, like a claymore that shot out bones instead of steel balls. He stumbled to his right as it hit him, or, more accurately, rebounded off his field. It wasn't due to the impact that he stumbled, but because of surprise and shock at both the sudden attack and the deafening noise. As the dust settled, he stood still as his heart pushed itself back down his throat, before renewing his own minor regeneration spell out of habit, and to ensure he was prepared in case something made it through his defenses. You know, I was just thinking that I was being overconfident, and there we go. That's exactly what I was talking about, he mumbled to himself. Straightening his shoulders as he recovered from the abrupt attack, he continued. Anyway, I forgot about traps for some reason, so I have to make sure to pay attention. If that had been a magical attack that was just as destructive, it might have killed me. Shaking for a second at the thought, he pushed it away and moved on, picking up a rusty and partially broken spear that had fallen off one of the stands in the corner at the blast. Thankfully, the old spear was in such rough shape that it didn't classify as a weapon, meaning that he wasn't forced to drop it as soon as he picked it up, as it looked like it would fall apart if it had been swung or used to stab someone. But it was perfect for what he wanted it for, which was to poke and prod the floor he was going to pass over, hoping to identify any traps before he accidentally walked right into them. With the aura, regeneration, and field around him emitting a glow that lit up the area around him, he made slow progress through the rest of the room, visually looking for any sign of a trap while tapping the floor for any indication that the stone might depress if he stepped on it. Just before the exit leading further into the mausoleum, his poking with the spear discovered that a section of the stone floor moved slightly, and he smiled as he worked his way around the area and entered another hallway almost identical to the first near the entrance. It was completely dark, but his glowing spells around his body were enough to light the way, which was free of debris, unlike the previous room. A 90-degree turn to the left had him looking down the tunnel at what appeared to be yet another room, which seemed very similar to the first. Walking in, while cautiously poking at the floor, he discovered that it was almost exactly the same, with the only difference being one of the skeleton warriors was one level higher than the ones he'd killed previously. The arrangement of the room and debris was slightly different, with rubble strewn around in a random pattern, and the destruction of the stone plaques was handled differently. But it was similar enough that if he hadn't been looking for the differences, he might not have noticed. Generic Mausoleum Room number 1, essentially. That was perfectly fine for Théoden, though, because it just made his job a bit easier. After re-killing the undead, he discovered that the placement of the trap locations was different, but he was still able to find them with his broken, trap-finding spear well enough to avoid setting them off. It quickly became a bit boring as he kept going, following the hallways and nearly identical Mausoleum Room number 1s over the next hour, as he progressed through a little more than 24 of them. The only differences were that the undead he fought slowly became stronger and more numerous. But even at the end of the repetitive rooms, there weren't more than 7 of them. It was when he was least expecting it that something changed. But isn't that always how it worked? Traveling down yet another dark stone hallway, tapping the spear along the floor, checking for traps, Théoden was suddenly enveloped by a dark cloud that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. The instant it touched his skin, it felt like it was being melted off. Though unlike the green flames back in the Vogmite tunnels, the effect didn't feel like a burn. Instead, it was as if his flesh was rotting away at a rapid pace.
The dark cloud reached his eyes, and Thaden was almost instantly blinded, his eyeballs practically decomposing in their sockets. Oddly enough, his mental faculties during this process were completely intact, as he felt no pain, only a bit of confusion as to what was happening. It was as if his body was dying so quickly that any of his affected nerves couldn't even communicate with his brain. Thankfully, despite being blinded, he was still able to see his access slots and see his spells, as if they were in his mind instead of being something he needed to physically see, which allowed him to react quickly. He quickly deactivated his minor repulsion field and activated his minor absorption field, feeling immediate relief as no more of the dark cloud reached him. As for what was actually killing him, he tried to use his minor cure mental affliction he already had in his access slots to get rid of it, but that did nothing.
A swap to weak cure physical affliction and an instant cast of that seemed to help halt the progress of what was destroying his body, but didn't get rid of it entirely. That's right. It's only good for afflictions up to level 20. That must mean whatever this affliction is, its source must be higher than that. Although it didn't cure it completely, I can sense that it helped a bit. The only reason he wasn't dead yet was because his ongoing healing spells were staving off the inevitable. But it was a losing battle. Fortunately, a cast of minor mass healing helped to heal all of the damage instantly, though the affliction was still present. He started to spam cast weak cure physical affliction on himself, with each cast getting rid of more and more of it. After about 20 seconds and another use of mass healing, he felt the last of it leave his body, and he was healed back to full. Remembering the description of the weak cure physical affliction spell, Thaden deduced that the dark cloud was likely a magical source of necrosis, which he could only assume was designed to rapidly decay his body, and he was lucky to have survived the trap that he didn't even know how he set off. Once his vision was back, and everything reset back to where it had been before, he looked around to see any sign of what activated the trap, and could see nothing physical around. The only thing he noticed was a lingering hint of something in the tunnel, like a subtle glow that seemed magical in nature, but he wasn't exactly sure what it was. He could only assume that this was what had set off the trap, or was the trap itself, but he didn't really have a good way to detect it. Great. Physical and magical traps? How am I supposed to pick which ones to defend against? After a minute or so of contemplation, he decided to keep his minor repulsion field active most of the time, because if he accidentally activated a trap that made something explode into him, then it was much more likely that it would be fatal. If it was magical in nature, he had already proven that he could recover, even if having his flesh die and slough off his body wasn't very pleasant. The sudden appearance of the necrosis-based trap signaled the start of the next section of the dungeon, which abruptly changed from constructed stone walls to a rougher look, as if the hallway had been carved out of rock. The next room he stumbled upon was different as well, with it looking more like a set of old catacombs, rather than a more modern mausoleum. Instead of relatively modern stone plaques and spaces containing broken open caskets, there were instead niches carved into the walls, where cloth-wrapped bodies were placed inside. The dry, unmoving air inside the new section was enough to keep the corpses from rapidly decomposing, which meant that the remains, for the most part, were intact, except where they were missing entirely. A dozen clicking, ghoulish swarmers crawled out of almost imperceptible holes in the walls and the ceiling, accompanied by a squad of 4 skeleton warriors, all of them level 25. Thaden was quickly surrounded because he didn't want to try avoiding them and accidentally set off a trap in the room, though he had thought of that as a potential way to destroy the undead monsters even faster. However, since he didn't have any idea what trap he might set off, he didn't want to end up killing himself with a magical trap when he needed a physical barrier protecting him from the monsters themselves. Though if he knew for sure what kind of traps he was setting off, it could definitely be a strategy he could employ in the future. Even though the undead were all 4 levels higher than him, they didn't last much more than a minute as they ineffectually attempted to attack Thaden, who was safely protected by his minor repulsion field. Once they were all collapsed on the floor, Thaden took his time moving through the new type of room, looking out for any indication of a trap. None of the dust-covered stones underneath his feet seemed to depress when he used his makeshift trap-detecting stick, nor was he abruptly hit with another sudden, dark, necrotic cloud out of nowhere. The following hallway was a slow affair, as he looked for any indication of a trigger that would set off a trap, but he couldn't see or sense a single thing. When a large, swinging pendulum blade emerged from the walls and attempted to cut him in half, he was glad for the fact that he had decided to keep his physical-based field active rather than switching to the absorption field for magical attacks, because the blade would have cut him in half otherwise. Afterwards, he detected a hint of magical residue floating in the air, like some sort of echo, but he still didn't know exactly what it was. Still using the broken spear to test the ground at least, he continued to navigate his way through the dungeon, finding even more rooms similar to the one with the swarmers and skeletons. He was hit by another necrotic cloud while he was still in one of the rooms, though fortunately he wasn't being actively attacked at that point. He fared better now that he knew what it was, and while his flesh decayed and died quite a bit still, he was able to recover in less than half the time it took during the first attack. Overall, he didn't really mind it all that much, mainly because there was an absence of pain that came with it. His skin rotting and falling away was surprisingly pleasant when he compared it to the green fire he'd suffered from in the Vogmite tunnels.
Being blinded as his eyes melted in their sockets was a bit annoying, but thankfully it was easily fixed by a quick use of minor mass healing. Another hour of cautiously making his way through the different rooms brought on another change, though the change in its aesthetic wasn't as drastic as before. The rough stone rooms with dug-out cavities stayed the same, but many more of the wrapped corpses were missing, and large quantities of broken bones could be seen all over the floor. What was somehow even more creepy was that he started to see skulls arranged in odd, pyramid-shaped piles every once in a while, like some sort of ritualistic pattern or something. It was the undead that really began to change, bringing with it the first challenge to Thaden he'd experienced thus far in the dungeon. Gone were the ghoulish swarmers, and there hadn't been any sign of a zombie mauler since the beginning mausoleum-type rooms. Instead, there now seemed more skeletons, and not just warriors. Skeleton Death Mage, Medial Level 28. Skeleton Ranger, Medial Level 27. The new Skeleton Rangers weren't necessarily a problem, given that the arrows they attempted to pepper Thaden with would simply bounce off his field. But the Death Mages were a different case entirely. Walking into the room for the first time against them, Thaden was hit by a projectile that seemed constructed of pure darkness. The impact hit with enough force that it sent him flying backwards to land on his back, dropping his broken spear where it practically shattered when it hit the floor, and he could feel the same necrotic effect as the traps eating away at his chest where the projectile had hit him. It wasn't a cloud, thankfully, as it didn't spread from where he was hit, but it steadily ate away at his flesh, and he could feel it digging deep. Thankfully, spamming the weak Cure Physical Affliction spell worked to clear it up, and his usual minor mass healing helped his health recover from the damage the affliction had upon him. It was a close thing, however, as his health had dipped into the low single digits from just that single attack, and an extra few seconds of letting it eat away at him. So, in a way, it was even more deadly than the traps. When he added in the fact that the Skeleton Death Mage wasn't limited to just a single necrotic projectile, their threat level rose through the roof. Rolling back to his feet, he barely avoided being hit by another one of the deadly spells, only to be surrounded by a half-dozen skeleton warriors who had closed with him while he was down. Hit by another Death Mage spell when he was unable to easily move from his position, Thaden was flung up against a warrior, which stopped his momentum, but he was still damaged by the spell. While he was healing from the attack, the desperate assistant healer started to push through the surrounding warriors,
letting them shift back a little when they attacked him as he aimed straight for the death mage. With his eyes on the magic-slinging undead, Théden witnessed when another bolt of death was shot his way. While it was headed his way, he quickly deactivated his repulsion field and activated his absorption field, which appeared just in time to swallow up the projectile when it hit. A quick switch back to his physical protection was just in time to block not only an arrow that attempted to pierce him through his eye, but a sword slash from one of the pursuing warriors. Without thinking about it, he raced ahead of the other skeletons and threw himself at the threadbare and ragged black-robed skeleton, tackling the surprisingly lightweight monster and sending it to the floor with a clatter of bones.
Théden then rolled off the figure and stood up, before kicking the death mage's skull, hoping to knock its head off its magically reinforced neck, but it barely shifted to the side from his blow. Instead, it struggled to its feet, apparently unable to cast spells while on the ground. But by that time, he had already been doing steady damage to it through the use of his ongoing spells. Another cast of mass healing was all it took to finish off the mage. They apparently didn't have nearly as much health as the others, which made it easier to put down, but it was also more difficult for him to prevent its magic-based damage. After that, the rest of the fight went smoothly, as both the warriors and rangers had nothing they could do to hurt him. When they were defeated, he took a breather to fully reflect on what had just happened. The dungeon had finally shown its teeth, and he just hoped he was adept enough to see his way through.
Chapter 23. Théden threw himself out of the encircling undead, narrowly missing being skewered by the creepy bone appendage of the multi-legged monster trying to pounce on him. He normally would have had his minor repulsion field up to block the attack, but he was also being assaulted by a trio of phantasmal shriekers. He had found out the hard way that it was much better to be stabbed by something rather than lie helpless, as the shriekers caused him to become too dizzy to function properly. As he sprang to his feet, out of breath from all the running he'd been doing, he looked back at the monster that had nearly killed him. Berthid, the Bone Springer, mini-boss, medial level 32. The massive, spider-like abomination was at least 20 feet wide and 8 feet tall, and its main body was a writhing mass of undulating bones in a vaguely ovoid shape. It had at least a dozen legs made out of hundreds of bones, all held together by the same dark energy that kept all the skeletons he'd seen thus far from falling apart. And it used those legs to not only move quickly around the 200-foot-wide mausoleum room, but to spring up with seemingly no effort and land upon its victims, stabbing them through with the sharpened points of its bony legs. Théden was tired after his experience in the dungeon, as he had spent at least 7 of the 12 hours allotted to him on the special quest just getting this far. As he traveled deeper inside, more and more elaborate bone sculptures and decor could be found throughout the different rooms, and more skeleton monsters awaited him as the main obstacle to progressing further. Over the last few hours, he'd practiced walking on the edge of disaster by learning how to quickly switch back and forth between his two fields, as well as moving around the attacking undead with what he felt was pretty snazzy dodges and rolls. Though he was sure if anyone was looking, they would say he was simply flinging himself around and hoping that he didn't accidentally brain himself by smashing into a wall. It had taken being cut by swords, hit by arrows, shot by more than his fair share of necrotic projectiles, and impaled by shrapnel and the edges of deadly traps he accidentally set off a time or two, in his movement to get a handle on the flow of the fight against the undead. That being said, he only had a small handle on the flow of a fight now, thanks only to the fact that the undead were relatively dumb and had no imagination. They did the same things over and over again, even when it didn't work, and he used that to his advantage more than once. Then came the introduction of the same phantasmal shriekers he'd seen at night outside, which changed up the whole game. The first time he'd actually been hurt by one of them touching him, his movements had slowed to the point where it felt like he was moving in slow motion, and his physical energy felt drained in a way that he knew would be deadly if he allowed it to continue more than a second or two.
At that point, it was difficult to even think, as his mind also seemed to slow down, and that alone made it a priority to defend against the effects of the shrieker, no matter what else was happening. Fortunately, they were also relatively weak in the health department, so only a couple usages of minor mass healing sufficed to destroy them. But with all the running away from skeletons he'd been doing while killing the shriekers first, he was becoming exhausted.
After a while, he'd taken the time to eat and drink the rest of what he had in his pack, and the pick-me-up was what he needed to push on just a little further. Which was what finally brought him to facing down Berthud, the Bone Springer, inside of the largest room he'd seen so far. Circular in shape, the 200-foot diameter room boasted 60-foot ceilings, a relatively dust-free stone floor, and the completely destroyed remnants of stone plaques and busted-up caskets lining the inside perimeter of the large space. Along the back of the room, opposite of where he had entered, was a massive throne constructed entirely of bones, and a statue of some undead figure sat upon it. At least he thought it was a statue, as it hadn't moved since he walked in, and he couldn't target it or see its name. Of course, Théoden hadn't been able to study it for too long before the giant form of Berthud descended from the ceiling, nearly impaling him in the first seconds of the fight. Thankfully, his minor repulsion field saved him from the attack, allowing him to back away from the monstrosity. That was when dozens of phantasmal shriekers appeared from the walls, passing through the stone with their insubstantiality, and descended upon Théoden in small clumps. He'd been running around and avoiding being impaled by Berthud's limbs for nearly 5 minutes now, and he was quickly running out of breath and energy, and there was very little sign that the Bone Springer was being seriously damaged by his spells. The reasons for that were that it was able to quickly move out of range of his aura of life, and only a fraction of the minor mass healings he was using to whittle down the shriekers even reached it, meaning that it was still sitting with a large chunk of health at its disposal. Thankfully, another wide-area healing spell was all he needed to wipe out the last of the shriekers, allowing him to switch back to his physical protection spell. As soon as he did that, he practically collapsed where he was standing, flopping himself down on his back. As he sat up, he was stabbed with a half-dozen bony appendages, all of them bouncing off his field, and he looked at the assortment of eerily grinning skulls that made up the face of Berthud. "All right, your turn, finally." The Bone Springer was somewhat more intelligent than any of the other undead he'd fought, as it started to spring away when it sensed that his mass healing was off cooldown. However, as he was being stabbed by its legs, he had swapped out his weak cure physical affliction and slotted in his weak health reduction spell in its place. Even as it began to jump away, he spammed the newly slotted spell, casting it instantly at least 20 times over the next second. Having experimented with it a little while he was making his way through the dungeon, he discovered that the health reduction effect of the spell, which reduced the target's maximum health by 20, didn't necessarily stack with each other. What that meant was that he couldn't instantly reduce even the most powerful monster's health down to the minimum of 1 by casting it 1,000 times in a row. However, he'd also discovered something that probably wasn't an intended feature as it meshed with his Afterglow advancement, which essentially healed the target of a support-based spell for 1% of their maximum health every 5 seconds for the next 60 seconds. Apparently, something seemed to happen while calculating the maximum health of his target when it was being affected by his weak health reduction, or more accurately, when its maximum health was reduced and then replaced by another reduction effect, one after another after another. Nothing happened for the first 10 or so spells cast in a row, but after that, somehow the Afterglow advancement seemed to believe that the target's maximum health was higher than it actually was.
He was unable to experiment on himself to see if it worked on a friendly target, because his spell would have brought him down to 1 health,
and he wasn't willing to risk accidentally dying by a stray trap or attack he didn't see coming. Nevertheless, what his experiments on the undead showed him was that as the Afterglow advancement calculated the maximum health of the target after being affected by multiple casts of weak health reduction, it began to heal the target more. It was easiest to test this on the skeleton rangers that he'd fought in the dungeon, as he could leave them alone for the most part at the end of a fight and test identical spells on rangers of the same level, only changing the number of times he used weak health reduction on each one. Compiling the data after he was done with those experiments, he determined that each of the rangers had approximately 400 health to start with. When he reduced it with his spell, the control had 370 health and was damaged by 3.7 health per 5 seconds due to the effect of Afterglow. The other one, which he'd spammed the health reduction spell on, still had only 370 health, but it ended up losing a bit less than 3 times the amount, at around 9.8 health per 5 seconds. Granted, his calculations might not be as precise as they could be, because he couldn't see real-time damage outputs, but some quick mental calculations after the tests showed them to be relatively accurate. Unfortunately, around 3% was the extent of the effect he could achieve, as there seems to be a limit. Even after spamming hundreds of the spell on a single target, it never advanced past that. The abnormal maximum health calculation paired with his Afterglow effect wasn't going to break the system or anything, but every little bit of damage he could do was worth it, and 3% of the Bone Springer's maximum health ticking off after every 5 seconds was all he needed. Still sitting down, while Bertha jumped around sporadically, constantly being hurt by the Afterglow effect as it attempted to stab him through his field, Théden timed his casts of minor mass healing and minor regeneration for when the undead monster was near him. Each cast renewed the 3% Afterglow effect, and in less than a minute he could see signs that it was starting to fall apart from the damage being done to it. In less than 2 minutes, the mini-boss finally collapsed into a heap of bones near the center of the room, as Théden lethargically looked on from his seated position.
"Congratulations, contender."
A sudden, gravelly voice boomed out, the scratchiness in its quality hinting that its owner hadn't spoken in a long time. Startled by the sudden onset of a conversation he wasn't expecting, Théden looked up to see the figure on the bone throne standing up, before stepping down onto the floor of the room. The assistant healer felt a rumble underneath him as the 25-foot-tall skeleton's foot impacted the floor, accompanied by a significantly loud thud. Looking above its head in shock, he breathed a sigh of relief as his goal was finally approaching completion. He'd found the monster he was supposed to kill. Arpath, the Bone Defiler, boss. Meteo level 40. Level 40? That's just wrong if they expected a party of level 25 adventurers to come in here and kill it. Then again, he really had no idea how powerful a party of level 25 members from the Coalition could be, so he might be underselling them. Still, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to defeat something so far above them in level. Unless they had the advantages that Théden did, of course. Even for him, something that was 19 levels above him was hard to even think about.
You've made it this far, but I cannot allow you to delay my escape. The breaking of this dungeon is inevitable and—" As it spoke, it walked toward him, raising a blackened bone staff in its hand that seemed to be made of a single bone, one that was nearly as tall as it was. Théden had trouble imagining something large enough to have a leg bone that was 20 feet long, but he wouldn't put it past this world to have something like that. Perhaps a dragon or a giant. I don't think I'd enjoy meeting one of those, if I'm being honest. Seeing that it was likely beginning to cast something, the exhausted assistant healer cut off the boss's monologue by casting minor regeneration when it was at the edge of his range, followed quickly by minor mass healing, and then a whole lot of weak health reduction to start the process of whittling it down.
Your bones will serve me in death. Arpath shouted loud enough that it shook the room and perhaps the entire dungeon, and Théoden had to cover his ears. It was already too late for his hearing, though, as his eardrums burst and he felt blood dripping out of them. The shout was apparently magical in nature because his minor repulsion field did absolutely nothing to mitigate the sound, so he switched his field to absorption to hopefully prevent any further effects. He was glad that he did, too, because the next moment the bone defiler gestured with his dark staff, and Théoden was enveloped by a massive necrotic cloud. While it didn't harm him because of his field, he couldn't see anything through it. Getting to his feet, another cast of mass healing fixed his ears, just in time to hear the rattling of bones stampeding in his direction. Flinging himself to the side, he was clipped in the foot by what looked to be some sort of hellish wolf abomination constructed of bones, standing 5 feet at the shoulder and at least 10 feet in length.
Its jaws barely missed clamping down on his ankle, but he was still sent spinning away as he felt his lower leg bone crack from the impact with the hard skeletal structure of the undead monster.